Welcome to round number 4 at Tattershall 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. I'm Liam Hodgins, and alongside me this weekend is Dan Marr. Now, we've got some great action coming up this weekend, but before we get into it, how about we head over to the paddock and find out how the riders are feeling this weekend. So, Ollie, what class are you riding in, buddy?
Rookies.
And how are you feeling going into this weekend?
Good.
And how do you feel that your season is going so far?
Good, but I don't know if I'm going to win it.
And why do you think you might not win it?
Because I'm only 15 points ahead in the championship.
So you're still ahead in the championship. Do you feel like there's tracks coming up later on in the season that could play to your advantage?
Yeah.
And what tracks do you think they could be?
I don't know, because I like Rowra.
Rowra, I've heard, is a good track. Now, you're embroiled in a big class, and there's a lot of you fighting for the championship. Who do you feel like is your biggest rivals in the championship at the moment?
Probably Archie Gibbs and Blake Wilson.
Ollie, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
You really have to.
So with Ryan Hitchcock's dad, we couldn't find Ryan, so what's your name?
My name's Dean.
So we're with Dean Hitchcock, and he's the father of
Yes.
Ryan. Yeah, so he's looking after his son, and we've got the bikes behind him.
Yeah,
So he's
yeah,
racing in the... What class is he racing in at the moment?
He's running Mini GP 50 and Mini GP 70.
Now, how do you feel that Ryan's doing this so far this season?
Yeah, I think he's having a good year so far. The 70's taken a little bit of time to get used to the extra power, because even though they're identical bikes, they're different animals completely. But yeah, he seems to be getting on with it both quite well. So yeah, pleased.
How do you feel he's got? How much of a chance do you feel he's got coming into this weekend of picking up a win in the MotoGP 50s and, of course, making a big improvement in the 70s?
Yeah, I think he's got a good chance, as long as the weather holds out like this. It'd be lovely. He led every race here last year on a 50, but unfortunately he probably didn't have the racecraft that he needed last year. So this year he's obviously improved a lot. So yeah, quite confident we take a race win on the 50, and hopefully he might get one on the 70. You don't know.
That'd be amazing if he does. Now, he's embroiled in a championship fight in the 50s, but what one are you more focusing on at the moment?
The 50s. The 50s, yeah. It's a good battle with Harrison and Kyle and Josh. Yeah, so yeah, it's the main important one. The 70s is his first year on it, so yeah, it's not the mega important one.
So win it this year in the 50s and just a learning year in the 70s and win the 70s next year, is that it?
Possibly, yeah. We're not sure what we're going to do next year, whether we're moving on to a bigger bike or because of his age. We're not sure yet.
What's the chance of possibly moving into, I don't know, the British Talent Cup?
No, I don't think so. Ryan's only 12 in October, and I think it's too much of an ask to go from kart tracks to full-blown race circuits in this country on a Moto3 bike. We want to try and do something in between if we can. He's got a 125 to take his signatures on for next year to learn the circuits. We're just looking at the moment now for trying to do something that's on an intermediate bike, you know, slightly less power, a little bit bigger than what he's used to. So yeah, we're looking at that at the moment, and take it from there really. But come back and probably do British Talent Cup the year after.
That'd be brilliant. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
I think we've actually got Ryan. Ryan, over you come, buddy. I think your dad's answered most of the questions for you. Now, Ryan, just explain very quickly, what classes are you in this weekend?
MotoGP 50 and MotoGP 70.
Now, which one do you prefer riding the most?
Probably the MotoGP 50 because it's more fun to carry corner speed.
So you a bit of a sort of Jorge Lorenzo type rider, or do you prefer the style of Marc Marquez?
Marc Marquez.
Right, so you're in both classes. You're embroiled in the championship battle in the 50s. Which one are you concentrating on the most this year?
Probably the MotoGP 50.
And why are you concentrating on that one a little bit more compared to the 70s?
Because this is my first year on a 70.
So how are you feeling going into this weekend?
Quite nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Because this track, the long straight, is a bit fat, like too fast for my 50 because it's down on power.
And do you think you can maybe use the corner speed to use that to your advantage to negate the gap to the leaders through the fast stuff?
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, thanks very much for your time and best of luck this weekend.
No problem, thanks.
These are impressive pieces of machinery. The Metro kit's here, number 44. So just look at them. You can't believe that these bikes would fit around a small go-karting circuit, but they do. These riders managed to push them to the absolute limit and get them around the track. Now, if you've never watched the Metrica 50s or the Metrica 70s or the Mini GP 70s and 50s as they're called, they are something to behold. The way the riders can just flick the bike from one end to the next, transfer the weight on their foot pegs, so they put their foot right down the foot peg, flick it from one side to the next, and the way the handlebars move as well is absolutely incredible. As you can see through the tyres, there's a lot of graining on them, which means they're pushing it so far over that they're actually graining away at the sidewalls there. Okay, I think we should go try and find some more riders. Let's see if we can find them walking around and see if we can grab some more interviews, because we've only got a few so far and we want to hear what they all have to say about this weekend and how they're feeling and what their hopes are for the weekend. There's Emmanuel Brinton's squad just out there. Let's see if Emmanuel is in, actually. How are you involved with Emmanuel Brinton?
I'm his dad.
So you're his dad. So what's your name?
Peter Brinton.
Peter Brinton. So Peter, you're here with Emmanuel. He's obviously racing a couple of categories. What categories is he racing in at the moment?
He's in the LC40 Elite on the liquid cooled mini moto, and he's also on the 70 GP bikes.
Now, how's he finding transition between both of them?
Well, he's been on the liquid cooled for a while, a couple of years now, and he loves that. I thought I'd got rid of the minis, but no, he wants to continue riding them, so we've carried on this season. And the transfer from the GP50 to the 70, he's still trying to get used to it. I think there's obviously a power change, and he's still trying to get used to that.
Now, how is Emmanuel feeling going into this weekend? How are you feeling about his chances this weekend?
I'm reasonably confident. He likes the track. It's all about qualifying here, though, isn't it? Because it's a tight track, so qualifying is everything, I think.
Yeah, as you say, it's a very tight track. It's very technical. Yeah. Now, before we came on here, you said you've got a bit of news for us. What is it?
Well, we're just relocating to Spain as a family. It's been a family decision. It's not really about the racing at all, actually. It's something that we've been talking about as a family for the last sort of 10 years on and off. And we've decided to make the move. And we're doing it halfway through the season simply because I want them to go into school in September with all the other kids that are joining the schools at the same time. So it's not uncomfortable. So we'll be moving out there in August.
Well, I hope it all goes well for you. Now, will you continue the racing over there in Spain?
We will work out what we're going to do, but at the moment we don't have any real idea. We've got some ideas of what's possible, but we're not making any decisions until we get there. We've got sort of 6-7 months gap before the next season will start, so we've got a lot of time to make our mind up.
So I take it this is your final race weekend?
It is, yeah. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the weather's good, and he has a good weekend. I hope so.
Fingers crossed it all goes well for you and you enjoy your final race weekend here at QFAB. Thank you very much. Okay, so what's your name?
Henry.
And your second name?
McCartney.
Henry McCartney. So what class are you racing in this weekend, Henry?
The AC40 Pros.
And how has your season gone so far?
It's gone alright, but there are a few people at the front who've been in it 3 years, or there's a lot older ones at the front, so I'm trying to keep up with them.
And how do you feel like you're progressing this year so far?
Yeah, it feels really good, but most of the tracks are like really far away, so we might not get to some.
And how are you feeling going into this weekend?
Yeah, but it's alright, the track, and I feel confident.
Thanks very much, Henry. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Who's next? Well, we've got a queue forming up here, this is great. Hey buddy, I spoke to you before, haven't I? Yeah? So just tell us once again, what is your name?
Harry.
Harry, second name?
Payne.
Harry Payne. So Harry, how's your season gone so far?
It's gone alright. At Lando I didn't do too well because I didn't get a good qualifying. Red Lodge was alright. I got a 5th and then a 14th because I crashed, and then a 7th. But it's gone good. I got all 5ths in Clay Pigeon except for the last one where someone beat me on the last corner.
I bet you're angry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what class are you racing in?
Rookies, AC40 Rookies.
And how are you feeling coming into this round this weekend?
I'm feeling good, but all I need is a bit more speed, and then I will be able to catch up with people like Blake and Archie.
And you think this is the weekend to do it?
Yeah.
Thanks very much, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Good luck. Who's next? Everybody. So same again. I'm going to ask you what your name is, and so give us your first and second name and what class you're in, okay? So what's your name?
Harrison Crosby.
So Harrison, what class are you racing in?
The Mini GP 50 and the Mini GP 70.
And how do you feel like your season has gone so far in both classes?
In the 50s, I'm leading the championship at the moment. I've felt good at all the tracks so far, and coming into Tattershall is one of my favourite tracks, so I hope I can do well. And then on the Mini GP 70, we've got some good finishes, but I hope we can get some better finishes here because it's one of my favourite tracks.
Right, so you're in both classes at the moment. You're leading the 50s. What class do you prefer the most?
Probably the 70, just because it's a little bit quicker.
And what class do you think you'll focus on the most? I know you're leading the 50s, but some of your focus may be going towards the 70s?
Well, at the moment we're focusing on the 50s, but I'd start to focus on the 70s because it's a quicker bike, and yeah.
And how do you feel like you can do this weekend?
Well, hopefully get a podium on the 50 and hopefully top 5 on the 70.
Harrison, thanks very much for your time. Best of luck this weekend, alright?
Thank you.
Anyone next? Come on, and you come. Yeah? Right, buddy. Same again. Right, so we're going to ask you what your name is, so give us your first and second name and what class you're in. Okay, so, what's your name?
Ollie Walker,
Ollie. What class are you racing in?
Mini GP 70.
And how do you feel like your season has gone so far?
Well, the first 2 rounds weren't the best, but the third at Clay Pigeon was brilliant. Yeah.
And why was it brilliant?
Because I qualified first, which amazed me. Then I got first in the race, and then I got third and third.
And how are you feeling coming into this weekend here at Tattershall?
I'm feeling confident. I've always been good here. I like it, and it's pretty good.
Is this your favourite track in the calendar?
One of, yeah.
And what's your other favourites?
Rowber and Lid.
That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Anyone else want to come in for an interview? What's that? Of course, yes, plenty of them around. Anyone else want to be interviewed? Evan, in you come. No? Johnny, what we chat? Yeah? Hey buddy, so I'm just going to ask you for your first and second name and what class you're racing in, okay? So, what's your name?
Johnny.
And your second name?
Garness.
So Johnny, what classes are you racing in?
Junior LC40 Elite and the metric at 70.
And how do you feel like your season has gone so far in both classes?
In the Junior Elite, it's actually going quite well because I'm leading the championship. Me and Mason are having quite a few battles, and that's going quite fun. And in the 70s, I don't really know where I am in the 70s, but I think I'm doing quite well.
And which one of the two is your favourite classes?
Probably the 70s because there's more challenge and there's a bit more to learn in it.
And how are you feeling coming into this weekend here at Tattershall?
I feel quite confident on the Mini, not so much on the 70, but yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier on that you're having a few battles with Mason. You've been having a few battles with him over the last couple of seasons. How much are you relishing the competition between you both?
When the helmets are on, we're like proper enemies, but when we take the helmets off, we're actually quite good buddies.
Best of pals then.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Who's next? Okay. Here you go. Right, so same again. I'm going to ask you your name and what class you're racing in. So, so what's your name, bud?
Sullivan Mounsey.
And Sullivan, what class are you racing in?
LC 50s and 70s.
And how do you feel like your season has gone so far in both the categories?
Well, I started off with 50s and then we switched to 70s. We're doing the LC. I was third in the championship until I went out to Spain to ride in ESBK on an 85. But we come back here because it's so much money. It's too hard to do that, and we might do Moto3 next year. But we're riding an 85 out there. But we're going to try and keep going out there as well as here.
Now, say you might ride Moto3 next year. Whereabouts might you ride Moto3? Is it in Britain, over the CEV, or maybe try and push for the British Talent Cup?
We're going to do a British Talent Cup, and we might try and do some Conti, like ride on my Conti, and just try and do this for track time, really.
So how are you feeling coming into this weekend?
I think there'll be quite good battles on everything, really. It's hard getting used to, from Catalonia to this circuit, so it's going to be hard, but I think I can manage.
So you just mentioned you race at Catalonia there, right? Yeah. So how does a proper GP circuit compare to a go-kart track you're riding here in the UK?
Well, you'd think that this is big, but actually the size of the pit lane and like triple the size of the track is what Catalonia's like. There's a few tight corners, but it's just you got to deal with what you got.
Sullivan, thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go next.
And you come, buddy? Yeah. So you know the drill, don't you, already? Yeah. So I'm going to ask you your name and we'll class your racing in. Yeah. So what's your name?
James Cook.
Okay, right, over you come, James. So what's your name?
James Cook.
And James, what class are you racing in this weekend?
I race in the MotoGP 70.
Now, James, you're leading the MotoGP 70s at the moment. How do you feel like your season has gone in a whole, even though you're leading?
Yeah, I think that the season's gone well. I've not been here on a 70 actually, so I only went here on a 50, so I just need to get used to the track.
And how much do you feel like you will accustomise yourself to the circuit?
I think it's alright, sir, to be honest. It's quite smooth, but not on a mini moto. It's quite rough and bumpy here.
Is it one of the most difficult circuits in the calendar to learn?
Yeah, because there's like tight and twisty corners, it's quite narrow, and yeah, I think it's quite hard to ride here, to be honest.
So, even though it's quite a difficult circuit and you've not ridden here in the MotoGP 70s, how are you feeling you could do this weekend? Do you feel like you can hold on to your championship lead?
Yeah, I feel that I could hold on, to be honest. I'm quite good at tight tracks on a big bike, so yeah, we got to see how it goes this weekend.
And who are you feeling like your biggest competition might be this weekend?
Probably Evan Belford and Ollie Walker.
James, thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and good luck.
Thank you.
Right. How'd you come, bud? Okay, so same drill again. Let's go ask your name and what class you're racing.
Yeah.
Okay, right. You okay? Perfect. So what's your name, bud?
My name's Evan Belford.
Evan, what class are you racing in?
The MotoGP 70s.
So how do you feel like your season has gone so far?
It's gone alright, to be honest. The first round broke my collarbone, but then I've made a good comeback and third in the championship at the minute.
What did you feel like after you broke your collarbone? Did you think your season was over?
No, not really. I thought I could still bring it back, but it's going to be difficult.
And how does the collarbone feeling right now?
It's feeling better than ever.
That's what I like to hear. So how are you feeling like you'll do coming into this weekend?
I think I'll do alright. I do pretty good on tight, twisty tracks, but I think I'll have some competition with James Cook and Ollie Walker.
Now, you say you'll have a lot of competition this weekend. How tough is the competition in the MotoGP 70s this season?
It's very tough. It's just too tight.
Too tight. And do you think you can win this weekend?
I could have a good go.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Evan. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Over you come, buddy. Right, so I'm going to ask you your name and what class you were in, okay? Okay, so what's your name, bud?
Thorley Chavarro.
Thorley. What class are you racing in this weekend?
Mini Moto 10s.
And how do you feel like your season has gone so far?
Not very good. I crashed in Clay Pigeon and I just don't think it's going well.
And why do you not think it's going well?
Because the couple of races I've done, I've crashed and I've fallen off and I've gone back places and places and places.
Do you not feel like getting back on the bike is a good motivation and you push yourself forward? It's also an improvement to go through?
Yeah. Well, I did come third in Spain, but yeah, don't think it's going very well.
Now, you say you came third in Spain. That sounds absolutely brilliant. How tough was the circuit over there in Spain?
It was quite hard. It really took a lot of hard work to get in third, but I did it.
And who were you up against? Was it riders you've raced against before, or was it completely new people?
Some completely new people, some not. I'm sorry.
So how do you feel like you'll do coming into this weekend here at Tattershall?
I think I will come fourth or third or sixth. I don't know, because I think I'm gonna give it a go this time.
Thorley, it's an absolute pleasure. Good luck this weekend, and it sounds like you're doing absolutely brilliantly.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
It is the Mini F1 Sidecars first race of the weekend. 3 races for all of our categories this weekend. And something to note is that they are a little bit earlier on in the calendar than perhaps they are at some events. Now that poses a few challenges, because first of all, it is extremely hot here. There's 2 people on the bike, and that's a lot more heat perhaps than, say, if it's a bit cool, if the sun's not out. Even if it's only 14 or 15 degrees in the air, it's about 23 out there at the moment, and the sun's beating down on you. That's going to make the machine's life a little bit more difficult. The tyres, you've got to look after the tyres, make sure they're all up to the correct pressures and the correct grip. It's all a bit of a challenge in, but that's what these riders and, of course, the passengers are out there to do. And it's such a tricky, tight circuit. The rider and the passenger have got to work together.
Absolutely, they've got to work in conjunction, and as we've seen in the last round at Clay Pigeon, some of the passengers bailed out of the riders, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen, because obviously your driver does need the support of you on the back of the bike. Now I always think these sidecars look like go-karts without the left wheel or something like that. They look absolutely brilliant. I love the sound of them, they look incredible, and we've actually got 8 riders this time around, well 16 altogether, but obviously you have 2 on each bike. So we've got Russ Morgan making his debut for the season. It is a motorsport regular as he tries to come into the commentary box, but we've got him at the back of the grid. So as the riders start on their warm-up lap, we've got Mick Williams, our championship leader, who has won every single race barring the first one, which was race number 1 at Clandau so far back in March. So we've got Jack Walters in second spot ahead of Mick Lee. So Mick Lee still putting in some great performances, usually third, but has pulled off some second spots ahead of Paul Qualters Jr. on bike number 24. Mark Parker in fifth spot ahead on bike 230. Then we've got Simon Ibbotson on bike number 46, John Hoskart on bike 127, and Russell Morgan on bike 111. So we've got 8 riders to look forward to out there, Dan.
Well, 8 riders, 16 in total when you include the passengers. They've got to work extremely hard around the extremely tight 1 kilometre circuit here at Tattershall. It's going to be some fantastic entertainment for us this first race of the weekend. Mick Williams likely to take victory, as he did many times last season in the category and here at Tattershall. In fact, we raced here twice last season, going to be racing here twice this season as well. I believe the final of this year's championship will also be back at the ever-present Lincolnshire venue. The riders making their way down towards the start-finish line for the first time. For those of you unfamiliar with the layout here at the Tattershall Karting Centre, the start line is basically in the braking zone for the first turn, which is a very tight hairpin, but the finish line is at the start of the start line, so you can't get a great dramatic run deep into the brakes and then go over the line and score your win. You got to do it quite early, but that makes it a bit more of a challenge when you're trying to go side by side with someone. But these riders do know that. The green flag's up, the green flag goes down once again. A poor start from the number 44 of number 44 rider,
like
Mick Lee, that's the one, going into turn 1 for the first time. They all make it through cleanly, so they've all gotten away. Good start by everyone but the race leader. Is it in much question? It is not. It is Mick Williams, the number 25 machine, out there ahead of the next number 2 rider, Jack Waters, in second place. Another consistency we had that with Josh Bannister, second place for so long in that race. One rider running deep into turn number 4. Do get underway, but they look like they got bogged down in the grass. That was Russ Morgan, I believe, so not a good start for him. Unfortunately, plenty of time to make some more progress within this race, so down to be an 8-lap race. Over the line already, that's how quick our laps are here in Lincolnshire. And a great start by Mick Williams. Jack Walters second. Third place, despite the poor start, it was Mick Lee, the number 44 machine, bright yellow, heading into turn 2 and 3. up into 4th place. It is another good start for everyone out there, Liam.
Yes, as you said, it is a great start from absolutely everyone. No incidents so far on the first lap, but it's that man again. It is Mick Lee challenging Jack Walters, but it's the Mick Williams show once again here at round number 4 at Tattershall. As I say that, it looks like Jack Walters has found his extra speed button as he's already catching the back of Williams. So as they come down towards turn number 10, the final turn, flat out, the bike is moving underway as they come across the start finish line. Once again, it is Williams ahead of Jack Walters, Mick Lee in 3rd spot on bike number 44. Paul Walters Jr. Will be next up in 4th spot ahead of Mark Parker, Simon Ibbotson, John Hosker and Russell Morgan, rounding out the runners and riders at the moment. So Mick Lee is still chasing down the back of Jack Walters, and as we've started this next lap, he's actually closed into the back of Walters. So I don't know if Walters made a mistake, but Mick Lee is all over the back through the tight, twisty stuff, looking one way, looking the other as the bikes move around. Will he look up the inside into turn number 7? Not quite yet, Dan.
You have to be extremely decisive with making a move in these Mini F1 sidecars. Such a late break for the number 44, nearly up the back of the number 2 machine. So much more confidence in the brakes, but the number 2 has the advantage in the straight line speed. Over the line they go. This is a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Into the right-handed hairpin at turn 1. Ducking out, ducking back in again. The number 44, Mick Lee, thinking about making a move for a change of position, couldn't make it work, and this is now where the advantage for the number 44 comes in, through the quick corners, through the traction zones, and again the brakes are so much more confident. A bit of a love tap right up the back of Jack Walters and Passenger. They definitely know they're there now. Into the hairpins once again, left, right and left. Such a difficult transition to make. The number 44 feeling impatient, almost diving up the inside, just can't be bothered waiting behind.
Yes, they cannot wait at all. Very impatient, as you said there, Dan, and is looking every which way. Just seems to be getting a lot more traction off the corners, but Jack Walters putting up a valiant effort to block the corner as they go in through the tight, twisty stuff in the middle of the track. As they come down towards turn number 1, Mick Lee isn't close enough this time, runs a little bit wide, gets early on the power, and look, Jack Walters, a bit of a mistake as they come through turn number 1, through the fast turn number 2 we go, and of course it is Mick Lee. Will he try and go up the inside? Not quite, but he's been quite smart here. He's making Walters go defensive. He's looking around the outside, trying to get a great run out of the corners and all over the back of Mick Lee into turn number 6 as they exit that corner and towards the next.
Well, there was also something which just fell off the back of the number 2 machine. Just I couldn't quite see what it was. It was just a black piece of plastic perhaps which came off the back cover of the machine, maybe an effect from the few touches. There is a definite mark on the front of the number 44's nose, bright yellow with a little speck of black on it to represent what it's been up to. Ross Morgan is just being passed by some of the other riders in the race.
Oh,
and there's
Mick
a stop,
Williams.
but that's Mick Williams. Mick Williams at turn number 1 has stopped. There's a problem with the machine. They're wheeling it onto the grass. They're investigating the problem now, and such a shame, touch wood, that they can't get going again. The number 26 has had a problem. They're talking between themselves. They don't know what the problem is, but this means we've got a fight on for our race lead. It is still Jack Walters ahead of the number 44 of Mick Lee. Paul Walters Jr. is promoted to the podium, so it is a Walters 1 and 3 as it stands. It could be a 2 and 3 because once again extremely late on the brakes, going deep into the final 2 corners is Mick Lee. Is so impatient to try and get a move done. He's making mistakes all over the shop. That could ruin your chances, and with 2 laps to go, you haven't got a lot of time to make that time back up.
Yes, it is not a lot of time at all, just under 2 laps remaining. This is Christmas come early for Jack Walters. He's 55 points back in the championship lead, and of course he could be moving up to 30 points as we've got Russell Morgan, who's pulled off at the edge of the track, the turn number 7. Yellow flag is out. That means there's no overtaking for Mick Lee just yet. That's unfortunate for the Welshman.
Unfortunate indeed. A big shame for his return to the Lincolnshire circuit at Tattershall. With a lap to go then, they're over the line for the final lap. This is it. This is now such a tense moment for the number 44 machine and the number 2, it is Jack Waters, your race leader. Mick Lee in second place. They're closing up into turn number 1. So much more confident under the brakes. Mick Lee can catch the riders, but with 3/4 of a lap to go, this is all to play for through turn 3 and 4. Mick Lee closing up, closing. He's reeling in, challenging perhaps over the grass, bumping over the grass with half an effort to make an overtake. Half a lap to go into the infield section, and he's going to try and go right around the outside. The number 44 riders left hand side, they touch not once, not twice, a few times. They're into the grass and they've gone into the tyre bale. And an unfortunate end for the number 44 of Mick Lee. And as the checker flag will then come out, it will be Jack Waters who takes the victory through the final corner for the final time. And it is the win for the number 2 machine. Jack Waters and passenger, they take the checkered flag. That may be reviewed. There was a lot of contact. They were giving a wave to Mick Williams. So waving at Mick Williams after they've taken their win. That is going to be reviewed. That sidecar's also well and truly stuck, Liam, in the barriers. So that's going to take a bit of earthing out.
Yes, it will do. We've got the medical car coming onto track, as you can see, because, well, we've got Mick Williams just looking as he's under a little bit of pain there. But we've got the quarters 1 and 2. That is Jack from Paul, ahead of Mark Parker on bike 230, John Hosker on bike 127 in 4th spot. And that was the 4 riders that they came across the start-finish line to complete the race. Mick Lee was next up, ahead of Simon Ibbotson. Mick Williams pulled off the circuit early on in the race, ahead of Russell Morgan.
Well, that was something we weren't expecting. We had 8 start. We weren't certainly expecting 4 to finish. Good start, though, for Mick Williams. Was initially leading this race off the line. The fight for second place was hotting up. The fantastic battle till the very end between Jack Waters and Mick Lee, the number 2 and the number 44. A few looks up the inside. They had a bit of sparring, a couple of touches, but nothing really else was to come. But then the critical moment, they were bouncing over the curbs. They were getting very close to each other all throughout the race, throwing it one way then the other to try and get that move made, try and get into the lead after the retirement of the number 26 machine of Mick Williams. Heading over the line for the final few laps, Russ Morgan being lapped early on in this race, but that was the critical moment that the number 26 retired. The 2 riders hands up in the air. They weren't expecting that. That certainly wasn't in the script, Liam, but as Russ Morgan goes into retirement, unfortunate shame for him. We're so happy to be back here at Coolfab, but then the critical moment, the number 44, Mick Lee, they were going side by side with Jack Waters, going around the outside at turn number 5. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touches. That was it. They couldn't make it through. They went straight over the barriers into the tyres. The tyres scattered everywhere. And Russ Morgan is bringing his sidecar machine back to the paddock. So did get it underway, carried on. A bit of smoke coming out the back of that.
I just wonder if he lost his passenger, because we never saw his passenger anywhere in sight when he was trying to pull the bike off the circuit. So I wonder if his passenger fell off or he just jumped off somewhere around about the circuit, Dan.
We speak about that now. However, the passenger has been reunited. They're not both on the machine, but they're walking back. And as they make their way back into the paddock, it's going to be a... well, that was absolutely fantastic first race of the weekend for the mini F1 sidecars. We'll have 2 more races tomorrow. On Sunday, we're here live at round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Tamar, alongside me, Liam Hodgins. Liam, great racing so far. It's so action-packed. I mean, the heat must be getting to people because it's just so frantic out there.
Yes, as you said, the heat must be getting to people already, because there seems to be a lot of race action going out there. Some people making desperate moves up the inside, which is great for the fans and, of course, for the racing action itself. But, of course, that was a great sidecar race. There are more of that action, please, throughout the rest of the weekend and, of course, the year. So we've got plenty more race action. We've had 3 races down. We've got plenty more to go, and we cannot wait for the rest of the weekend, and it's just going to keep being frantic. Fingers crossed the heat doesn't go up too much, so the riders keep it nice and cool on the circuit.
Well, I'm certainly hoping the heat's not going up. It's absolutely sweltering in here at the moment, but as we take a short break in proceedings just here as the marshals attend to putting the tyres back into position. The number 44 sidecar is heading back into the paddock. Passenger and rider are walking back as well, so good to see them walking back. Big thank you as ever to the marshals and to the medical team and race control. Without you guys and girls, we simply couldn't go racing, so thank you for your swift efforts here today so far. Fingers crossed we won't need your intervention again, but we all ride and race safer knowing that you are there to help us when we need it. So plenty of action still to come. This is round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. We've got plenty more action still to come, including the AC40 rookies. They'll be coming out in just a few moments' time. This is live from Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. We are at Tattershall in Lincolnshire for the 4th round of 2019. Thank you for joining us. It is Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr here in the commentary box. We're bringing you all 27 races this weekend on the Cool Fab Racing channels and on Motorsport Radio. Up next is the AC40 rookies for their first race of the weekend. And as they prepare to go off to battle, it will be Archie Gibbs and Luke Fitcher. That's your front row, but Liam Hodgins has got the full grid.
Yes, it's a massive grid this weekend of 22 riders, and of course Ollie Sims is our championship leader coming into this weekend 15 points ahead of pole sitter Archie Gibbs. Luke Fitchett rounds out the first row of the grid ahead of Josh Williams. Blake Wilson on bike 108 in 4th spot ahead of your championship leader. That is Ollie Sims in 5th place. Brandon Keane in 6th spot ahead of Luke Schofield on bike number 64. William Harris will be next up in 8th position on bike number 10 ahead of Marco Holtz in 9th spot on the grid, bike number 58. Casey Sperry on bike number 20 on 10th in the grid ahead of Archie O'Brien on bike number 91 in 11th spot. Wilson Dilks will be in 12th spot on the grid ahead of Jacob Stevenson. Harry Payne will be next up in 14th ahead of Thorley Trevorrow, who comes back from Spain last weekend on bike number 42. Max Wilson in 16th spot on the grid ahead of Arnie Carr on bike number 83. Bailey Lawrence in 18th on the grid on row number 9 ahead of Callum Maxwell in 19th on the grid. Then it's Roman Ratcliffe on bike 121 in 20th spot ahead of Chloe Sewell on bike 101, and Izzy Carter rounds out your runnings and riders on bike number 46, 22nd on the grid. Last but certainly not.
Well, The 8-lap race will get underway in just a few moments' time. The mark just showing everyone is ready. Racing is pick up the bikes. It is going to be a bit of a tricky thing to really make sure in the right
Yes, absolutely. As you mentioned, is going to go down. This might affect the time as the riders them ever harder throughout this circuit. Now, we're speaking to the riders earlier on in the weekend, and they were saying that the track is very slippery now. It was actually underwater just over a week ago, this circuit, so it's probably not recovered quite so much from that flooding. So as the riders make their way onto the lap right now, just building into the track, fighting. Right, we'll move around on to the lap. So
the temperature into the tyres, biting correctly, and that you can get the right out of the field. Will be an 8-lap race. It's good start from Archie Gibbs, the number 3 machine, heading into turn 1 for the first time. Everyone just about filters through turn 1 of a tight corner cleanly for the first time. So Archie Gibbs leads this race. Second and third also being fighted for place as well. So already, Liam.
Had the like of Blake Wilson looking up the inside of Josh Williams, but second place in the championship, Archie Gibbs sending them away from pole position up at the dads and the parents will make their way across the track to watch out for their kids, making some great racing out there on the circuit at the moment. But I must admit, as the riders make their way around the circuit at the moment, the coolest bike out there on circuit has to be that of Izzy Carter. He's got a really absolutely the grid. Is still leading with a very wide line into turn number 3 there. Will he make a move? Oh, late on the brakes. Yes, he made the move. Luke Fitchett up the inside of Josh Williams. He's pushed him wide, and that is Luke Fitchett up to second spot. Josh Williams down to third.
Well, down to third, he really got sold a dummy. Heading into turn 3, the right-hander, he kept it loose, just let off the brakes that Luke Fitchett went for the gap. It existed, it was taken, and now into second place, so really taking a treat there. But Archie Gibbs running away, 53.305, getting very close to the track record. In fact, according to our timing screens, that is a new track record by Archie Gibbs for the AC40 rookies, so flying around this circuit. Luke Fitchett 4.3 seconds now behind in second place, ahead of Joshua Williams. Ollie Sims comes over the line now ahead of Brandon Keane. Marco Holt is fighting well for 5th and 6th place, the number 333 rider in 5th ahead of turn number 2. Marco Holt and Casey Sperry ahead of William Harris. Luke Schofield and Harry Payne, that's your top 10 with 5 laps to go. It's Archie O'Brien ahead of Wilson Dilks, Jacob Stevenson, Blake Wilson and Max Wilson, that's your top 15. Bailey Lawrence ahead of Arnie Carr, Roman Ratcliffe, Callum Maxwell, Chloe Sewell and Izzy Carter. That is your top 21 as it stands so far. But heading through the infield section, many of our riders are up towards the faster late back section of this circuit. And many riders really, they're starting to bunch up a bit. They're just using each other to try and push themselves a bit quicker. We will wait and see.
As you can see, there's a great battle going on for 6th, 7th and 8th. That is Marco Holt, Casey Spady and William Harris has come across start-finish line. Now we've got a rider off at the side there at turn number 1. Not quite sure who that was. We'll keep an eye out on that as we have Casey Spady making a move on Marco Holt. Not quite yet.
There's two bikes down at turn number 1. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Liam, but there's one bike that's well and truly in the bushes, and then the other rider does get in the way. So We're not sure who that is. We'll let you know who that was. But as everyone gets underway, yellow flag down there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that was Izzy Carter was one of them on the pink bike, pulled off to the side of the circuit there, Dan. Right, so as we get back to the battle for sixth spot now, and of course it is the likes of Casey Spady just chasing the back of Marco Holt as he head towards the final turn. So we've got Casey Spady just ahead of William Harris coming across the start-finish line any second now, and as they head down towards turn number 1. Ducking and diving, we had the bike of number 31 nearly clipping the back of another rider. Casey Spady ducking into the new position into turn number 1, and we have William Harris making a move into 7th spot. So that's 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. That was through turn number 3, Dan.
Well, coming through turn number 3, that means they're into the infield. There's such a tight, twisty section. The number 333 of Brandon Keane remains ahead of Marco Holt. Through the right, through the left, they've got roughly 2.5 laps to go, so still a bit of time in order to continue this race, continuing the battle. The gap between them on the last lap, I'm not quite sure what it was, but as they make their way over the line, heading up towards the line. Anyway, Archie Gibbs is now 3.1 seconds ahead of Luke Fitchett.
Yes, absolutely. Ahead of Luke Fitchett. Now, I've just realised the other rider that went down earlier on, it was Josh Williams. Josh Williams is back up and now in 14th spot, Dan.
Well, his goodies up and his goodies back into the points, but it's not as big a points haul as he could have had. Was he still up there, unfortunately? But that's what's happening at the moment. But number 3, Archie Gibbs, continuing on in this race. There's not too long of this race to go. It's certainly going to be one which he's going to remember for scoring quite a lot of points, and that's really all you need to do for your championship challenges, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Archie Gibbs comes across start-finish line now, heading down towards turn number 1. He'll be eating into the championship lead of Ollie Sims. If everything stays the way it is right now, Dan, it'll be down to 6 points in the championship. Archie Gibbs is just eking those points back on Ollie Sims. Ollie Sims is now up to 3rd spot, but in between those two is Luke Fitchett at the moment. Now the battle for 4th spot still raging on, with Brandon Keane just ahead of Casey Spady and Marco Holt, with William Harris just dropping back ever so slightly. So as Archie Gibbs makes his way around the back markers on his final lap of the race into turn number 7, up towards turn number 8. This is a cracking ride from the youngster, very commanding indeed. Through turn number 9, the bike is shaking ever so slightly. It looked like he nearly lost the front, but keeps remaining in control of the bike. Through the fast turn 10, right-hander across the start-finish line. Archie Gibbs stands up on his bike. A great win from the number 3 rider there. We're waiting for Luke Fitchett in 2nd spot, 4.8 seconds further back. Ollie Sims will be picking up an important podium position any moment now, coming through the final turn. But Archie Gibbs, stand up, give yourself a round of applause. That was a great ride there. So Ollie Sims in 3rd spot. Brandon Keane will be able to hold off Casey Spady coming across the start-finish line now, and it's going to be Brandon Keane just takes it. Casey Spady in 5th spot. Marco Holt, William Harris, you could cover them all with a blanket. They were that close. Luke Schofield in 8th spot ahead of Archie O'Brien. Harry Payne rounds out the top 10 there, Dan. Great racing from all the youngsters there as the checker flag continues to wave for the rest of the riders. Blake Wilson in 11th. Joshua Williams recovers after a collision with a back marker to come into 12th spot ahead of Jacob Stevenson. Wilson Dilks in 14th ahead of Max Wilson, and Arnie Carr just misses out on the points there. Great race from the AC40 rookies.
Well, the AC40 rookies setting up as they mean to go on for the rest of the weekend. Archie Gibbs stamping his authority here in Tattershall. It was a very good race just by going off into the front and making a great gap and not needing to do anything from there. You don't have to work so hard if you're not being battered, you're not being chased. Just get on with it as you wish, and for some riders they do prefer that, with the fastest lap as well as in what we believe is a new track record, 53.297. So great race then, first race of the weekend for the 4th round of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. Thank you for joining us. This is FAB-Racing. You can catch up on all of the 2019 action on the FAB-Racing website on motorsport.radio. We've got a full archive of the 2019 season. So, in case you're catching a bit of action for the first time here, thinking, well, I quite like this, but I want to hear a bit more, maybe even see a bit more over the course of the season, well, go back, have a look on our websites. We'll have great information, not just how you can catch up on all the old racing, how you can get involved. It's free to attend these cool fab races, so plenty of action, plenty of racing still to come. Up next though, Liam, it will be the Mini GP70s, the fastest class at cool fab racing. They head towards the grid, and with a bit cooler temperatures now, these bikes may be able to operate in the right window for them, and really will be able to get the they'll know when to push, and this gives them the right temperatures and the right window which to do it as well.
Yes, absolutely. As you mentioned, the track temperature could be in the right operating window for the Mini GP70 class. Now, the Mini GP70s have been giving us some great race action through the year so far. But at the top of the championship is number bike 44. That is James Cook, who holds a 19-point advantage over early championship leader as we have. Well, Dan, you know your airplanes. What kind of plane is that in the sky?
You might be talking about a Dan, but you're talking to the wrong one. I've absolutely no idea.
It's a big plane.
It's a D-Day separate. Currently, it's because it's 75th anniversary of the Battle of Britain and D-Day this year. So a flyover RAF Coningsby. It's painted in D-Day colours, I'm told. It was. Oh, that's quite interesting. Our producer Lester Forbes talking to us, giving some more information just for context. But painted in D-Day colours, but that was involved with dropping American paratroopers into the various parts of France and the northern Europe in order as part of the battles. But without my family history, my great-grandfather, one of those. But as we head on to the grid, you wouldn't be interested in this. The Mini GP70s, it's the racing. Let's get back to it. Liam Hodgins, you have the grid.
Yeah, so the plane might have been battles back in the day, but there's going to be battles out there on the circuit as Evan Belford qualifies in pole position, a very important pole position ahead of James Cook. Eddie O'Shea in second spot in the championship will be third on the grid ahead of Owen Mellor on bike 130. Ollie Walker, who won for his first race last time out at Clay Pigeon in fifth spot ahead of Ryan Hitchcock in sixth position on the grid. Kyle Payne next up in seventh position ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Johnny Garness qualifying in ninth spot on row number 5 ahead of Harrison Crosby on bike number 69. Saffron Watley on bike 178 and 11th ahead of Emmanuel Brinton, who turns up for his last race weekend this weekend on bike number 93. Sullivan Mounsey in 13th spot ahead of Alfie Davidson in 14th. Dylan Mellor next up in 15th spot ahead of Joe Farragher in 16th. Thomas Gomez in 17th ahead of Carter Brown, and rounding out the runners and riders for the start of this Mini GP70 class, race number 1 from round number 4 here at Tattershall is Jamie Woodcock.
So we get ready then for the start, the first of 3 races this weekend for the Mini GP70s. The riders look towards the green flag. We're starting with a flag. It goes up, but it's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. That is now, and we are underway with a 12-lap race for the Mini GP70s into turn 1 for the first time. It's quite a tight first corner, but everyone manages to get through cleanly off the front row. Evan Belford and James Cook have gone through. One rider goes straight on at turn number 2. They're not off the bike, they're just reversing it and going to get back into this race. Good start though by Evan Belford. Last season Evan did brilliantly at Tattershall, one of his favourite circuits, the number 52 rider, but James Cook with historical form on his side, so strong this season, really challenging. We've got also rider stopped on the exit of turn number 7 again, thumped a fairing, so these poor old fairings not getting a good day today. The rider's still on the bike, no problem there, they're just being pushed back into the race. But 1 lap complete, 11 laps to go. In fact, I'm being told it's a 14-lap race, so this may well have been extended. Evan Belford and James Cook, though, are your top 2. Eddie O'Shea in 3rd. Then it's a good fight for 4th and 5th place.
Yes, the riders that had unfortunate luck on the first lap was Saffron Watley, who slapped the fairing of a bike, and Dylan Mellor, who pulled off at turn number 2. But they're still in the race and continuing on for the moment. But James Cook, our championship leader, hounding the back of Evan Belford, who's soaking up the pressure at the moment with Eddie O'Shea in 3rd spot. There's a bit of a gap back to Eddie O'Shea from James Cook. Owen Mellor on bike 130 still chasing the back of our former championship leader. But as they come across the line right now, there's a bit of a gap opening up at the front front of the field. Evan Belford sets as 45.0, but as I say that, we had James Cook setting a new fastest lap at 45.031, so the lap times are very close. It looks like James Cook is very close to the back of Belford through the tight and twisty stuff, but through the faster section, it's Belford that pulls away.
And it's not just Belford that's pulling away. The number 43 of Ryan Hitchcock getting well and truly stuck in with Owen Mellor. Very, very close up the back into turn number 7. Almost side by side as they head towards the final 2 corners. A great battle for those two at the moment. Eddie O'Shea just ahead of them. And it's side by side almost for the race leaders. In fact, it was side by side. There has been a change for the race lead. It is the number 44 of James Cook, who now leads with a commanding move around the outside at the final corner. That's extremely brave stuff, even from James Cook's own standards. Evan Belford down into second place, but the third place man, the number 114, Eddie O'Shea, has the new fastest lap at 44.936. Now, very fine margins, that's hardly a tenth quicker, but around a circuit like this, every tenth counts. Also, Ryan Hitchcock starting to close in as well, so all of a sudden what was looking to be perhaps a slightly strung out battle for the race lead, it's a 4-way scrap for this race lead. Over the line once again, it is James Cook, Evan Belford, Eddie O'Shea, Ryan Hitchcock now with the fastest lap into turn number 1. Then it's Owen Mellor and Bailey Stewart Campbell going side by side into turn number 1 as well. No position change for the top 6 so far, but it's clusters 2 by 2 by 2.
Yes, into the arc they go, you might think there, Dan. But got to look back to Owen Mellor in 5th spot. He's showing the kind of form that he's not shown since round number 1 when he picked up 3rd place in race number 2. Ever since then, he's gone off the face of the earth ever so slightly, but he's back, showing some great form. And 5th spot, holding off Bailey Stewart Campbell at the moment, but it's Ryan Hitchcock that we need to keep a close eye out on. He set the fastest lap of the race, and he's chasing down Eddie O'Shea as they come through the final turn. The leaders come across the line. Evan Belford setting up a move into turn number 1 from James Cook. Up the inside he goes. Will he make the move stick? Not quite. Late on the brakes, but we've got James Cook even later on the brakes. That's absolutely fine there. So we've got Ryan Hitchcock in 4th through turn number 2 into 3. Can he make a move on Eddie O'Shea before the end of the race? We've got a yellow flag out there on the circuit, Dan.
Not sure who that's for. They are underway and back into the race, so maybe the heat still affecting a few of our bikes. James Cook leads. It's still second place for Evan Belford. Ryan Hitchcock is no longer wanting to be in 4th place. He's challenging the back of the 114 rider for that final step on the rostrum. The race leaders still nose to tail over the line. It is James Cook, Evan Belford, they're side by side once again into turn number 1. Can this be the move the number 52 needs to make? Oh. Yes, they make contact as the front wheel almost touches, and it did touch for James Cook. James Cook pushed back into second place, and it is now Liam a 4-way scrap for the lead. Cook, Belford, O'Shea and Hitchcock.
Now the sun is coming out over the track a little bit, heating the track up, but it's the battle on track that's heating up ever more. That's going to enrage James Cook as they have 9 laps to go, 8.5 laps to go. He wouldn't have expected Evan Belford to do that, but he has done it. So can James Cook make a move? As we've been talking about that, we've had Ryan Hitchcock move into 3rd spot, the fastest rider on the track, the lap record holder now. He's making a way across start finish line. Will he make a move into turn number 1? Late on the brakes, not quite just yet, but as you can see in the background, we've still got Owen Mellor and even Bailey Stewart Campbell.
And a big moment, sorry to interrupt you, Linda, but an extremely big moment for Ryan Hitchcock. Too much power, too quickly, almost threw the bike from under him, but a good masterful piece of bike handling to keep that. But we give him too many compliments, and like that it changes. It's such a shame, but he is in this race, will continue on, and I believe he is still in 4th or 5th place. Now they're going through a few other runners and riders in this race, which adds another level of complexity to the battle, because you've got to know when to pick your moments, when to overtake the traffic, especially in the tight sections of this course. Evan Belford doesn't have this problem. The number 52 is Evan Belford, the grey bike and white helmet into turn number 1. James Cook second. Eddie O'Shea now into 3rd place, still just ahead of Ryan Hitchcock. And now Bailey Stewart Campbell's closing into this battle as well.
Yes, as you said, Bailey Stewart Campbell into 5th spot. That happened there on the last lap when Owen Mellor had a bit of a moment coming through turn number 6. Lost the rear end Bailey Stewart-Campbell go down in the power and ahead of the number 130 rider. Not sure if the tyres are starting to go off now. There's been a few moments for Ryan Hitchcock and Owen Mellor, so asking too much from the throttle. The rear tyre screamed too much and nearly thrown them out of the seat, but luckily they're still in the race for the moment. The race leaders come across start-finish line. We've got Evan Belford pulling out a bit of a gap at the front. It's up to half a second now. There's 6 laps remaining, but it's Bailey Stewart-Campbell is making moves. Bailey Stewart-Campbell, fastest lap of the race, new lap record at 44.8.
Well, a great new lap record. Joins in the battle for third place. It's still the number 114 of Eddie O'Shea in third, ahead of Ryan Hitchcock. Ryan Hitchcock maybe a little calmer after that moment a few moments ago. Bailey Stewart-Campbell, the new addition to this battle with that new fastest lap, the new lap record. That tells just how hot and good the conditions are with this track surface, really getting into good bites for these bikes. As we say that, 8 laps completed, and it's 5 laps to go as 9 laps are now completed. Side by side between Ryan Hitchcock and Eddie O'Shea. Ryan Hitchcock up the inside, job done. And now the number 43 rider once again back into third place. Bailey Stewart-Campbell though is going to try not make a good move of this as well. He's not taking it lying down though. Then nose to tail, the top 3 all getting close. 3rd, 4th and 5th this battle. Up the inside goes Bailey Stewart-Campbell, has a look, almost made contact with Eddie O'Shea. So having calmed it down just a little bit, Ryan Hitchcock heading the game back into third place.
That was such a shame for Eddie O'Shea. Pushed the back marker out of the way, which seemed to give him a bad run onto the home straight, which meant that Ryan Hitchcock could make his way into third. But we've got Harrison Crosby. This is Harrison Crosby, stopped at the edge of the circuit. Horrible for the number 69 rider. He's off the circuit out of turn number 4 into turn 5. So not quite sure what bike troubles hit that rider there. But as we look towards the race leaders at the moment as they come towards turn number 4. Have we got Max Cook in the lead? We've got Max Cook.
We got James Cook in the lead, yes.
James Cook, that Max Cook is his brother. That's James Cook in the lead of the race now. Not quite sure if that happened during the back markers. They were coming through a lot of the back markers there, so it could have been that James Cook has made progress through the back markers a little bit better than Evan Belford, and he's now back into the lead of the race as they come through turn number 9. Now we've got Belford, great run through the corner. Now we've done this a couple of laps ago. Great run through turn number 10 along the start finish line once again. Late on the brakes into turn number 1. Belford up the inside of Cook. Belford back into first. Cook knew it was coming, so he didn't get sat up as much as he did last time. That is Belford once again back into first position, but there's a couple of laps remaining. Can James Cook make another move to catch the lead of the race?
Well, that's the thing we were talking about reading the conditions, reading those of you who are around you, because some of the riders who can do it better tend to be the ones, especially at this tight and twisty track, to make the best progress and make the moves where it needs to happen. But James Cook, yes, was in the lead of the race, goes a little deeper, but Evan Belford is racing well and truly at the moment. Over the line, and it is Evan Belford confirmed as the race leader with 2 laps to go. James Cook 3/10 behind. Ryan Hitchcock in third. Eddie O'Shea and Bailey Stewart-Campbell 3rd, 4th and 5th through turns 2 and 3. Left and a very long right, a winding right for 3rd, 4th and 5th place riders. They are still keeping their battle tooth and nail. Ryan Hitchcock not being able to get the gap perhaps that he would have liked. Eddie O'Shea right on the coattails. Part of that being his experience within the British Talent Cup. Of course, we are on the road to MotoGP and the official partner series to BSB. Many of these young riders are going to be going on to fantastic new pastures in the not too distant future. But speaking of the not too distant future, this is the final lap. Over the line for the final time. Evan Belford is your race leader, 7/10 now ahead of James Cook. That is almost certain, but with a few riders ahead, they need to get past with a bit more traffic. Well, it could all change once again, Liam.
Yes, absolutely, Dan. There's a back marker coming up to the leaders now. Well, Belford made the way past the back marker. James Cook's made a few mistakes in the last couple of laps. Round the outside, yes, he's cleared them out the way, but James Cook seems to be the one that's got caught up with the back marker. So Belford has been let off the hook with only a few corners remaining, but the battle for third is still heating up as they head towards the final hairpin. Has Eddie O'Shea got anything in the locker for the likes of of Ryan Hitchcock, not quite, but as they come through the final turn, it's going to be Evan Belford across the line. Your race winner for the MotoGP 70s. James Cook extends his championship lead in second spot ahead of Ryan Hitchcock, and Eddie O'Shea, your former championship leader from earlier on in the season, is in fourth spot ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell, who set the fastest lap of the race at 44.8. Ollie Walker next up in sixth. Owen Mellor, after a fantastic start running in fourth at one point, dropped back to seventh. Johnny Garness starting in ninth, moved up to eighth ahead of Kyle Payne, and Emmanuel Brinton rounding out the top 10.
What a good race then for our two race leaders. Evan Belford, the winner, ahead of James Cook. Some fighting action in that first race of the weekend from them. Heading up towards the paddock though, they did shake hands, so very, very close between the two of them. But many highlights of this race, the first MotoGP 70 race of the weekend. Well, it all started with a good start from Evan Belford and James Cook. Saf Watley having troubles with the bike and was absolutely furious, thumping the front fairings. A bit of damage on that bike, but did, we believe, carry on to the end. Did take the checkered flag, so all was well for Saffron in 15th place. So scoring a point, not bad indeed. But the fight for the race lead between Evan Belford and James Cook. It wasn't just that fight though. The battle for third was one that raged throughout the entirety of the race. Eddie O'Shea, Ryan Hitchcock, two of the riders involved. Bailey Stewart Campbell then closing in with a few laps to go. Side by side for the race lead. The first move being made by Evan Belford up the inside. A little deep, couldn't bite it, almost threw James Cook off, although managed both to carry on with no real problem between the two. And Evan Belford was leading. Ryan Hitchcock battling for second place, and then an almighty moment, the rear let go. Such a tank slapper, but did masterfully keep it on the island. So great bike control from Ryan, the number 43 rider. As we then start looking further into the race, they were having to negotiate their way around a few other runners and riders within this race. It was a bit of a challenge. James Cook did get ahead through the traffic, used his head, but couldn't beat the raw speed of Evan Belford. He did it once, he did it twice. Took the lead into turn number one on the inside. No contact on this occasion. Kept it through nice and clean, and as came over the line, taking the checkered flag. And a great win for Evan Belford of the first of three races here at Tattershall for the MotoGP 70s. Hand up in the air, delighted with that. Shakes the hand of James Cook. So nice friendly action between the two of them, but so hot out on circuit. Thank you for joining us. Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr here. We are at Tattershall in Lincolnshire for round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibikes Championships. Thank you for joining us. We are at Tattershall. Up next, it is the AC40 Pros, from one great set of young riders to another as they make their way on to the grid. The sun is out and we will have the grid done in just a few moments' time. The marshals making sure everyone is in the right order. It's due to be a 9-lap race, although one or two lap distances have changed, so that could be confirmed otherwise in just a few moments. Everyone getting up into the right positions. A few clouds have appeared, Liam, but temperature soaring once again. These AC40 machines, they don't cope with the hot temperature quite so well at times, do they? Yes, there's been a few incidents over the weekend under the hot pressures of the Tattershall sunshine, and it's a slippery track, as we've heard from some of the riders over the weekend. Mason Foster was one of those riders who went down over the weekend, but as you can tell, he is back up. The championship leader is starting in pole position for today's race, so that will be, it's good to see that Mason Foster will be starting this race, and of course from pole position. So as we said, Mason Foster starting in pole position ahead of Ethan Sparks on the front row of the grid. Clayton Edmonds will be next up on row number 2 in third spot. Next up alongside him we have Samuel Munson on bike number 72 in fourth position on the grid. In fifth is Henry McCartney on bike number 31. Warwick Brady is in sixth place. Next up is Greg Marshall in seventh on row number 4. Finnan Wedity is in 8th
ahead of Charlie Huntingford on row number 5 in 9th spot. Rounding out the top 10 is Ruben Bray ahead of Max Wedity. We have a couple of riders down on the warm-up lap. They're both up and okay, which is great to see from both riders there. So it looks like we had Warwick Brady might be one of those riders. I'm not quite sure what the other one is, so they're battering the handlebar back into place. Fingers crossed they can make the start of this race, but we might get a slight delay on the start of this race if the riders can't make it back onto the grid. But they have done the background and are quickly making their way to the start of the grid, Dan.
Well, they're making their way back to the grid, but having accidents at the start of the race is better than having them in the race, one could suggest. So, as everyone else is getting ready for the race start, the AC40 Pros first race of the weekend. It's going to be a good one for these young riders. Mason Foster and Ethan Sparks due to start on the front row of the grid. And it's going to be another scorcher here at Tattershall. This is round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships, the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbikes Championship. On the road to MotoGP, we're on the road to the start. The green flag goes up, the green flag goes down. We are underway. A good start by Mason Foster into the lead immediately into turn 1. However, and a good start from a few rows further back. It looked like Clayton Edmonds and Henry McCartney got some good traction from a little bit further back. That really did aid them, making their way through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. Left and right, a very tricky balance to get a load of speed through there, but side by side for 3rd and 4th place into the infield for the first time. But everyone gets underway safely. That's exactly what we wanted. But Mason Foster, not unexpectedly, runs away with it. Has a great gap already heading up towards the final few corners. And it will be Ethan Sparks, who did start in 2nd place, certainly a little different, Liam.
Yes, absolutely, Dan. But Mason Foster is out in the lead, commanding this race at the moment, chasing his 9th win of the season, winning race number 10 for the AC40 Pros. So only one of those races he didn't win, and that was way back at Red Lodge, race number 2. So as the riders completed lap number 1, Ethan Sparks is still in 2nd, but only a second. I say only a second. That is a second behind Mason Foster. Samuel Munson in 3rd spot, Clayton Edmonds in 4th, Henry McCartney in 5th, ahead of Warwick Brady, Finn and Wedity, Greg Marshall in 8th, Charlie Huntingford in 9th, Ruben Bray in 10th, ahead of Max Wedity, running out the top 11, all the runners and riders. But we've got a good battle going on for 3rd spot. That is Samuel Munson and Clayton Edmonds. These two have met on track many times so far this year as they head towards turn number 9. We still have Samuel Munson ahead of Clayton Edmonds as they've made their way through turn number 9. Bike shaking, a very horrible corner there, Dan.
Well, it's not a great corner to go through with a load of space. We've got a rider who stopped on the exit of turn number 7. We're not sure who that is. They're restarting the bike. It's at number 31. So that is Henry McCartney. Throws the bike onto the floor. So the marshal clearly not happy with that at all. So that's not a good sign. So yellow flags are out at that particular section. Out is Henry McCartney, but Mason Foster leads this race, heading through turn number 7 now. So making their way through the final portion of this lap once again. Ethan Sparks and Samuel Munson, they were not quite so close to each other on that lap, but as we go over the line to start yet another lap in this race, Mason Foster, the number 88, set the fastest lap on that last lap. No new fastest lap on this one though. So Foster, Sparks, Munson and Edmonds, 3rd and 4th, battling into turn number 1. They're side by side. Can they make the move up the inside? Not quite. Samuel Munson retains the position so far. So 72 ahead of 146, making their way into turns 2 and 3. Now you've got to set them up for the infield. The infield's such a tricky section. These little AC40 bikes can get round there a lot quicker. They're a little bit less mechanical grip, say, but because they're so light, they can really flow through there. The riders, line astern, not able to make a move at this moment, just being patient, Liam, and waiting to set up a move.
Yes, absolutely. Being patient is the name of the game, and patience is what Clayton Edmonds will need for Samuel Munson to try and grab the final podium position. But as we look a little bit further back down the field, Finn and Wedity is making some moves on Warwick Brady in 5th and 6th position as they come through the final turn. But have we got a move for 3rd spot? Yes, we do. It's going to be Edmonds up the inside, late on the brakes. Not quite yet. We have Munson still in 4th spot, but Edmonds isn't letting this lie down just yet. The bikes were moving and shaking as they were late on the brakes into turn number 1. But as they head towards turn number 4, the gap opens up through the fastest sections of the track. But then again, we have Edmonds just drawing the gap back in through the tight and twisty stuff. And then as we head down towards turn number 1, he's already back onto the back of Munson. So we've got Mason Foster still in the lead of this race, but the last lap there pulled out another 4/10 of advantage over Ethan Sparks.
Really just running away with it. It's absolutely brilliant pace for the number 88 rider. Ethan Sparks 3.4 seconds behind now, so that gap increasing once again. Samuel Munson still ahead of Clayton Edmonds into turn number 1. Still can't quite make the move, so whilst they are side by side, it's going to be very, very close between the two of them. A little bit of contact, it looked like to me. They just nosed each other out as they made their way into the infield section once again. But that's where such a close battle for Samuel Munson, really soaking up the pressure very well so far, retaining that final step on the podium. Clayton Edmonds desperate for an extra medal to go with his collection, and it does require a certain level of sizing up. He's been trying to go up the inside, Clayton, for a few laps at turn 1. It's clearly not working, so he kept up out of turn number 1, tried to go side by side through the final corner, couldn't make it work, getting a good run, head down into the braking zone, move still can't be made. Samuel Munson has got him covered into turn 1, but out of turn 2, the slingshot, such a great run. They're side by side in the last lap, couldn't keep it up on this lap. And we've got 4 laps to go, so halfway through this race now, so there isn't as much time perhaps as you would want, so you have to get on with it with an element of certainty.
Yes, absolutely, but as I said a couple of laps ago, Clayton Edmonds closes the gap up through the tight and twisty stuff, and as we see that, and of course Munson pulls away at the start of the lap. So as they come across the start-finish line, we always have Edmonds all over the back of Samuel Munson. So around turn number 9, this battle for third is not dead and buried just yet. We always have Edmonds getting a great run through the final turn, as we have now along the home straight into turn number 1. Will Edmonds make a move late on the brakes? Up the inside, not quite yet, just sizing up his rival for the last couple of laps. 3 laps to go, and of course, will Edmonds maybe make a move into turn number 2? Not quite yet. Very, very fast-paced stuff from Samuel Munson through the first couple of corners there. So let's not forget, our race leader Mason Foster is going into to try and win his 9th race of the season out of 10, ahead of Ethan Sparks, who is on screen at the moment. Ethan Sparks in 2nd spot, who is a full 4 seconds ahead of the battle for 3rd. That is Munson and Edmonds. Warwick Brady in 5th spot, ahead of Finnan Werity, who's not made any moves on Warwick Brady just yet. Charlie Huntingford in 7th, ahead of Greg Marshall, Ruben Bray in 9th, and Max Werity rounds out the top 10. So we've only had 1 DNF from this race so far, and that's Henry McCartney.
Henry McCartney out, unfortunately. We have got 2 more races for him tomorrow, so hoping to see Henry McCartney back out once more. The battle still goes on for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. Well, the 3rd and 4th is Samuel Munson and Clayton Edmonds, almost nose to tail, almost side by side into turn number 2. Had a look at a move, couldn't make it work through the infield in turn number 2. There's also a great battle going on at the moment. Warwick Brady and Finnan Werity, that's 5th and 6th. Into the final few corners for them now. It's going to be very close, but as the final lap is started, the final lap for Mason Foster, he's heading towards turn number 1. There's got 1 lap left to win.
Yes, it looks like we've still got a battle for 3rd as they come across our finish line. We've got Edmonds making a move into turn number 1. Will Edmonds make the move late on the brakes? And it's very late indeed from Edmonds, but he's still in 4th spot. Samuel Munson still holding the lead. Oh, I say lead at 3rd place at the moment. Through turns 2 and 3, it's still Munson. Can Edmonds make a move towards the end of this lap? It's not looking like they're doing it just yet. Mason Foster on screen as he heads towards turn number 8, the fast left-hander into the tight turn number 9. Mason Foster has commanded this lead, this win, and he's 8 seconds ahead of his next challenger, Ethan Sparks. As Mason Foster rounds the final turn, it's going to be 9 races out of 10 for Mason Foster on bike number 88. Great ride from the youngster. 9 races, as I said, out of 10, extending the championship lead. Ethan Sparks comes across the line in 2nd, but who will be 3rd? Will it be Munson or Edmonds? Across the line side by side is Samuel Munson holding 3rd spot. The final podium position ahead of Edmonds, Warwick Brady, and of course Max Finn and Werity 5th and 6th as they come across the line any second now through the final turn. Who will it be? Will it be Brady? Will it be Werity? It's going to be Brady in 5th spot, running at the top 5. Finn and Werity put a valiant effort in to challenge the top 5, but comes across the line in 2nd. Greg Marshall in 7th spot ahead of Charlie Huntingford in 8th, and Ruben Bray 9th place. And we've had a small incident on track. Who will it be? So it looks like the riders not too happy, but we have the riders back on track, standing up at the moment. So that was a very close battle at the end. It looks like that was Max Werity. It was Max Werity in the final lap there on bike 110.
Well, a shame there for Max right at the very end of the race. Comes over the line to take the checkered flag, but another great victory for Mason Foster, the number 88, once again winning. We're saying that so much this season, it's getting a little tiresome, one supposes, but beyond that, a great ride from the number 88, the AC40 Pro Race 1. And we'll be coming out, as with all our classes, 2 more races tomorrow. It started as it meant to go on with some action. A few riders falling out of turn number 5 on the warm-up lap. And make sure that they did get underway. They did get underway and they were quite happy to battle. Henry McCartney had a problem, technical problem with the bike. He gets off the bike. The marshal then, very angry, throws it onto the grass, bounces. And, well, hopefully that's all fixed and repaired by tomorrow. Samuel Munson and Clayton Edmonds. Race long battle continued into turn 1 was their best opportunity. A rider then having a moment. That was Max Werity, as mentioned, right at the very end of the race. Not quite sure what happened there, but that is the end of the AC40 Pros. We move on now to the Pit Bike 140 and Moto Team race. And you're here with us. This is round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibikes Championships. We are heading on to the green flag lap now. It's going to be quite the large entry, 21 riders at the moment. And as the marshals, just making sure everyone is in this race. Another one where Brad Ray will be racing. The number 28 rider, Brad Ray, winner in the Bennett's British Superbikes Championship, our official partner series. And many riders have come from the FAB paddocks into BSB, into national racing, international racing at very high level. So there's plenty of young talent here to enjoy, plenty of young talent here to have the... Oh yeah, plenty. So basically, plenty of young riders and older riders here who've gone on to great things at all levels. Cameron Horsman also in this race, former British Talent Cup rider. Of course, one of the championships that many of our riders do go into from the FAB-Racing paddocks. Many riders are getting up to it. And the number 16 is Harvey Claridge, qualified in 2nd. And just a reminder of the cardboard fairings run aboard that machine. Was set up as a bit of a joke, but has basically carried on, so I think that's going to be on there for the rest of time, Liam.
Yes, absolutely, Dan. Giving the front end some downforce like the Ducatis in MotoGP. I thought it was quite funny between Harvey Claridge and Cameron Horsman. Maybe Claridge was Horsman was letting out some air of Claridge's front tyre, but I doubt that'll happen. He doesn't want to make the bike any less easier to ride. So as we've got the 21 riders on the grid, it's a little bit down compared to Clay Pigeon when we had a huge grid of 30 riders. That was a little bit manic last time out at round number 3, but we're going to have the green flag lap starting in a couple of seconds time as the riders are still lining up on the grid. We've got the grid ready and forming. As you might notice throughout the race, there's a bike at the back of the grid, bike 134, and some very retro looking leathers. That is Iona Glover, so looking very classy out there at the moment.
Well, we had the number 16 of Harvey Claridge just jumping up and down off the bike, so clearly getting a bit of a sore leg situation aboard that, but the riders do now head off into the green flag lap. It's a 1 kilometre course here at Tattershall. 21 riders. How do they line up?
So Jamie King will be starting in pole position. Your championship leader was looking very forward to 2 or head to qualifying 2 as he was fastest in qualifying 1. He's kept that ahead of Harvey Claridge on bike number 16. Charlie Nesbitt is also in this race on bike number 86 in 3rd spot ahead of Will Howarth. Brad Ray will be starting from 5th spot on bike number 28 ahead of Richard Holmes Williams in 6th position. Matthew Bolsover, our previous championship leader, will be starting in 7th spot ahead of Ashley Midwood in 8th position there. We've got Ian Jackson 9th position on the grid on bike number 7 ahead of Tom Ward running at the top 10. Simon Clowes on the Moto Team bike will be on 11th place on the grid on bike number 133 ahead of Bernie Hook. Sean Whittaker in 13th ahead of Fraser Kinnaird. Daniel Gilbert in 15th spot ahead of Jason Pugh in 16th on bike number 8. Neil Kinnaird on bike number 83 and 17th ahead of Alistair Kinnaird on bike number 5. Roger Monks in 19th, and it's going to be Vince Bailey running at the top 20 ahead of 134 Iona Glover.
Well, Iona Glover is getting up to the positions in the grid, but the number 28 rider Brad Ray will start in 5th place. We mentioned him just a few times. The likes of Jamie King and Harvey Claridge also ones to keep an ear out for, but no Charlie Nesbitt, I'm told, as well. So as they get underway now, green flag has gone as one rider immediately pulling off to the side of the grid. Not sure who that is. They are on the bike. They've just pulled off, so a technical problem with that bike, you could suppose. But Jamie King gets a good start. He's just about leading from Harvey Claridge. Harvey Claridge was going side by side up towards the infield for the first time. Claridge up the inside, so Harvey Claridge leads this race. 2nd place for Jamie King, 3rd place for Bradley Ray, 4th place at the moment, I'm not too sure, but it's the number 421, I believe, who is the one that stopped on the grid, Liam.
That's Matthew Bolsover, has pulled off at the start of the grid. Very lucky to not be hit by any riders behind them as he started in 7th position. But Harvey Claridge up into the lead of this race through the tight and twisty stuff, which he's been proving he's been incredible at throughout the whole season. Brad Ray's pushed down to 4th spot as he looks over his shoulder. He's got a bike problem. He wheelies across the line. Maybe he's just having a little bit of fun out there, but Brad Ray down to 4th spot. But it's Harvey Claridge ahead of Jamie King. Will Howarth moves up to 3rd spot. Brad Ray down to 4th. Richard Holmes Williams in 5th. Ashley Midwood 6th. Ian Jackson 7th, Simon Clowes in 8th, Tom Ward 9th, and Fraser Kinnaird rounding out the top 10 as Matthew Bolsover sits at the edge of the circuit, not looking too happy with his luck in this race. But Harvey Claridge is pulling a great lead at the start as Brad Ray is getting hounded by Richard Holmes Williams and Ashley Midwood for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Brad certainly enjoying some good racing this weekend here at Tattershall, and is up the inside, was certainly looking up the inside of Richard Holmes Williams, now under attack from the number 26 rider of Ashley Midwood. So over the line they come once again. Brad side by side on the inside line, rider's right hand side of Richard Holmes Williams. No avail though, so couldn't make the position through. It is Harvey Claridge 0.5 of a second ahead of Jamie King. Will Howarth is in 3rd place, also the first of the Moto Team riders. Great riding from Will Howarth. Fastest lap so far and challenging the back of the number 76 rider. Then behind them it is Richard Holmes Williams. Brad Ray still under attack from Ashley Midwood, and in fact has been passed by Ashley Midwood. So Brad Ray down another position heading up towards turn number 7. Followed by Ian Jackson and Simon Clowes, Tom Ward and Fraser Kinnaird at the top 10. Matthew Bolsover has returned to the pit lane, so unfortunately is confirmed out of this race. Almost a change for 2nd place as well, heading into turn 1. Jamie King coming under increased pressure from Will Howarth as they go through turns 2 and 3. Harvey Claridge not feeling a problem. Jamie King is being attacked heading into turn number 4.
Yes, Harvey Claridge has pulled a bit of a gap at the top of the field, and it's Jamie King that's going to be feeling the pressure from Will Howarth. As you said, Dan, earlier on, set the fastest lap of the race. Can we see a Moto Team rider win it, the first outright race of the year? Oh, a bit of a moment there from Will Howarth out of the seat, out of turn number 7 there. That's okay, still in the lead of the 3rd spot in the race, but still he's all over the back of Jamie King. Through the final turn, Jamie King has a bit of a moment. Will Howarth get alongside him? Yes, he does. Late on the brakes at turn number 2. That is into 2nd spot. That is Will Howarth into 2nd spot in the race, and chasing down your early race leader. That is Harvey Claridge, who's not pulled away as much as we might have thought he might have early on in this race. So we've got a group of 3 out front. That's Claridge, Howarth and King.
Into turn 4, the first of the very tight hairpins. You go left, then right, then left again. It's going to be very close. Will Howarth has got so much confidence aboard the Moto team machine. Harvey Claridge struggling for pace a little bit. On that last lap was a couple of tenths slower than Jamie King and Will Howarth. Heading towards the final corner now. Very long run. This is where Will Howarth got his success once before. He squeezed all the way to the end of the side. On the right-hand side, he goes up for the inside at Harvey Claridge. He can't take the race lead. He almost took the rear wheel off him. But as they make their way through turns 2 and 3, once again, it's getting ever closer between the pair of them.
Yes, Harvey Claridge is the last of the late breakers. Will Howarth is going to have to ride around the outside or through Harvey Claridge if he wants to try and lead this race. So Jamie King still in third spot, but looks like there's a bit of a gap opening up between Claridge and Howarth, which means that we've got a group of 2 battling for the race win now. Claridge seems to have upped his pace now that he knows that Will Howarth is all over the back as they head down towards the final turn. Jamie King, can he pick up the pieces if these two make a mistake? Across start finish line once again. Will Howarth, Harvey Claridge, Will Howarth make the last of the late breakers? Not quite. Claridge still round the outside. There's a bit of a back marker in the way now. That is Iona Glover pushed out towards the edge of the track, but Claridge making some great late braking moves to stay in the lead of this race from Will Howarth.
But will it be enough though? This is the trouble. The number 96 rider has got so much straight line speed. Okay, they can just about keep it up in the infield sections, but Harvey Claridge is using every inch of the road in order to stay ahead in the race lead so far. We're on lap 6 at the moment, 7 laps to go into the second last corner, and Will Howarth tucked in right behind the number 16 rider. They go side by side once again. Harvey is getting wise to this and can break so much later. They're side by side, but Will Howarth makes it stick. He leads this race, but down has gone. I'm not sure who
Claridge,
that's gone down. Claridge has gone down.
Yeah,
it was Claridge who went down. So what happened there? My goodness me. He just couldn't take being overtaken, could he?
He was off into the dirt on the wide line as Will Howarth came past. Harvey Claridge tried to get back on the throttle early, but their front tyre screamed far too much and down Claridge went. But he's back into the race, and I don't believe he lost too many positions. No, he didn't. He's still in third spot. So can he maybe catch the back of Jamie King before the end of this race? 6 laps to go. Will Howarth now has a huge lead ahead of Jamie King with only 5 laps to go as they come across start finish line any second now.
Will Howarth over the line, our new race leader, the leading rider overall and in Moto team. 1.5 seconds is the gap between himself and Jamie King. Then Harvey Claridge is a third, 3.3 seconds behind Jamie in third place. Ashley Midwood up to fourth, having passed Ian Jackson. Richard Holmes Williams is up into 6th ahead of Simon Clowes. Then it's Tom Ward ahead of Brad Ray. So number 21 versus number 28. Two mates having a bit of fun out there so far. Then it is Fraser Kinnaird in your top 10. 5 laps to go. We're on lap 8 at the moment. And Will Howarth is your race leader.
No, how I said that Harvey Claridge might try and make all the moves possible to try and close back in Jamie King. It looks like that's happening. It looks like Harvey Claridge is on a very quick lap at the moment as King crosses the line to start the next lap. We've got Claridge in the background at the moment, and he's 0.2 of a lap faster. Jamie King, a bit of a moment there, back to Brad Ray, who's all over the back of his fellow Suzuki rider, well in this race anyway. That is number 21. Tom Ward has moved ahead of Brad Ray over the last couple of laps as they take off another lap. Looks like Brad Ray and of course Tom Ward are just having a bit of fun out there. So Tom Ward still holds 8th place ahead of Brad Ray as they come through past the back markers into turn number 2. Brad Ray setting up, letting Tom Ward ahead.
Going wide was the number 16 rider of Harvey Claridge out of turn number 5. There's also a yellow flag at turn number 8. There's a rider, can't see who it is. I think it's a Moto team rider who has just gotten off the bike. Technical problem with that and heading for retirement. So a shame there. Just confirmation of that rider down at turn number 8. And someone else has gone down at the same corner as well. My goodness me. So that seems to be a bit of a hot spot for trouble. They're pointing. Is there oil down at turn number 8? There could well be. They were pointing to the marshals at the apex, so perhaps there is. Red flag. There's a red flag. Confirmed a red flag with 2.5 laps to go. A red flag because of that thing down at turn number 8. So We're not quite sure as to why. We will get you more confirmation as and when we can, and we won't know whether that's a result as of yet. There's also rider stops at turn number 6. That, I believe, is the number 8 machine. I think, looking out the window, it looked like to be the number 8. Carrying on though, so no real problem, just slowing down with technical issues. Well, as for that, red flag with 2 laps left to go, according to our timing screens for the Pit Bike 140 and Moto Team riders. Could well be a result, although we will get confirmation for that in just a moment. But if it is, it would mean that the Moto Team rider, Will Howarth, the number 96, takes the victory in Moto Team and overall. And I certainly can't recall that happening for a long while in Cool Fab Racing. So confirmation then, according to what I'm being told, Will Howarth is your race winner. Winner in Moto Team, winner in the overall class as well. Pit Bike 140, Jamie King was the winner. So took pole position and took the victory in class. Extremely happy with that, I can imagine Jamie will be. Harvey Claridge and Ian Jackson were 3rd and 4th, ahead of Simon Clowes, Richard Holmes Williams and Tom Ward. So Clowes and Ward are your 2nd and 3rd in the Moto Team category. Brad Ray was in 8th, ahead of Fraser Kinnaird. Sean Whittaker is the man who rounds out the top 10. But just a reminder then, the first Pit Bike 140 and Moto Team race of the weekend. Everyone gets away cleanly into turns 2 and 3 for the first time. And well, it's a bit of a challenge. Problem for the number 421, that was Matthew Bolsover into retirement off the grid. So a shame for him. Brad Ray was having a few battles with a few riders, enjoying being overtaken as well as doing a bit of overtaking here and there. Brad really is a very talented rider, getting past by the number 26 into turn number 5. But the battle for 2nd place started to emerge between Jamie King and Will Howarth. Then it didn't emerge because it had already happened. Carrying on, then a few attempts made, the number 96 on the number 15, number 16 of Harvey Claridge. They fought for a few laps, more and more pressure being put up by Harvey Claridge. And as they went side by side over the line, heading up towards the first corner, he did make the move stick. They both go a bit wide, but then just loses the rear end, does the number 16 rider of Harvey Claridge. Just tried to turn in, maybe a bit too much grip wanted. So an unfortunate shame there for Harvey. And as they go through, just confirmation a bit moment, then the bike goes down. Tom Ward and Brad Ray also enjoying a good scrap, good friends. And as they make their way over the line, they continue to fight on for the end of the race. So confirmation, one rider stops, about to head back to the and then another pointing to the apex and sort of waving. Red flag then coming out, which then ended the race. That was confirmed as a result. So that was it, as we also had a Moto Team rider stopping on circuit right at the end of that for the race for the Pit Bike 140 Moto Teams. They are putting down some sawdust and chalk dust, so it's not... There are a few moments the marshals are taking out to just clean up all the oil and residue off the corner, and we'll go for a slight breather after some very fiery and intense action here. Thank you for joining us. This is round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. It's Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr here on commentary. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have you here with us in the baking sunshine in Lincolnshire. Well, it's all very exciting. I need a breather, Liam.
Yeah, you and me both, mate. I think we all need a breather here. As you said, that the track is heating up out there, and of course we've got a lot of fantastic race action still to come. Of course, the Junior LC40 Elites and the Senior Mini Motos. So we will be right back, so don't go anywhere.
This is Cool Fab Racing. Live coverage all season on the Cool Fab Racing Facebook page and on the website coolfabracing.com. This is Cool Fab Racing. Live coverage all season on the Cool Fab Racing Facebook page and on the website coolfabracing.com.
Of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. We're at Tattershall in Lincolnshire, ahead of some fantastic racing. We've had some spicy action out there so far, Liam. It is Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr here in the commentary box, bringing you through all of the action. We're taking a temporary pause in our action due to some cement dust and some other sawdust being placed down to ensure some fluids have been picked up on the circuit. But if you could just talk us through quickly, Liam, what they're doing and why they're doing it.
I thought you were going to ask me to talk me through some of the broom skills that's going on out there. But
That's
I
really
just thought
not
it was
interesting, Liam.
I thought
I
it was
wasn't
quite
gonna
funny.
ask
They're
you
all
that.
standing around there as they watch one person just brush away as there was another 9. Yeah, so it looks like there was some liquid put down in the circuit there, so it has to be covered up before we continue with the racing action here today at Tattershall. Now, from the previous race in the Pit Big 140s and Moto Team Race 1, there was an incident at turn number 9 where a rider stopped at the edge of the circuit and another rider went down on what was the said oil. They stopped the race and there's been cement dust put down at turn number 9 and through turn number 2 and of course at turn number 4 as well, so we're waiting for that to be cleared up. Fingers crossed that'll be cleared up in a very short while and we will get back to some racing action for the LC40 Elite class and the Senior Mini Motos before the end of the day.
So 2 races to go here on the Saturday. You'll be delighted to know we've got not just 1 but 2 sets of races tomorrow. We'll very quickly, the provisional order starting tomorrow will be at around 10:30. The first Mini GP50 race of the day, the second of the weekend, followed by the Extreme 200s. Mini F1 sidecars are third on the bill this weekend, ahead of the AC40 Rookies, the Mini GP70s, the AC40 Pros, the Pit Bike 140 and Moto teams, the Junior LC40 Elites, and then the Senior Mini Motos. That will round us out of the morning's action, taking us into the lunch break, and then around 2 o'clock we'll do it one last time ahead of the next round. So, as the riders are preparing to head out onto circuit, the Junior LC40 Elites are going to come out in just a few moments' time. There is one rider who's popped out, so I'm not sure why the rider has come out of the paddock. Talking to a marshal at the moment, trying to say, well, can I not go to the grid? Marshal probably saying, no, we're in the middle of something.
I actually think that's one of the Senior Mini Moto riders. They're too tall to be an LC40 Elite.
We can get some quite tall children.
Yeah, but not quite that tall. He's been a very naughty boy, trying to get himself into another race.
So he's heading back to the paddock after being told, no, you can't come and play for now. And everyone else just getting ready to get underway with the next race, which is the Junior LC40 Elite at the moment. So as they're cleaning up the fluids on the circuit, we must state it's not just water. If it was water, it would dry up pretty quickly, but it would be something like oil or could be coolant on the ground, which basically, especially as they're bikes where you've got very little contact patch, if you were to slip, that could be quite dangerous. So the marshal's doing a good job. But let's have a reminder of some highlights as to what's happened over the course of the day this far. Extreme 200s were one of our first races this morning. And this afternoon, Anastasia got through the first turn, Liam, for the first time. Well, it was all a bit chaotic.
Yes, it was very chaotic. As you can see, Brad Ray making some moves as he was in third spot in the early laps of the race. And of course, we had some moves further down the field, going into turn number 1. A couple of riders making moves up the inside of their fellow compatriots there. Hard racing throughout the entire race. Of course, Brad Ray there on bike number 28. The BSB rider was making some one-off appearances this weekend in some of the categories and chasing down second spot very hard throughout the entire race there. But as we look down further through the field. As we said, there was some hard racing all the way down as we had Max Cook and of course Charlie Nesbitt, some former riders of the categories, moving in towards for a one-off race this weekend. But it was of course Holmes Williams that picked up the race win in the Extreme 200s ahead of Brad Ray earlier on in the day, as we had some great racing through into turn number 1. That was once again a Max Cook.
Max Cook, great victory and great battle in that race. We have our riders back out onto the circuit now though, as we get ready for the second last race of the day. The Junior LC40 Elites head up towards the start finish line. In fact, we say the Junior LC40 Elite does actually look like the Senior Mini Motos are going out now. So Senior Mini Motos are next on the bill, and we will get Senior Mini Motos are out next. They are heading up to the circuit. They're on the grid now, and we'll get the green flag lap underway in just a few moments time. A good entry this weekend. Good quality entry this weekend, and it's something we do like to have. Senior Mini Motos do provide some fantastic action over the course of the race meetings.
Yes, they do provide some fantastic race action. Now, it was supposed to be the LC40 Elites going out now, but we actually have the Senior Mini Moto class, so not too sure what the change in the bill is, but of course we've got some great race action ahead of us. Now, there's an 11 rider strong field for the penultimate race of the day in the Lincolnshire sunshine, as the riders make their way onto the start of their green flag lap. And in pole position, it is going to be Will Howarth, who was out in the previous race just there. He'll be starting from pole position ahead of Bernie Hook in second spot. Matt Birkin, our early championship leader, is in third position on the grid ahead of Josh Birkin on bike number 4. Andy Whedon is in fifth spot on bike 7 ahead of Simon Huntingford on bike 47 in sixth spot. Craig Ashall in 7th position on the grid, topping off row number 4 ahead of Nick Bennett on bike 711 in 8th place. Adam Ambrose will be in 9th spot on bike number 21, heading row number 5 on the grid ahead of Aston Dean on bike 137 with a very Valentino Rossi-esque helmet from the early 90s. And of course, rounding out the runners and riders for the Senior Mini Moto class as the riders make their way round to the start of the grid, as it looks like they're making a couple of warm-up laps. It's going to be Ross Michael on bike number 79. So there's a couple of warm-up laps that the riders will be taking, presumably to see how track conditions are.
Yes, and I think they might also be trying to mix the final bits of the sawdust and chalk dust just around to make sure it's not on the racing line, make sure no one slips on it, and as they should hopefully make the full grid at the end of this race, end of this lap. We've got one rider who's gone out without a front fairing, so basically running a piece of cardboard as a number board, which
that'd be absolutely awful for your aerodynamics.
Well, you think it is the case, but the fact it's just one slab of cardboard pointing upwards, I think probably would be as efficient. I think to talk about a car racing story for just a few moments, I think about like 30 or 40 years ago in the Touring Car Championships, TWR, Tom Walkinshaw Racing, had complained that Wyn Percy was running a angled number plate on his car.
Oh, right.
There's some kind of movable aerodynamic device. So the age-old argument. But will that be of assistance to that rider? We simply don't know. We will keep you up to date, of course. 11 riders are due to get out onto circuit, and they all look to be there. So we'll keep you updated. The 9-lap race in prospect then for the Senior Mini Motos. And as everyone makes sure they are in the final positions ahead of the green flag. The green flag marshals are just walking up the grid now. So final checks being prepared and underway. All should be going well. Cloud cover starting to come in, so track temperature may drop a degree or two. Still a very healthy 21 degrees out there, so not bad weather, all things considered, but we are due to get the race underway. Green flag will be held up in the air in just a few moments. Bit of smoke from the number 96 Will Howarth bike. They do get underway though. A good start from Will Howarth. Heads into the lead for the first time. Second place, Matt Birkin and Josh Birkin duking it out at the moment. The two Birkins going well in the very early stages of this race. through turns 2 and 3 for the first time as well. Everyone has got through cleanly. No problems as of yet. So Will Howarth did make a good start. Got a couple of machine lengths. That's now been tailored back just a little. So it's a fight. First, second and third. Side by side for the race lead into turn number 7 for the first time. And well, Will Howarth, he has got the lead. But for how long can he retain it? Because it is by no means a certainty.
Yes, it looks like Bernie Hook is finding every which way, and he does. Up the inside into the final turn, pushes Will Howarth back, and Matt Birkin in third spot as they come across the line. Will Howarth make his way up the inside, not quite, but Matt Birkin round the outside, runs a little wide, and this is a great battle for the top 3 at the moment. Matt Birkin changes his line into turn number 2, and not quite making a move stick just yet. As we look further back, it looks like Josh Birkin up to 4th spot. He is. That is Josh Birkin up to 4th spot. It pushes Andy Weeding aside, and that is a change for positions 4th and 5th as they come into turn number 4. So Matt Birkin chases the back of Will Howarth, who chases the back of Bernie Hook in the opening stages of the Senior Mini Moto race number 1.
3-way fight for the race lead, although the race lead is actually starting to gap a little bit. Even if you can get a small gap, that's all you need really to give yourself a bit more breathing room. Heading over the line, and it is the leader. Still, Bernie Hook is fighting away with Will Howarth. Will Howarth is in second place, side by side once again as they make their way over the line now. And definitely going to be a good result for those so far. Riders still making their way through up towards turns 4 now. 4th and 5th getting very close at the moment as well. Heading up into the first of the hairpins. Left, then right, then left again. And that's a piece of cardboard on the front of the second rider's fairing, definitely not being aerodynamic. How, in fact, it's pretty much wrapped around his handlebars by this point.
Yes, it is. That's 2 riders. Josh
he's gone
Birkin.
down.
That's Josh Birkin down, falling out of 4th spot, back in the race. It looks like he's lost a few positions there, but losing the front coming through turn at number 7 as he was getting pressured from the legs of Andy Whedon. So Josh Birkin back into the race. Can he make any progress? But thankfully he's back in the race as Matt Birkin looks like he's making a move all over the back of Will Howarth. Will Howarth be able to hold off Matt Birkin? Well, we'll continue to see if that's the case.
Well, it is Bernie Hook, the number 0, in first place, 1.1 seconds ahead of Will Howarth. Matt Birkin under pressure. They're fighting the pair of them, Andy Whedon and Nick Bennett. That's officially your top 5. And then you've got Adam Ambrose, Craig Ashall and Josh Birkin all nose to tail, side by side. Adam Ambrose, the number 21 orders contacts as well. The rider goes down, he's back up onto his feet and is about to get back onto the bike. Wasn't sure which rider that was, but it all got a bit too close for comfort there. It isn't the easiest thing to do, fighting through the hairpins, and unfortunately to their detriment, they found out just how tricky this circuit is.
There's a lot of fantastic and hard battling going on all the way down the field in the Senior Mini Moto race. So that was Josh Birkin who was trying to make his way back through the field, getting embroiled in a fantastic battle with many of the riders further down. So it looks like it could have been Craig Ashall that went down in that incident. But Matt Birkin still all over the back of Will Howarth. There's a 1.1 second gap between Bernie Hook, who just set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 50.444. So he's pulling away ever so slightly from the battle for second and third. There's just over 5 laps remaining of this race as they head towards the final turn. Can Matt Birkin get a good run through the final turn across the start finish line? They come now as a bit of a gap opened up, so he won't be able to make a move just yet, but he's very good out of this turn at number 1 hairpin as he chases the back of Howarth. But it looks like Howarth and Birkin have made inroads into the back of Bernie Hook. They have. They were a 10th faster on the previous lap, so Hook could be coming under pressure from second and third any moment now, as it looks like Howarth has found his feet once again and continues to close the gap.
Will Howarth, Matt Birkin, that battle for second and third. The tricky thing, as always with the Senior Mini Motos, is without wanting to sound harsh, is sheer size. Because they are larger riders on these bikes as opposed to the kids when they're racing on these kind of bikes. They can't move the bikes about quite so much, but they also have quite a large aerodynamic effect. Once you get into the slipstream, as Matt Birkin is finding now through the final corner, ducks left, ducks right, tries to go up the inside into turn number 1. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. Up into second place, and he timed that really perfectly. New fastest lap on that last lap as well. So Matt Birkin, as I was just saying, gets into the slipstream, really makes the move work. Will Howarth was starting to close in a little bit though through turns 3 and 4, rolling off the brakes a little earlier, just letting the natural momentum carry you into the corner. It's not the easiest thing in the world to try and do, but Bernie Hook, the race leader, is starting to be closed down by Matt Birkin, your new man, in second place. There's only 3 laps to go in this as well, so not an awfully large amount of time in which to make progress.
Yes, you said Matt Birkin is closing down his championship rival Bernie Hook. He made a bit of an error into turn number 7, lost it from him, picked it up, but is still continuing on his way. He was a tenth slower on that lap because of that incident than Bernie Hook, so Hook has still got a 1.1 second advantage at the top of the field with only 3 laps to go. Matt Birkin is pushing very hard, ever so hard, to try and catch that gap back up, but it looks like Hook has got it under control at the moment. Howarth is still in third. Andy Whedon is a few seconds further back. I say a few seconds further back. He's 14 seconds further back than Howarth. Josh Birkin has moved his way back up to 5th. So after crashing out of 4th spot earlier on in the race, he's now back up to 5th spot and a few seconds further back than Andy Whedon in 4th. Nick Bennett in 6th ahead of Adam Ambrose in 7th. Simon Huntingford in 8th. Craig Ashall in 9th. Ross Michael in 10th. And Aston Dean rounding out the runners and riders.
We've had the unusual situation of the 2 leading riders, Bernie Hook and Matt Birkin, having both set identical fastest laps, 50.350. Bernie Hook only just set that, so it would actually go to Matt Birkin because Matt Birkin set the lap first. But 2 laps to go, and they're starting to encounter a few other riders in this race. That's going to close up the battles somewhat. In fact, Matt Birkin being reeled in by Will Howarth just by getting behind someone else, and this is when he can really use a good slingshot out of the infield section, really just patiently making sure you can get that momentum, get the position on track when you need it, because when it hits, that is when it's key. Bernie Hook, though, isn't worrying about that so much as he's about to come over the line. In fact, does come over the line to start the final lap of this race. Race 1 for the senior mini motos here at Coolfab, round 4 of the 2019 championships.
Yes, so we started the final lap of the race. Will Howarth looks like he's having trouble with the acceleration of his bike coming out of the turn 9 hairpin, but it's all over the back of Birkin. Will he make a move as they come through the infield section of the track? We're looking at our race leader, Bernie Hook, at the moment. He looks like he's got this sewn up for the moment as he approaches a back marker, but it's not all over yet. Birkin going defensive into turn number 7. Can Howarth get up the inside? Will he get round the outside? He's great on the brakes, not quite yet, but is Birkin still holding the second spot ahead of Howarth. We've got Hook all on his own in the lead of the race. Coming through the final turn, it's going to be Hook increasing his championship lead. That is Hook taking the first race win of the weekend ahead of Birkin, and of course Will Howarth rounding out the podium positions. We've got to wait an age to wait for 4th position. Can Birkin, Josh Birkin I'm talking about, catch the back of Andy Whedon as they come through the final turn? Not quite, as Andy Whedon still holding 4th spot on bike number 7, the cardboard numbered bike number 7. Josh Birkin, great recovery from Birkin there after crashing out of 4th spot. Drop back down the field, he's back up into 5th. Nick Bennett comes across the line in 6th spot. Adam Ambrose, Craig Ashall, Simon Huntingford will be coming across the line any moment now. We've got Craig Ashall coming across the line after Adam Ambrose, who crashed out earlier on in the race, as we've got Craig Ashall coming through the final couple of corners across the line, completes the race after he went down as he was embroiled in a battle between Birkin and Andy Whedon, and rounding out the top 10 will be Ross Michael ahead of Aston Dean. So Dan, that was a very incredible race at the top of the senior mini motos.
It was an incredible race at the very top of the senior mini motos. Good start by Will Howarth, led over the line for the first time, then slowly but surely Bernie Hook and Matt Birkin close in, just making sure that they are closing in. having a great scrap, as have for the rest of the race. A few other riders making a few mistakes, a couple of tumbles. No real damage done, but pride certainly hurt in that instance. Side by side further down the field, the number 7 of Adam Ambrose getting well and truly in with the action. Craig Ashall and Nick Bennett enjoying some close battles once again. So further and more contacts in that race. They go up, they go down. The bike barrel rolls around, but did manage to get it going in the end. No problem, but it wasn't a problem for Bernie Hook either. He was the winner of the race. Matt Birkin in second place, and Will Howarth rounds out the top 3. So that was the Senior Mini Motos. This is it for the rest of the day now. It is the Junior LC40 Elite. They are on their green flag lap. Half a lap to go. And as we now make our way through the rest of the stuff, it's up towards the grid, and we'll get the grid for that in just a few moments' time. Thank you for joining us. This is coverage of round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. It is the Junior LC40 Elites that head up onto the grid, and well, another 9-lap racing prospect. It's going to be quite the action-packed one, Liam.
It will be indeed, as always, from the LC40 Elite. So it's going to be our championship rivals starting off the top of the grid. Johnny Garness leads the championship on 213 points at the moment. That is 62 ahead of Mason Foster. I say they're championship rivals. Well, they've had some fantastic on-track battles so far this year. As we look back towards Red Lodge, there was great battles between both of them for all 3 races. So fingers crossed we can see more of the same without, hopefully, any incidents. Nice clean racing at the front of the grid. So it's the final race of the day here at Tattershall, round number 4 of the Cool Fab Championship, and of course we're going to have Mason Foster starting from pole position on bike number 88 for the Junior LC40 Elite category, ahead of championship leader, that is Johnny Garness. Emmanuel Brinton will be starting from third on the grid, on second row on the grid, ahead of Samuel Munson on bike number 72. Ronnie Harris will be next up in 5th spot on 3rd row of the grid, ahead of Josh Bannister on bike number 2 in 6th position. Clayton Edmonds on bike 146 will be in 7th spot, ahead of Ethan Sparks on 62. Cameron Sewell on bike 100 will be in 9th spot, and rounding it, the top 10 will be Charlie Huntingford on bike 76. The 6th row of the grid is led by Henry McCartney on bike number 31. Warwick Brady will be next up on bike number 99 in 12th spot. Greg Marshall in 13th ahead of Finn and Wedity. Ruben Bray in 15th spot ahead of Max Wedity.
16 qualifies for 9 laps of racing here at Tattershall. We have got the final. This is it, the final race of today. Of course, 2 more fantastic sets of races tomorrow, so all action here for round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. We are the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. We're on the road to MotoGP. These riders are destined for greatness in national, international levels of competition. Many of our riders, including BSB's Brad Ray, coming through the Cool Fab Racing paddocks, in fact come back to race with us on occasion, but we're about to get underway. The final race of Saturday is underway now. A good start from the front row. Mason Foster versus Johnny Garness. How many times over the years have we said that? But it's Garness who makes an initial getaway, great getaway, and into the lead of this race ahead of Mason Foster. Samuel Munson and Emmanuel Brinton getting involved, heading through the first few corners for the first time. They're all a bit line astern. There's not too much scrapping going on this first lap through the infield for the first time, but patience will certainly pay, Liam.
Well, indeed, Dan, and of course Johnny Garness is always very patient because he's usually leading the race, and of course he's picked up many wins this season. Mason Foster, as you said, has been his championship contender for many years. There's always been great on-track battles between both of them. As they come across start-finish line now, will Mason Foster make a move into turn number 1 late on the brakes, but Johnny Garness is even later on the brakes, and we've got to continue with the order that we started off with Johnny Garness leading Mason Foster, but that battle on track is ready to embroil ever more as the race continues. In third is Samuel Munson. Emmanuel Brinton in 4th place ahead of Josh Bannister has made a great start. Josh Bannister is up to 5th spot from 6th in the grid ahead of Clayton Edmonds, Ronnie Harris, Cameron Sewell in 8th ahead of Charlie Huntingford 9th, who Wally Brady runs out the top 10 ahead of Greg Marshall, Finnan Wedity, Ruben Bray, Ethan Sparks, Henry McCartney and Max Wedity.
Well, great starts. People are underway, and we are underway racing here with the Junior LC40 Elites. Garness versus Foster. This is the one we always mention. It's always so close. They're side by side again into turn number 1. He can't quite make the move. Mason Foster looked to ride his right-hand side. Couldn't quite chicken out on the brakes. Johnny Garness remains in the lead of this race. Samuel Munson third, ahead of Emmanuel Brinton and Josh Bannister. They are nose to tail at the moment. At the moment, it's more Samuel Munson versus Emmanuel Brinton. Emmanuel's final weekend racing in Cool Fab, we believe. We spoke to his father on Friday in the paddock during setup, and well, they said they're going to be moving to Spain as a family in a few months' time, and they're going to be taking a little bit of time to really decide what they're going to do. Continue, they might fly over and continue racing in Cool Fab, or they might race locally, and well, it is certainly a good audition for that, because it is Munson versus Brinton, 3rd and 4th, but the battle for the race lead has changed. In fact, it's Mason Foster, new fastest lap and into the lead of the race, but they're side by side into turns 2 and 3. The green bike of Mason Foster is just ahead of Johnny Garness, but Garness lets the brakes off, dives through on the inside into turn number 3. Liam, that is absolutely masterful stuff.
It's just incredible stuff from Johnny Garness, as we've become used to so far this season. As we've seen so many times, that Mason Foster looks incredibly fast on the fast corners and the straights. Johnny Garness is always a demon on the brakes as they come through turn at number 9. It's Johnny Garness from Mason Foster. Will Foster make another move into turn number 1? He's got a great run through turn 10. I'll cross the start finish line round the outside. Mason Foster fast on the brakes. Johnny Garness late on the brakes though. Mason Foster runs away. Johnny Garness back into the lead of the race. This race is shaping up to be an absolute classic between the two.
And apologies, we've got 6 laps left to go, and it's Garness versus Foster once again. Foster still has the fastest lap. That's the thing. There's always something about one of them which has got the momentum behind them. The gap was half a second over the line, but we're going through the infield section at the moment with the pair, and they are as close as can be.
Yes, they really are, because we've got Mason Foster climbing all over the back of Garness. Garness still gets a run through the corner, but as we see lap and lap again, Mason Foster's like a bullet from the gun through turn 10. As we come through turn 10, it's going to be a cross-start finish line. Will Mason Foster making the brakes? Oh, late on the brakes. A little bit of movement under the bike, touches with Garness into first. Johnny Garness coming back round the outside. Has he made done? He has done. Johnny Garness around the outside will not give up that lead. He's fighting tooth and nail, and every time Mason Foster jumps back into lead of the race, Johnny Garness snatches it right back again.
And that's the real thing with the momentum between the two. They've always got something on each other. Johnny Garness now with the fastest lap. It's even like when he went for the lead a few laps ago. Mason Foster had made it through. We do have a rider who's stopped on the infield. They are sanitised at the moment, so they seem to be all right. Problem with the bike perhaps for now, but Garness versus Foster, they head up towards the line once again. In the tow is Mason Foster. He looks to ride his right hand side up the inside at turn number 1, makes the move stick, so Mason Foster is back ahead, but Johnny Garness gets such a great run out of turn number 1. He's right back up again. Another rider stopped. That's down at turn number 9, I believe.
That's Samuel Munson out of
Samuel
the race.
Munson again with problems. Unfortunate for him. But as they go once again, it's still side by side between Garness and Foster. Foster again back through. Garness on rider's right hand side, ducks the rider's left hand side, throws it up the inside, takes the lead back once again through the hairpins, the left hairpins. They change the lead at every opportunity through the final corner. This is 3 laps to go. There's no relentement in this at this. No And it's side by side again. Mason Foster with a great run around the outside into turn number 1. Already got it settled by the corner. Will that be enough to do it, Liam?
Not quite, because we know Johnny Garness is going to come back as he does every single lap through turn number 3 into turn number 4. The big movement from Johnny Garness. He lets the brake off. It's run wide. Oh, the touch coming through turn 4. Mason Foster, Johnny Garness are giving us a battle for the ages. This is incredible stuff from the two youngsters here through the tight infield section. Johnny Garness is leading the way. Now through the tight infield, Johnny Garness always pulls away. He seems to be better on acceleration, but Mason Foster always has the power down the straight. They're pushing a back marker out of the way. We're coming on to the penultimate lap, coming across the start-finish lane. Again, Mason Foster with the run through turn 10, across the start-finish lane, late in the brakes, comes across Johnny Garness, cuts him off, says see you later buddy, and into the lead of the race once again. Can Johnny Garness make a move on the race leader once again? Will it be into turn number 4, late on the brakes, going up the inside? Yes, he does. It's Johnny Garness back ahead of Mason Foster. They nearly touch once again, Dan.
It's that way that going into turn 3 is the way that Garness can just let the brakes off on the handlebars, throw the bike through at the apex, and carry so much more apex speed than Mason Foster in order to catch through. With a lap and a half to go into the back section of this lap, Johnny Garness is ahead as they're about to start the final lap, but that is not a position you would willingly want to be. Mason Foster gets a great run out of the final corner, already into the lead by the braking zone, goes deep into turn 1, so with 1 lap to go, every corner is critical. Garness in second. He looks up the inside at turn number 2. This is unfamiliar territory for the young rider. He's always on the attack. He does. He sends it through on the inside. A bump there from Mason Foster. Got caught out by a bump in the road. Loses some vital track position. But half a lap to go. Mason Foster still on the attack.
Yes, Johnny Garness is that little terrier that will never go away. Mason Foster looks like he's lost the chance of the win of this race. Johnny Garness coming through the penultimate turn. He's done absolutely everything to take this race win. Through the final turn, Johnny Garness takes the race win here in the LC40 Elites ahead of Mason Foster. Not ahead of Mason Foster. Mason Foster has gone down, I believe, or pulled off the circuit. Mason Foster has disappeared on this final lap. No, he doesn't. He comes across the line eventually. 6 seconds further down, so he lost a bunch of time in the last couple of corners on that final lap. They're not quite sure what happened for Mason Foster. Emmanuel Brinton comes across the line only 3 seconds further back from Mason Foster. Clayton Edmonds in 4th, Josh Bannister in 5th spot, Ronnie Harris in 6th. We'll be waiting for Cameron Sewell, Charlie Huntingford, Ward Brady and the likes to come across the line any second now, as we've got a battle further down the field. This is a great battle to turn number 9. Will it be the number 76 of Charlie Huntingford? Yes, it will be. Charlie Huntingford holds on to continue to catch further up in the championship. But once again, Johnny Garness take another race win of the season ahead of his main championship rival Mason Foster. They have given us another fantastic and heated battle. I think I need another lie down.
Yeah, I think we're certainly going to need a lie down after that one. Some fantastic racing to end the day here at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. The junior LC40 Elites never fail to disappoint in the action. But let's catch a few highlights of what happened in that race. Well, it certainly started well. Good start for Johnny Garness ahead of Mason Foster. Emmanuel Brinton got a good start as well. Josh Bannister, though, great run from Josh as well to score 5th in the end. But it was about this magnificent battle between Garness and Foster. You almost feel like you've got to replay the full race in order to get the highlights of it. The battle was so good all the way through the race. Mason Foster would get a good run out of the final corner, then overtaken on the brakes. Johnny Garness would then overtake coming out of the final corner and the final few corners. Almost a few touches. In fact, there were a few touches. Samuel Munson in strife, not for the first time today, unfortunately, although we do look forward to having him back out and everyone out tomorrow. Side by side again into the infield. Dominant from Johnny Garness, the way he could just handle the bike and use all the available grip, whereas many riders just would struggle to be able to do so. Still though, Garness and Foster fighting side by side, just releasing the brakes up to turn number 3, just having a little bit more speed at the apex, flying it through. Mason Foster had nothing to respond with. That was that really for that race. But Mason Foster and Johnny Garness, they continued to fight, looking over each other's shoulders, but the decisive mood, it was Mason Foster who would come in second, and Johnny Garness, your race winner here. Junior LC40 Elites, and some fantastic action in that, Johnny Garness. Well done for a great win. Thank you for joining us. This has been some great racing today here at Round 4. Liam, just give us a bit of your personal highlights.
Oh, there's so many highlights of today. There was the Mini-GP 70s that gave us great race action all the way through. Obviously, the senior mini motos, the pit bike class, and of course, rounding off the day the way we did with the LC40 Elites, Mason Foster and Johnny Garness. Once again, those two don't give an inch when they're together on track. They will basically fire up the inside and do whatever they can to win the race. So it's a championship battle that Garness is still leading the way, and of course pulling ahead ever more, but you never know with those two. It can go either way. Mason Foster can come back tomorrow and take a double victory.
Well, that may well happen. We will wait and see to have more interesting and brilliant racing. Thank you for joining us. This has been live coverage of just the Saturday races here at Tattershall. We've got 2 sets of races to go tomorrow, so join us bright and early for the action. Don't forget you can join us on the archives, on our archives on motorsport.radio and on the Cool Fab Racing websites, where you can catch all of the racing as it was from many, many moons ago. Thank you for joining us. It's been some great racing from Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr. Until tomorrow, goodbye from me.
This is the Cool Fab Racing British Minibikes Championship.
Bike number 70 ahead of Carter Brown in 12th spot, and then it's Taylor Stewart Campbell on bike number 97 in 13th. Holly Harris is next up in 14th, and running out your runners and riders for the start of your Mini GP 50s. Race number 2 here from Tattershall is Warwick Brady in 15th place.
Well, a 15-strong entry. The riders make their way up to the grid then for the first race of Sunday, and they will look towards the green flag. We will not be starting with a red light for these races. It will be with the green flag. It goes up, but it's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. The marshals, though, move to the side of the grid. The riders look ever determined towards turn number 1. The first race of Sunday morning is about to get underway. The green flag is up, and it's go, go, go down towards the first line, the first corner for the first time. A great start by Josh Bannister, getting into the lead almost immediately as they make their way through turns 2 and 3 now. Left and right, long, fast left and right sweeps. Very difficult to keep the momentum through. Many riders using this as an opportunity to make a few moves. But Josh Bannister currently leads this race. Kyle Payne in second. A great start again from Sullivan Mounsey, up to 3rd place at the moment, but scrapping further behind. We've got many other riders, including Ryan Hitchcock. He had a good start to the race yesterday, and they're already under attack for the race lead. It is between Josh Bannister, Kyle Payne, as they make their way up to the line for the first time.
Yes, it is a great start there from Sullivan Mounsey, who's gone up to 3rd spot from 6th on the grid as they come across start finish line as fast as you like. Josh Bannister still leads the way from Kyle Payne. A move up the inside there. Was that Harrison Crosby up to 3rd spot? Yes, it was. Late on the brakes. Great move there from your championship leader. Now, Ryan Hitchcock needs to make a move early on in this race proceedings to stay in touch with your race leaders. But it looks like Josh Bannister at the top of the field is opening up a slight gap. It's Sullivan Mounsey still in 4th spot there. All under attack from Ryan Hitchcock through the tight, twisty section. Can Hitchcock make a move up the inside on the switchback? No, he can't, not yet. Maybe lining up a move into turn number 9. If not, it'll be a great exit from 9 into 10 and then try and get him along the home straight into turn 1.
Ryan Hitchcock uses a lot of different lines around the Tattershall circuit, much tighter than some do, especially these bikes which do require a little bit more precision. That can be of detriment as well as of a success for you. But the race leaders, Bannister, it is Josh Bannister still leading ahead of Kyle Payne. They make their way through turns 2 and 3 once again And up towards turn 4, it's 3 hairpins all in one long sequence. The riders are nose to tail, they can almost trip over each other. Bannister, Payne, then it is the following rider behind them. It's a 3-way scrap for the lead. Harrison Crosby in 3rd place. 4th place now is Ryan Hitchcock, having managed to get ahead of Sullivan Mounsey. On his way then to start getting into the battle, the top 3 battle for the race lead. Could be a top 4 battle by the time we know it. Over the line once again. We've got 11 laps to go, and it's still Josh Bannister ahead of the number 27-25 of Kyle Payne.
Yeah, Sullivan Mounsey looks like he may have made a move ahead of Ryan Hitchcock into turn number 1 in the background there. Not quite, it's still Ryan Hitchcock just ahead of Sullivan Mounsey, and made a great move through the twisted section last lap round. But look at Harrison Crosby, he is continuing to close the gap to the 2 leaders in front of him. Fastest rider on track at the moment, it looks like. But then you've got Kyle Payne still all over the back of Josh Bannister. Josh Bannister taking very defensive lines into the hairpin, just like he did at Clay Pigeon a month ago. Now, across start finish line, Josh Bannister's very quick out of the turn at 9 hairpin, and very fast through the quick turn 10, the final turn on this course. But Harrison Crosby's got a great run across the line over the bump, and can he go late on the brakes down turn number 1? Not quite yet. Josh Bannister's still very, very defensive, maybe a bit too defensive at this time in the race.
Well, you put it very well, because you get the feeling that he's being held up at the moment. He can't actually use the pace he's got because he's bottled up behind the rider in 2nd place. Trying to go side by side into turn number 4, around the outside into the left-handed hairpin. Not much chance there at the moment, but certainly signalling that he's eyeing up a move. But Ryan Hitchcock is now closing into the battle for the race lead. A 4-way scrap, therefore, for the race lead, heading up towards the final few corners. Once again, we've got 9 laps to go. Bannister still leads this race ahead of Kyle Payne, and Harrison Crosby, the man with the fastest lap, ahead of Ryan Hitchcock and Sullivan Mounsey. That's your top 5 as it stands at the moment. Lucas Brown is in 6th ahead of Ronnie Harris. Thomas Gomez, Carter Brown and Harrison McKee. That is your top 10. Ben Jolliffe ahead of Ollie Horner, Holly Harris, Taylor Stewart Campbell and Mike Brady. That's the top 15 runners and riders as it stands at the moment.
Now we had Kyle Payne taking a long look over his shoulder. That's made him drop back from Josh Bannister at the moment. Now this is a chance for Harrison Crosby to make his move. Well, it looks like Kyle Payne is ruffled a little bit. But look who's in 4th there. That's Ryan Hitchcock. He's closing up. Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Payne. Can he make up the inside? Crosby up the inside into 8. Not quite. Running over the curb. This is close stuff from 2nd, 3rd. But as they battle away, they're letting Bannister increase the gap at the front of the field. Now he's got a great run through the fast turn 10, down the home straight once again to start another lap. Late on the brakes, not quite. Josh Bannister still going defensive. He doesn't seem to know he's got a bit of a gap back to Kyle Payne in 2nd. But as they battle away, we've still got Ryan Hitchcock on bike number 43 in 4th spot, continuing to close the gap. Now this 4 have pulled away from Sullivan Mounsey and of course Lucas Brown in 5th and 6th position. But after Kyle Payne has seemed to sort himself back out, he's catching back up with Josh Bannister once again.
And it's 4 for the race lead now. Ryan Hitchcock is on the back of this train, really. A 4-rider machine at the moment, heading in towards turn 9, the penultimate corner, the very tight right-handed hairpin. We've had a rider gone down at turn number 4. They're up and off the bike, walking back. They seem to be all right, so it's just a potential tumble for them. But as we make our way into turn 1, once again, under attack, number 2 in number 1 position. Josh Bannister leads this race at the halfway mark. Kyle Payne still 2nd. 3rd place for Harrison Crosby. Confirmation of the number 98, Thomas Gomez, out of this race. Was the yellow flag at turn number 4. And if there is a yellow flag at turn number 4, that's going to prohibit overtaking in that particular section, making sure the riders bunch up again. The top 3 just ahead of Ryan Hitchcock, a machine length or 2 behind, but that's just enough to take the pressure off. Josh Bannister using a multiplex of lines at this point, trying to defend every which way, really tight, really wide. None seem to work. He just doesn't quite have the pace to gap them, but is staying ahead. Over the line once again and down towards turn number 1, and now it's Kyle Payne having to defend from Harrison Crosby, still with the fastest lap. They're nowhere near their fastest times at the moment as they make their ways through turns 2 and 3, Liam.
Yes, Dan, and the laps have decreased ever so slightly. They're now into the 48, but it was Ryan Hitchcock there who's used up a lot of his tyre to catch the 3 leaders who was back into the 48.3s. So he's lost a little bit of time now with 4.5 laps remaining of this Mini GP 50 race. But as I say that, Ryan Hitchcock is closing the gap to leaders again, so it must have been a mistake on the previous lap, but he looks like he's pushing hard. Kyle Payne late on the brakes into turn 9, a little bit wide, just sizing up a gap to see if he can pass Josh Bannister as they head down the straight back into turn number 1. Late on the brakes once again. Can Crosby make a move up the inside? No, he can't, but look, Kyle Payne, he had to lift up a little bit. Round the outside goes Hitchcock. Crosby, sorry, not quite doing it just yet as they come through the back markers. Could this give a chance to Crosby? Payne's wide up the inside. Has Crosby made a move? Not yet, but can he make it into turn number 4?
Not quite. There's not the space to make the move. The pace wasn't there. They caught the other rider in this race just at the wrong moment, and now Josh Bannister's been unsettled. Kyle Payne having to look right around the outside coming into turn number 7. Did he make the move? He certainly tried to make a move there up the inside, though. Ryan Hitchcock almost makes contact with Harrison Crosby into the second last corner. They touched only slightly, no damage done for either of them, but that's going to set the tensions going between the battle for third place. That's also unleashed Josh Bannister and Kyle Payne to have a bit of a scrap on their own through turns 2 and 3. Left versus right, really having to move the bike over. A very physical movement as they make their way up towards the infield. Once again, we've only got 2 3/4 laps to go. The race leader is Bannister ahead of Kyle Payne. Third and fourth is still under attack. Once again, Ryan Hitchcock's going for the inside line, tries to make it on Harrison Crosby. Crosby runs wide, right around the outside at turn number 7, and through has gone Ryan Hitchcock with more mechanical grip. It seemed a bit of a shake of the head there from Harrison Crosby. Not best pleased, it seemed.
No, he was not best pleased at all, but it looked like it was Ryan Hitchcock that was making some of the hard moves to begin with. But looking further back, it looks like we might have a change for 5th and 6th. Yes, it is. Brown has just moved ahead of Sullivan Mounsey through turn number 9, so that's a great battle going on between the 5th and 6th. Now, there's only a lap and a bit remaining, and it looks like Hitchcock is making inroads into your top 2. Bannister's got a bit of a gap on Payne. Payne has a little bit of a gap on Hitchcock, but through the tight and twisty section of this track, again, it looks like Hitchcock on the number 43 bike has closed that back up and have dropped Harrison Crosby.
Well, dropping Harrison Crosby is not going to be happy with that. He needs to get his head back into the game, but as we get ready to start the final lap through the penultimate corner, number 2, Josh Bannister leads heading on to the final lap. Kyle Payne in 2nd, Ryan Hitchcock in 3rd. They're a few machine lengths away from each other, but as they make their way into turn 1 for the final time, Kyle Payne closes up on the brakes. Josh Bannister runs a little deeper. The left-handed line is not quite so good if you're trying to defend. He's been able to soak up so much pressure and place the bike over the last few laps. Can he hold it as they make their way into the infield for the final time? But Ryan Hitchcock up the inside for 2nd place. He's through for 2nd place. Can he attack for the race lead? They've got half a lap to go, and Ryan Hitchcock in the plum seat, ready to pounce if any mistake is made by Josh Bannister.
Josh Bannister holding it for the moment. Hitchcock has only got one more chance. No, he's not done it into turn number 9. Will he get the run out of the corner? No, he won't, and it's only a flat out right-hander to go. Josh Bannister comes across the line to take race number 2 and just holding off Hitchcock and Payne for 2nd and 3rd. Crosby tried to gap them back up again towards the end of the race after a mistake with a few laps remaining, but Josh Bannister takes race number 2 after commanding defensive ride over Hitchcock and Kyle Payne. And then we had Crosby in 4th spot. Lucas Brown just ahead of Sullivan Mounsey. They had a great scrap for 5th and 6th throughout the entire race there. And then it was Ronnie Harris just ahead of Harrison McKee, Ollie Horner and Carter Brown rounding out the top 10. Ben Jolliffe was in 11th spot. Holly Harris picked up 4 points for 12th spot ahead of Taylor Stewart Campbell and Warwick Brady. Thomas Gomez was unfortunately your only DNF of the race at the moment. But Dan, bring you back to that race there. Josh Bannister soaked up all the pressure from Hitchcock. Hitchcock making some fantastic moves that seem to give an unexpected reality to the other riders.
Well, as they make their way through the back into the paddock, as you say, it's about making that opportunity when you can, and pouncing on the final lap didn't seem like Carl Payne was really expecting it. Ryan Hitchcock thought, well, I might as well do it, so I'll go and do it. He did get the fastest lap as well. So, highlights of that second MotoGP 50 race of the weekend. It was a great start by Josh Bannister. Second place was being scrapped for by Kyle Payne, Ryan Hitchcock and Harrison Crosby, especially Harrison Crosby over the course of the race. But it was a masterful defence by Josh Bannister. The number 2 rider finishes in number 1 position. Ryan Hitchcock did start quite well. A late move in the race. Hitchcock did try to go for third. Couldn't do it early on. Into turn number 5, the second of the hairpins, the right-handed hairpin. Harrison Crosby sort of got a bit unfurled by that by the end of the race. Josh Bannister came over to take the win, but Ryan Hitchcock stayed left, braked as late as he dared, and went for the move for second place. Got an extra piece of silverware. Well, as they now make their way back to the paddock, we head back out to track for some more action. It's a 14-lap race, this next one. Race 2 for the Extreme 200s here at Tattershall. You're listening to live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. So as they make their way onto the grid then, there's a few riders in this race that are starting to line up. We've got a few riders trying to get back up. We've got Cameron Horsman due to start this race. We've got a few British Talent Cup and other riders, including Brad Ray making his way up to the top of the grid. Cameron Horsman's actually marshalling this weekend, so helping out with some of his fellow riders. It's going to be quite a jumbled grid by the seams of it, because we don't seem to have a front row as it stands. Richard Holmes Williams and Max Cook were due to be on the front row. They're no longer there, so that sort of makes our life a bit more difficult. We'll give you the full grid in a moment as they are about to head out onto the green flag lap. But thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships, the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbikes Championship, and on the road to MotoGP. As they make their way onto the green flag lap then, it's Liam Hodgins with the grid.
So Richard Holmes Williams, as you said, Dan, should be starting from pole position after yesterday's qualifying on bike 126. Alongside him should be Max Cook, but it looks like Max will be starting from the back of the grid. Martin Glossop making his debut this weekend should be third spot on bike number 6 ahead of Brad Ray on bike number 28, BSB star Brad Ray. Keir Armstrong on bike 122 is 5th on the grid ahead of Taylor Lawrence on bike 10 in 6th spot. Followed him is Will Howarth on bike number 96 in 7th position ahead of John Ansell on bike 6, 8, 5 and 8th spot on the grid. Josh Ingram is next up in 9th position on bike 147 ahead of Brandon Pearl on bike 146, the yellow Pearl. Harvey Claridge is next up on bike number 16 in 11th place on the grid, just ahead of Cam Harris in 12th spot. Jamie King follows him in 13th, unlucky for some, ahead of Tom Ward in 14th spot. Charlie Nesbitt is another rider that will be starting at the back of the grid, along with Max Cook on bike number 86. And Roger Monks rounds out the top 16, though all the runners and riders for the start of the Extreme 200 race here from round number 4 at Tattershall. The 14-lap race is about to get underway.
Riders looking towards the first corner. Marshall's just ensuring everyone is in position. Of course, if you do start out of position, not good. But the number 28 rider, Brad Ray, effectively starting on pole position now. Of course, Bennett's British Superbikes Championship race winner. Winner of FAB as well. The green flag is about to go up. Down it goes, we're underway. A good start by Brad Ray. The number 6, though, of Martin Glossop makes a great start into the lead of the race for the first time. Brad Ray starts in 2nd place, side by side for 3rd and 4th. They make their way through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. Left and right, flick the bikes over. These Extreme 200 bikes are quite like pit bikes, very torquey machines. They can really launch you out of the corners. And it's such a tricky, tight circuit, this circuit, Tattershall in Lincolnshire. You really have to be patient with the power delivery. Some very aggressive curves as well. This circuit was underwater about a week ago as well, so it's still quite green in terms of the track grip and the rubber. Martin Glossop, though, finding no troubles aboard the number 6 machine. He leads, heading over the line for the first time. And we've got a rider who's just dropped it on the exit of turn number 9, a number 22 machine. Not sure who that is. We'll get you more information on that in just a moment, but they are getting back onto the bike, so all is well with them. Martin Glossop, though, leads this race. Brad Ray in second place. We've got a rider down at turn 3 as well. The front just washed out from under them. Bike in the middle of the road, the rider's up and about to get back onto it. So Taylor Lawrence not having a good start to this race as well. Well, we were just mentioning the track's quite green in terms of track, but well, a few riders are demonstrating that for us visually.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's maybe the change in track temperature from the rest of the weekend. It's quite cool today. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of sunshine over the weekend, so maybe it's just changed the track temperature. The tyres are reacting differently to that, and it's just made a couple of riders push a little bit too hard, and the grip has gone completely, but that has left a humongous gap, I'm just creating a new word there, at the top of the field between Martin Glossop and the 28 of Brad Ray. The yellow flags are still out for Taylor Lawrence, who crashed last lap at turn number 2 and 3. But look at Brandon Pearl. Brandon Pearl back in 5th spot there as he comes through turn at number 4. He's gone from 10th on the grid. He's now up to 5th place in the race, so he's chasing down the riders just in front of him. So we've got Will Howarth trying to make a move around the outside of the likes of Brandon Pearl, but Harvey Clarridge as well has made great positions in the opening couple of laps into 7th position on the racetrack at the moment as Brad Rain tries to get the run through turn number 9 into turn 10 to go the fast right-hander along the start and finish straight. Martin Glossop, will he come under attack from Brad Ray, who wheelies across the start finish line? Not quite yet, he's just shaping up his rival for the last few laps.
So we've got a battle for the race lead of 2 riders, and we've got a battle for 3rd involving the rest of the field. So all shaping up rather nicely as this race stands at the moment. Martin Glossop still leads. Brad Ray not able to find a way through. 3rd place is John Ansell aboard the 685 machine. Josh Ingram in 4th place. They've been scrapping the last few laps. Brandon Powell, as you mentioned a lap ago as well, Liam, still up there in 5th place ahead of Will Howarth. Harvey Clarridge and Cameron Harris are top 8 ahead of Jamie King and Charlie Nesbitt, with Max Cook, Tom Ward, Kier Armstrong and Ian Jackson the other runners and riders in this race. But Brandon Perrell is under attack from Will Howarth, number 126 versus 96, the fluorescent black and yellow rider, very popular figure in the paddock, under increasing pressure, not just from Will Howarth, but also having to fight ahead of him with Josh Ingram into turn 1. Turns 2 and 3, left and right, really throwing these bikes about. Getting the pressure into the tyres is a very tricky thing to do, and as they make their way into the infield section once again, it's all concertinaing.
John Ansell in 3rd spot there, who is of course the uncle of Blake Ansell, a very popular rider around the Coolfab Racing paddock. Now back to the battle for 1st and 2nd is Brad Ray, still in 2nd spot. The British Superbike rider wheeling across the start finish line once again. There's a bit of a bump as they come over the start finish line there, which really lifts the front wheel up. It looks like Brad Ray's just pulling wheelies for fun out there. But as Martin Glossop leads the way, Brad Ray is going to try and find a way past this rider because he's showing great speed, great turn of fortune for the riders. No, that's the first race weekend of him this weekend. But looking back to battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, the gap seems to be opening up ever so between John Ansell, Josh Ingram, Brandon Pearl and Will Howarth, who is giving Brandon Pearl a lot to think about in this race.
Well, there's a bit more breathing room for them at the moment, but they're still coming under increasing pressure. 3 laps completed, 9 to go in this second Extreme 200s race of the weekend. Change almost for the lead going into turn number 1. Brad Ray left it extremely late, but couldn't make the move. Remains in 2nd place. Martin Glossop doing a brilliant job, we must add, to defend from the number 28 rider with the fastest lap at the moment. The battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th continuing. Ansell ahead of Ingram. Josh Ingram is the number 147. Brandon Powell and Will Howarth still scrapping away, but 3rd place is the one that's extremely close between John Ansell and Josh Ingram. Into turn number 4, the first of the hairpins. Left, right, then left again. You've got to really try and throw the bike over without putting too much power down, getting a bit of a wheel spin, causing yourself a tank slap, and that's going to be the challenge. Over the line again, the race leaders, and it is with 5 laps to go. Martin Glossop with the new fastest lap, 45.288, 3/10 ahead of Brad Ray.
Great lap time there from Martin Glossop as he comes under increasing pressure from Brad Ray, who tried to make a move into turn 1 the last time round there. So can Brad Ray find a way past the debutant for this weekend, Martin Glossop, who have been speaking to people around the paddock, says he's a very quick and talented rider and should have gone places, but he's shown that he really should have gone places ahead of a BSB racer who'll be racing at Knockhill next weekend aboard his Bennett's British Superbike Suzuki. We've got a rider pulled off the track at the exit of turn number 4. I'm not too sure who
I think
that
it may be
might
Harvey Claridge, the number 16 rider.
I believe you're right. It looks like Harvey Claridge has pulled off the edge of the circuit. Not sure if there was a bike issue there that he's pulled off the circuit for, or if he nearly tagged the back of another rider. But that's unfortunate there for the young rider there. That's Harvey Claridge. But come back to the top of the field. It's still Martin Glossop leading the way. A bit of a gap between himself and Brad Ray.
Well, it's been consistently 3/10 for the last, 5 or 6 laps in all reality. Martin Glossop just got enough in his pocket to hold off Brad. And there again, Brad may well be keeping quite a lot in reserve. You would expect that to be the case. Into the hairpins once again for the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Still Ansel ahead of Ingram, Peril and Howarth. They're still nose to tail. Will Howarth giving increasing pressure onto Brandon Peril, 2 regulars in our paddock. But over the line again, Martin Glossop and Brad Ray. It's 0.4 of a second now. So Brad and Martin just keeping track of each other. They're not increasing the gap, he's not decreasing the gap. He's just there or thereabouts. With 5 laps to go, he is starting to run out of time of which to make the kind of move you would expect he may make. But the number 6 is ahead of number 128. John Ansell is your 3rd place man on the podium, ahead of Josh Ingram and Brandon Peril.
Yes, great ride there for Brandon Peril. Brandon Peril makes a move up the inside. I'm not too sure if that's a bag marker. Yes, it was out of shot. And it's, of course, Brad Ray still chasing down Martin Glossop. There's just 4 and a bit laps remaining of this Extreme 200 race from round number 4 here at Tattershall. The gap at the front just seems to be eking out ever so slightly, a couple of hundredths here and there, but it looks like Martin Glossop still has this race under control for the moment as we look back out of the commentary box window. And of course the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th is still embroiled. A bit of a gap opening up. John Ansell holding that 3rd spot at the moment, but we've got a change for 5th and 6th. Will Howarth looking up the inside of Brandon Peril. Yes, Will Howarth is up into 5th position in this Extreme 200 race. Brandon Peril drops back to 6th spot, but still a great ride from the Yellow Peril. And of course we've got maybe a move for the lead between Brad Ray and Glossop. Not quite yet, but Brad Ray has definitely closed the gap back to the race leader.
And it's another contrasting element where Brad's got great traction out to the final corner, heading up towards turn number 1, looking to the inside, can't make the move on this occasion. Martin Glossop just had enough straight line speed in order to carry it through, but using the extra traction that he's able to generate, the number 28 rider, the blue leathers with the yellow on the machine, the Suzuki rider in the Bennett's British Superbikes Championship, former alumni of Cool Fab of the MotoGP bikes as well, so knows this paddock inside out and knows this circuit not too badly indeed. We've been coming here for Cool Fab since 2017, and with 3 laps to go, Martin Glossop is proving the experience around this circuit that he has got. The number 6 rider again starts a new lap over the line. Number 6 and number 28 heading down towards turn number 1. No move made on this occasion, but Brad Ray is 3/10 behind, really is hanging on by the coattails. They're just about to approach as well another run-on rider in this race where they need to make sure they can get past quickly. The number 10 rider, that was Taylor Lawrence, who had that moment a few laps ago, and that's going to prove quite the challenge indeed. Through the 2nd and the 3rd hairpins, the infield section is so tight and twisty, you don't want to make a mistake, and Martin Glossop just catches him at the wrong time. They're about to go up the inside into the penultimate corner. He looks over his right shoulder to Taylor Lawrence. He points him through. They both go through, but maybe Brad was held up slightly, but that sets us up perfectly to start the final lap of this race. Brad Ray looks up the inside, going into turn number 1. He goes for the race lead. He's up the inside on the curb. He's made the move stick. So into turn number 2, he pounces when the moment was right, and not a moment more, into turn number 2. And Bradley Ray, the number 28 rider, leads this race with half a lap to go. But Martin Glossop fighting back, the number 26, couldn't make it through on the inside at the first hairpin.
Yeah, great riding there from Brad Ray and Martin Glossop. Can Glossop nearly tags the back of Brad Ray as he goes for a move into turn 7. That's opened up the gap at the top of the field. Brad Ray looks like he's got this covered through turn number 9. That was the last of the overtaking opportunities. Brad Ray looks behind him. Last lap coming across the line, final turn. Brad Ray wheelies across the line, takes the race win ahead of Martin Glossop. Great riding there from both riders, pushing hard, showing each other a lot of wheel up their side. Back to the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. It looks like Will Howarth has made a move into 4th spot. Yes, he has. Can he make a move on 3rd spot? Not quite, but we've got a change of position. It's going to be Ansel coming across the line. 3rd spot, John Ansel ahead of Will Howarth and Josh Ingram. What a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The final podium positions closed up dramatically there on the last couple of laps. So just ahead of Brandon Pearl was Josh Ingram in 5th spot, Brandon Pearl in 6th. Cam Harris was next up in 7th position. A good strong ride there from Cam Harris. Kier Armstrong in 8th position ahead of Charlie Nesbitt, who started at the back of the grid. Jamie King rounds out your top 10. Tom Ward just missed out on the top 10 position on bike number 21 ahead of Ian Jackson. Taylor Lawrence, who had a bit of an incident on the early couple of laps, was 13th ahead of Harvey Clouch, who pulled off the circuit at one point, and Max Cook is your only DNF on the race.
So no front row on the grid for the second Extreme 200 race of the weekend. It was Bradley Ray and Martin Glossop who started on the front row effectively. Martin Glossop got into the lead for the first time at the first corner and pretty much stayed there for the entirety of the race. It was further battles behind, including a few riders, including number 27, number 22. They were getting a bit tangly, lost a bike coming onto the second last corner, did get back onto the machine, so no harm done there, bit of pride hurt though. The battle for the race lead developed quite quickly between Brad Ray and Martin Glossop. Moment for Taylor Lawrence, losing the front end of the bike, did get back on and back into the race, so great to see that, no problem for Taylor Lawrence. But it's a very tricky complex, the left and then the right at turns 2 and 3. Brad Ray and Martin Glossop fought pretty much for all of the 14, and they made their way through the final few corners. Brad left it as late as he dared, got very close through the final few corners, got great run coming into the final first corner for the final lap, up the inside, job done, didn't have to think about it, he just made the move, and well, that was how Brad Ray won the race. Martin Glossop and John Ansell, that was your podium for the Extreme 200s, the second race of the weekend. Their third and final one will be out later on this afternoon. But now we turn our attention to another very spicy championship in the form of the Mini F1 sidecars. There was collisions and controversy and, well, it was all excitement in yesterday's first encounter, Liam.
It was a lot of excitement indeed. It's good to see that Mick Lee is back out on the circuit. It looked like his passenger might have been injured, but it's good to see that they're back out and will be giving us a lot more race action ahead of race number 2 here from Tattershall. Now, of course, it was your championship leader Mick Lee retired with a number of laps remaining after they led the early part of the race, but they will be going from the pole position once again on the grid. So can we see maybe Jack Walters pick up his third win of the season, or will Mick Lee regain the stronghold of the championship?
Well, all will be told in just a few moments. There's no green flag lap for this. Thank you for joining us. This is live coverage at round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. They look to the grid then. We're underway with this race. It was Mick Williams and Jack Waters from the front row. Mick Lee, though, bullies his way into second place into the first corner for the first time. So Mick Williams leads ahead of the number 44 Mick Lee, side by side again with Jack Waters running right over the grass. Going to mow the grass, got to rejoin safely, make sure it doesn't collide with anyone, just manages to avoid everyone else. So Mick Williams leads this race. It's 147 of Mark Parker, it was John Hosker who got a good start, also Paul Quarters and Jack Quarters getting nose to tail into the hairpins for the first time. It's a very tricky and tight section of this circuit, side by side for second place with Jack Quarters heading into the final few corners for the first time. It's only a short race, this one. It's down to be a 6-lap race over the line, and it's Mick Williams leading ahead of the second and third place riders. Number 2 just ahead of number 24. That's into turn 1. It is Paul Quarters Jr. versus Jack Quarters. Jack Quarters ahead in second place for now. A bit of dust and a bit of smoke coming from the back of the number 2 machine, so pushing these things very hard.
Hard indeed, and of course Mick Lee is having horrendous luck so far this weekend, running off the track in the first couple of corners. He's trying to make his way back through the field. He's just up behind 127 of John Hosker, but Mick Lee is scurried away at the top of the field. Just in case he does come into another bike problem, he might have a bit of a gap to try and sort out and continue on in this race. But now that Jack Walters is in second spot, he seems to have pegged that gap ever so slightly, coming through the fast turn right-hander across start finish line now. Has Jack Walters pinned the gap? Yes, it was around 2.6 seconds last time round. It's now 2.8. So we've got Mick Williams still increasing the lead at the top of the field, but ever so slightly. This is your championship battle. Mick Williams ahead of Jack Walters, the number 26 ahead of the number 2. There's 30 points between them in the championship at the moment. We've had 8 race wins from Mick Williams so far this year, 2 from Jack Walters. They're the only 2 that have held the spoils. In third spot is Paul Walters Jr., who picked up second position yesterday ahead of Mark Parker, who was third in yesterday's race. Mick Lee, after his early off-track excursion, is in fifth spot ahead of Simon Ibbotson, John Hosker in 7th, and Russell Morgan rounds out your runners and riders.
Great to have Russell Morgan back out in the race at the moment. Fight going on between John Hosker and Simon Ibbotson. They make their way up towards the final 2 corners. It's going to take a brave move to go up the inside this early into the race, and the bright blue machine of the number 46 remains ahead of the yellow 127. Mick Williams extending his advantage on that lap to 3.2 seconds. We've got 4 laps to go, so not too long in this race to go. 51.7 was the lap time for Mick Williams. Jack Walters and Paul Quarters Jr., they're still about 3 seconds adrift of each other. But it's the battle between Simon Ibbotson and John Hosker. Through turns 2 and 3 they go now, and of course it's not just rider, it's rider and sidecar passenger, and the passenger makes a big difference around this circuit. They've got to really hustle themselves around and throw the bikes about. You don't want to be losing your passenger around here.
No, you don't indeed, and we've had some people lose their passengers so far this season, and of course yesterday as well, with Russ Morgan losing his passenger with a couple of laps remaining. But there is a battle going on for 4th position. Mick Lee has caught the bag of Mark Parker as they come across start finish line through a commentary box window, and Mick Lee has moved up into 4th position. He's got 2 and a bit laps remaining. Can he catch the bag of Paul Quarters Jr.? There's about a 7/10 gap in the lap times, with a big lead of about 3 seconds between them, so I doubt that'll happen, but you never know what's going to happen in motor racing.
You definitely don't, and John Hosker knows that as well. Was fighting and is now ahead of Simon Ibbotson for 6th place. So the number 127 almost getting collided with by the number 46 into turn number 3. It's only 3 laps to go, so 3 laps to go, well 2.5 laps now to go for those riders. 2 laps to go for Mick Williams, the race leader, making their way through turn number 2. But they don't seem to be going round quite as quickly as they do sometimes. They're just about to put a lap on Russ Morgan, so Mick Williams about a lap and a half to go. Jack Quarters still second, Paul Quarters Jr. in third, 4th for Mick Lee ahead of Mark Parker. That has been confirmed on our timing screens. Then it is John Hosker ahead of Simon Ibbotson, and it is in fact a bit slower on that last lap for the number 46 of Simon Ibbotson. It was a 58 second lap, I believe, that last one. Russ Morgan also getting a lap put on as well.
Yes, it looks like Russ Morgan was the one that was going a little bit slow there, just moving out the way of the leaders as they were coming around to lap him there. But it's going to be the start of the final lap of the race for Mick Williams, a commanding race from our championship leader. Will he be going on for his 9th win of 11? It looks like he's on his way to doing that now. Mick Lee is trying to catch the back of Paul Quarters Jr. There's only about a second in it. Coming across start finish line now. 3rd and 4th will be embroiled in a big battle towards the end of the race, but we're looking at our man in commanding position, Mick Williams, through the infield section of the circuit, and of course this man will be increasing his championship lead to 35 points. Coming into this race it was 30 points. Jack Walters will be finishing in second position in this race so far, so commanding the last couple of corners on the circuit through turn number 9. A bit of a power slide there, showing off the celebrations a little bit early. Don't put it into the tyres there, Mick. So coming across start finish line, it's going to be Mick Williams taking the checkered flag. That is 9 wins from 11 races so far this year. Coming across the line for second is Jack Walters and Mick Lee right behind Paul Qualters Jr. coming through the final corner out of a commentary box window. Will it be Mick Lee? Will it be Paul Qualters Jr.? As Qualters Jr. takes it, Mick Lee runs off the grass there, mowing some of the daisies down as it happens, but it was a close battle there between Paul Qualters Jr. and Mick Lee, and John Hosker comes across the line in 5th spot. It was Russell Morgan in 7th, and Simon Ibbotson will be in 6th position in this race. In actual fact, it looks like it was Mark Parker came across the line in 3rd spot, not Paul Qualters Jr.
Well, we'll try and find out what happened to Paul Qualters Jr. on that last lap. Just over the line now for the number 46 of Simon Ibbotson. So it was a good race there for Mick Williams, winning by 6.2 seconds on that last lap. Jack Walters second ahead of Mark Parker. What a run though from Mick Lee, despite going over the grass on lap 1. Certainly gave it a good attempt to make up some ground. Going over the grass at the end of the race is not going to help at all though. And with the rest of the racing, here we go then. Replay of that last race, the second race of the Mini F1 sidecars this weekend, making their way through the first turns for the first time. The number 44 stayed on the right hand side. Was it a bit of a bump or did they just get some understeer? Either way, they go over the grass, pick up a bit of fresh pollen, so hopefully they're not going to start sneezing halfway through that race for them. Good battle between Simon Ibbotson and John Hosker. 1, 2, 7. They were fighting tooth and nail, but it was the race winner, the number 26 of Mick Williams and passenger, over the line for the final time, and just curbing to the grass once again. That was the number 44 of Mick Lee. A bit of a shame for him to be going over the grass not once but twice. They'll get it cleaned out and they'll get it back racing later on this afternoon for their third and final race of the weekend. So thank you very much for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. So Dan Marr and Liam Hodgins in the grid. In the commentary box, we're going to be bringing you the grid in a moment. We've got the next race out, which is the AC40 Rookies, and they had a slightly calmer first race of the weekend yesterday, Liam, but that's only really getting used to the circuit and knowing what they're going to be doing today. I predict a bit more fireworks out there.
Yeah, there will be a lot more fireworks out there today because they've got to try and catch Archie Gibbs, who is looking in commanding position of the racetrack this weekend. Archie Gibbs took the race win yesterday ahead of Luke Fitchett and Championship leader Ollie Sims. Now, the fact that Archie Gibbs took the race win yesterday brings the championship down from 15 points down to 6 points going into this race. Now, if the positions remain the same with Archie Gibbs taking the race win and Ollie Sims finishing in 3rd spot, there's a gap of 9 points between 1st and 3rd. That means that Archie Gibbs will take the championship lead by 3 points going into the final race of the day. Now, it's a big grid here today and roughly 22 riders, so we've got a big grid to read out for you and a lot of riders that will be giving us great race action. Now, it's called the Rookies for a reason because, well, there's a lot of young talent out there and of course some riders that are making their debut this year, so it's a nice wee proving ground for young riders to try and start out, and as you can see, they're quite small on small bikes.
Well, they are the first riders. They are on the first ladder, the first bit of the ladder for the road to MotoGP and the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbike Championships. Many of our riders have gone on to the likes of the British Talent Cup or European Talent Cup. They've gone to race in Spain to go and prove themselves over there, or even racing in the UK in MotoStar and in other championships like that, just to get that experience, and have gone on to great things, such as Danny Kent, one of our many former riders. Brad Ray returns to us this weekend for a bit of fun after his racing in the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. But the green flag lap is go for the second AC40 Rookies race of the weekend, and it is Liam Hodgins with the grid.
Yeah, so Archie Gibbs will be rounding off the pole position once again this weekend ahead of Luke Fitchett and Joshua Williams on bike number 78 from third spot. Next up is going to be Blake Wilson on bike 108 and fourth position on the grid. Ahead of your championship leader, Ollie Sims in fifth position on bike number 73. Brandon Keane will be on bike 333 in sixth position ahead of Luke Schofield will be on the fourth row of the grid in seventh. William Harris is next up in eighth spot ahead of Marco Holt on bike number 58. Casey Spady on bike number 20, the same font as Fabio Quartararo in MotoGP in 10th spot. Archie O'Brien in 11th. Ahead of Wilson Dilks will be in 12th spot on the grid on bike number 85. Jacob Stevenson on number 67. And then next up is Harry Payne in 14th position on the grid. Number 42 of Thorley Trevorrow in 15th spot ahead of Max Wilson on bike number 33. Arnie Carr on bike 83 in 17th spot on the grid. Bailey Lawrence in 18th position ahead of this race, ahead of Callum Maxwell on the 10th row of the grid, 19th. Roman Ratcliffe in 20th spot ahead of Chloe Sewell on bike 101. And rounding out the runners and riders for the start of this AC40 Rookies race number 2 is Izzy Carter on bike 46.
The riders look towards turn 1. It's a very short run towards the first corner. It's a 8-lap race in prospect as they look towards the green flag. It goes up. There's a lot of creeping from a few riders. One of the organisers pointing to a few riders, so that's not a good sign. But we are underway into turn 1 for the first time. It looks about everyone just about manages to get through cleanly. It's quite a large field as well, so it will take a few moments for them all to stream through turns 2 and 3 for the first time. Left and right, a long odd run before we get to the infield, the very technical tight infield circuit at Tattershall. It's going to be a challenge for many of our young riders. The temperatures are down, so tire temperatures down. Grip will be vastly different to what was available yesterday. The bikes now in a bit cooler temperatures will offer maybe a few extra horsepower as well, which every little helps as they make their way up towards the line for the first time.
Oh, we've got a
rider
championship
down
leader. That's Archie Gibbs. That's Archie Gibbs. The race leader is down at turn number 9, pushing a little bit too early at the start of the race. Archie Gibbs out of first position, trying to get the bike started. That is huge news for the championship there. Ollie Sims will be looking to increase his championship lead after that incident. One of the marshals are helping out Archie Gibbs. He's back into the race and in last spot at the moment. That is terrible luck for our race winner from yesterday.
Well, from first to last in a drop of a hat, we were just saying there's less grip available than there was yesterday. Such a shame for Arnie Carr. He will have to fight his way through. You think he may well be able to do so, and we will keep you informed as to all the developments in this race. But now the battle for the race lead starting to progress. Luke Fitchett well and truly up there at the moment as they make their way through turn number 7 for the second time now.
Yes, absolutely. And unfortunately, Archie Gibbs was just pulled into the pit lane, so obviously some more bike troubles. So Archie Gibbs is out of this race. That is your race 1 winner from yesterday, and he was only 6 points behind the championship leader coming into this race. So coming across our finish line, it's going to be Luke Fitchett leading the way ahead of Ollie Sims, your championship leader. More runners and riders coming across our finish line. That's number 31 and bike 201, and Casey Spady just behind them on bike number 20. Casey Spady putting in a great performance yesterday, finishing high up the order in 5th position in the race. And of course there's a bit of a gap opening up between first and second. There's a bit of a gap back to 3rd spot, and then a huge gap back to 4th, 5th and 6th. Casey Spady looks like he's making a move on the likes of the riders in front of them as they come through the technical section on the track. But as the riders get the tyres up to temperature, maybe we'll see some moves just at the moment. As I say that, it looks like there's a rider trying to make a move into turn 7, just holding back at the moment.
Well, you're trying to size up your opponents, make sure you can go for those kind of overtakes. It is quite a narrow circuit around here. The number 333 having a good go at the moment. Brandon Keane side by side through the final corner with the number 20. So as they make their way over the line now, side by side, great run down towards turn number 1. And Fitchett is ahead of Ollie Sims. That's your first and second positions. Blake Wilson in 3rd. Joshua Williams in 4th ahead of Casey Sperry. Casey Sperry still ahead of Brandon Keane despite that attack at the final corner. So they're currently fighting for 5th and 6th into turns 3 and 4. The yellow and white bike of the number 20 contrasts greatly with the dark black and red number 20 machine. So Casey Sperry well and truly in the mix.
It looks like there's a sizable gap going for first and second position at the moment. Ollie Sims is sizing up his opponent. Luke Fitchett is still in the lead of this race as they come across start-finish line any moment now. So they're coming across the line. Will there be a move into turn number 1? As we look at the commentary box window, not quite yet. Luke Fitchett is still leading the race ahead of Ollie Sims. Casey Spady making a move around the outside. What a move that is, carrying the corner speed through the flat out turn. Oh, we've got a rider toppled over into turn number 1. There's a rider hard on the brakes just behind Casey Spady there, but Casey Spady is still all okay. So the rider is not too happy. It looks like he's taking it someone else at the moment, but we'll look at the battle for first, and of course it's still Luke Fitchett racing ahead of Ollie Sims.
Red flag.
And the red flag has come out for that incident at turn number 1, Dan.
So red flag has been called for the second AC40 Rookies race of the weekend. We're not sure. We'll get you more information when we can, but as our timing screens say at the moment, it was Luke Fitchett who was leading that race by just 0.10196. We're getting some adjusted times at the moment, so we'll get you more information. At the moment, Fitchett and Ollie Sims was turning into a good battle. Unfortunately, riders seemed to just lose the front end going into turn 1, but we will get you some more information as to that in a few moments' time. But thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. We're at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Thank you for joining us on social media. Please do get in touch on social media. Let us know who you're supporting, who you're following over the course of the weekend. Keep sharing, keep letting us know all your great comments and feedback over the course of the weekend. And it's great to know who you're supporting over the weekend as well. Any messages of support as well, we'll try and get a few of those run out when we can. But as the riders head back to the paddock for a few moments, we will get a quick highlights package so far. We had 4 laps into that race, 3 or 4 laps into that race. So even though it hadn't had too long in terms of distance, it was still quite interesting to have that. So we're getting informed that the rider is up onto his feet. So that's the latest news we've got for you. But highlights now coming up of the AC40 rookies. May well get the session restarted in a few moments' time. But as they got on the way off the grid for the first time, a few riders getting side and almost a bit of contact into turn number 1. A few riders having to find a bit of space in the session. Then Archie Gibbs drops a bike. That was the end of his race. He got back to the paddock and that was that. So from the lead of the race right to the very back of the field, that's costly and vital championship points that we needed. Heading into turn 1, a few riders further down, Casey Sperry as well as the number 333 of Brandon Keane, all getting involved in a great battle. Heading into the infield, making a late move up the inside at turn number 9, but losing out of the corner. And the riders getting prepared. It looks like Archie Gibbs is going to restart this race, so we could well have him back at the start of this race. We're not sure as to what the distance will be or anything like that. We will keep you informed as and when we get the information, so thank you for bearing with us at the moment. And I'd just also like to say a big thank you to all of the marshals and all of the medics for their hard work and support. And they're apparently we're getting a bike recovered now, so we will keep you informed as that. But big thank you to all of the marshals and all of the medics for your support over the time. It's without you guys we simply couldn't go motor racing, so thank you. Now we've got a replay of the incident now, heading into turn number 1 into the braking zone. Was it over bump? Yes, it was over bump. Maybe over braked the front wheel, and that just tippled the bike over him, Liam.
Yes, it looks like it was. There's quite bumpy going into that turn number 1, so maybe just a bit too much maybe too much of a grab of the front brake going into that corner there, but going over the bumps it is a little bit tough. But thankfully the rider is up and okay. The number 10 there of William Harris going over the top, so thankfully the rider's up and okay, and that's the main thing here, Dan, because obviously we're here racing and motorsport is fast, but we've got a great medical team here. The marshals are doing a fantastic job, and of course the riders are trying their absolute best to impress and get great results in. But with every incident, it's good that we've got, of course, lots of fantastic facilities to accommodate that.
Some great facilities, some great action here from Tattershall in Lincolnshire, round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. We will be bringing you some more racing action in just a few moments' time. Thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of the 4th round of the championship. We do visit Tattershall twice this season, much as we did last season. We'll be coming here for the end of season race meeting as well, and that then adds another dynamic when you've got the nice cold weather and all the championship battles to really think about. But we do look forward to coming back to the Lincolnshire circuit in a few months' time. But speaking of circuits we're going to be going to next, I believe Lyd will be the next round. That's one we've not been to for a few seasons, and that'll be, especially for the rookies, will be a completely different experience for them.
Yeah, not just the rookies, but many riders in all categories as well. Maybe even some of the riders that are higher up in the championship from the GP50s and 70s. If it's a track they've not been to for such a while, then maybe the track they went to their last time, they were in the rookies. So it's a little bit different. It's for all the runners and riders, and of course it's a learning experience for everyone. So they might go there. The track might be a little bit different to when it was like when they last went to a few years ago.
Well, it's the next round of the championship in a few weeks' time. We certainly do hope to have you there. And we're going to be getting news of a full restart. So we'll get confirmation of that in just a moment. Our producer's just telling us some more information. So, according to what we're hearing, it's going to be a full race restart. So it should be another 8-lap race at the moment. Just a reminder for the rest of the racing this weekend, we've got the Mini GP70s will be the race after this one. We're still waiting to get the AC40 rookies back out on circuit. The Mini GP70s will be out next with the AC40 Pros, the Pit Bike 140 and Moto teams, followed by the Junior LC40 Elite and the Senior Mini Motos. Highlights of the first Mini GP70 race of the weekend now. And it was a great start by everyone. Good tricky battles by a few riders as they made their way through the Lincolnshire circuit. Saf Watley, unfortunately having bike problems, getting very furious, thumping the bike, hopefully getting it out and getting it fixed for today. Through turns 2 and 3, left and right. It was a great start between James Cook and Evan Belford. They fought all the way through the race. James Cook soaking up a tremendous amount of pressure, so too did Eddie O'Shea. Ryan Hitchcock also involved in a battle for the podium like we had in the Mini GP50s. Battle for the lead got very tight at moments between Cook and Belford. Over the line they nearly touched on a number of occasions. Late move up the inside for Evan Belford for the first time, made it through, got the race lead, almost contact with James Cook, pushed him out wide. Did keep the lead though, did James, just about though. Evan Belford did though reclaim the race lead at some point. Ryan Hitchcock going for second place, coming out of the first corner, in a big moment, almost lost it, shaking his head there, really furious with himself, but he did keep it in. A very good piece of bike control. Bailey Stewart Campbell getting involved as well, but working their way through a few other riders in the race. James Cook was ahead of Evan Belford, did manage to make his way back through, but Evan with the bit between his teeth, he could smell the position. He wanted that race victory so badly. He really likes the Tattershall circuit. Did well here last season, making his way into turn 1, once again up the inside, nice and clean, made it through, and it worked. So Evan Belford kept the race lead all the way up to the end of the race and took the checkered flag just ahead of James Cook. Third place went to one, a few other riders. Eddie O'Shea well up in there. Ryan Hitchcock having a great race. And a very nice touch between Evan Belford and James Cook. Got out, shaking, fist bumping, and they really enjoyed that race. And it's great to have that kind of camaraderie, isn't it? And I'm just getting confirmation for the AC40 rookies. It will be a full race restart. So they will have a 8-lap race then for that. But speaking of camaraderie, it's great to have that kind of connection when riders can go out there, they nearly have contact with each other. They're furious with each other when the visors are on, but after the race they can get out and shake hands and really enjoy the racing and the friendship that you can get in this paddock.
Yeah, it's not just this paddock, it's many paddocks from around the world. The racing paddock has always been a close-knit family because obviously there's a lot of riders out there that are working their way up the ladder. There's parents out there as well that want to see their kids and of course other people's kids make it to the big time.
And just getting confirmation, the number 10 rider from the original AC40 rookie start is walking back to the paddock. So good news, rider is up and walking. So I don't think he'll be able to restart. However, everyone else will do get going. So great to see that he's all right. A great effort from everyone else.
Yes, absolutely. A brilliant effort from all the medical staff and the marshals. And of course, the organisers here at the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. They do a great job for everyone involved. And of course, the AC40 rookies, as we said, it will be a full race restart, which is a great lifeline for Archie Gibbs, who crashed down at turn number 9 on lap number 1. Yesterday's race winner, second in the championship, only 6 points behind Ollie Sims. I don't think Ollie Sims will be too happy to see his championship rival restart the race, but Archie Gibbs must be counting his lucky stars.
Well, he's going to be certainly very happy and can really reclaim his points back for him, as he will see it anyway. And as you say, it's that lifeline where you don't get that very often in racing, so you've certainly got to take it when you can. And he undoubtedly will have learned from his mistake and be determined not to make it again. Just as a bit of a thought, looking out the window now, the sun's starting to come out again. It's been overcast all day, and now the sun's starting to beam onto circuit. It's not as hot as it was at the peak yesterday, where it was about 21, 22 degrees. It's apparently 18 degrees, a bit of wind out there, which will make riding more challenging. But now the sun's out, belting down on you into your leathers. You're sat just in the holding area. You can't really move, so you're going to get really quite warm. As a former rider, Liam, how does that sort of affect you, sort of getting a bit of maybe heat stroke in your leathers?
Well, to be fair, you do feel it. But as you start the race, there's a lot of air passing through your leathers, and of course so it gets away. It reduces the heat, so to speak, within the leathers, and of course the headset. And of course, when you've got the visor down, then the only thing you're thinking about is chasing that lap time, chasing the racetrack, and of course not thinking about the heat and everything. So the riders won't be thinking about that at all. Maybe towards the end of the race on the cool down lap, they'll be realising that they're a little bit too warm, but during the race they'll be absolutely fine.
Well, adrenaline does very strange things to the human body, and speaking of very strange things, the AC40 rookies, they are about to go back into racing. They're heading up to the grid once again, so everyone makes their way around the grid for the second AC40 rookie race of the weekend. We'll get you the full grid of that in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, will Archie Gibbs be starting from pole position, or will he be put to the back of the grid after not completing the first start of race number 1? We'll find out in a few moments' time. But I'll just give you a quick rundown of how it was looking for the top 3 after the first start. It was Luke Fitchett who was leading the way, just ahead of your championship leader Ollie Sims, and Blake Wilson 4.8 seconds off the race lead from race number 1. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of how the grid order should look. It should be Archie Gibbs starting from pole position. Will he be coming through into pole position? Will he be starting from the back of the grid? Yes, he is coming through the field, so he'll be lining up from pole position. A lifeline there for second place in the championship, Archie Gibbs, who's ahead of Luke Fitchett on bike number 96, your early race leader from the previous race. It was Joshua Williams in the third spot. It's going to be Blake Wilson on bike number 108. And of course, Ollie Sims, your championship leader, who worked his way up into second position, will be in 5th position on the grid, heading off row number 3. And then, of course, it will be Brandon Keane in 6th spot on bike 333. Luke Schofield on bike number 64 from 7th spot on the grid. William Harris is next up in 8th position on bike number 10, but that was a rider that went down from the previous race, so we don't think we'll see William Harris back out for this race. Marco Holt on bike number 58 is in 9th position on row number 5, just ahead of Casey Sperry, who worked his way up into 5th spot on the previous start. He'll be heading off place number 10. Archie O'Brien on bike number 91 in 11th, and it's Wilson Dilks on bike number 85 in 12th spot. Jacob Stevenson on row number 7 will be in 13th position on bike number 67. Harry Payne in 14th position on bike number 11. And it's Thorley Trevorrow on bike number 42. He'll be in 15th ahead of Max Wilson on bike 33. Arnie Carr is next up in 17th spot on the grid on row number 9 ahead of Bailey Lawrence on bike number 9 in 18th position on the grid. And then it's 111 of Callum Maxwell in 19th position on row number 10 ahead of Roman Ratcliffe. Chloe Seal on bike 101 in 11th row of the grid ahead of Izzy Carter on bike number 46, the very pink bike. And of course, as you can see on the TV screen, Archie Gibbs will be starting from pole position. He crashed out of the first start of this race at turn number 9 and of course pulled into the pits, but after the restart he will be lining up on pole position once again, which is great for him, Dan.
Well, very good news indeed. They make their way towards the grid. The marshals move to the side of the circuit, Number 3 and number 96 look towards the grid from the front row. Archie Gibbs and Luke Fitchett. The green flag marshal just getting into position. Roger Keys himself performing the ever important duty. Green flag goes up. They'll be careful not to creep any further. They are underway now though. A good start by everyone as they make their way down towards the line for the first time. A really poor start for Luke Fitchett, almost down into 4th or 5th place. We've got a rider gone down on the exit of turn number 1. I can't see who that is at the moment. They seem to be up and gesticulating angrily, so I would say they're all right for now, but making their way through turns 3 and 4 once again. This is the start of the second AC40 Rookies race of the weekend. Good start from Archie Gibbs once again. Touch wood, he can continue this form throughout the rest of the race, but second place onwards, Luke Fitchett is well and truly in there. He's into 3rd place at the moment. He did lose a position, although he is starting to claw that ground back once again, Liam.
Yes, he's clawing it back indeed, but it looks like it might be Joshua Williams who's had a great start from 3rd position in the grid. He looks like he's up to 2nd spot. There's a bit of a gap that Archie Gibbs is pulling at the top of the field, but maybe he's just had a bit of a pep talk from his parents not to go quite as fast, not push it just as much this time round, maybe just ease himself back into the race once again. So it's Archie Gibbs leading the way ahead of Joshua Williams and of course the number 96 of Luke Fitchett and your championship leader Ollie Sims.
And Luke Fitchett had made the move, so up into 2nd place for Luke Fitchett already, making a move into turn number 1. The battle for 3rd place between number 8 and number 15. As you mentioned, the number 15 is going extremely well at the moment, coming through the left, right and the left hairpin. It's a strung out battle at the moment for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It just does take just one moment though to really close them all in again, heading into the final few corners, and that will be the end of the 2nd lap. We'll have 6 laps to go after the end of this one, so you've got to act pretty quickly because you can't afford to really sit back and let things happen around you. Archie Gibson leads with the fastest lap. 2nd place for Luke Fitchett. 3rd and 4th, the one under contention into the first turn. They're side by side into turn number 2. Can't quite keep it together though.
No, we can't, but look at Ollie Sims in 4th spot. Your championship leaders all over the back. Will he make a move around the outside of Joshua Williams into turn number 4, up to turn number 5? Not yet. So the battle for 3rd and 4th is embroiled through the tight and twisty section of the circuit. He's just trying to put a wheel up the inside just to let Joshua know that he's there. So your championship leader Ollie Williams, bit of a moment coming out of that turn there for Joshua Williams. The bike is settling itself, pushing a little bit hard, pushing the front and the rear end of the bike as it gets early onto the throttle. It's a bit of a bumpy circuit here at Tattershall. As you can see, there's many track variations, so as you cross over from one track to the other, it can unsettle the bike. So down into turn number 1 across our first slide. Ollie Sims looking up the inside of Williams. Will he make the move? Not yet. Pulls back out round the outside. Will he do this? This is audacious. Not quite doing it just at the moment. It's a battle for 3rd and 4th, but this is very, very important for Sims and his championship battle. So can he make a move into turn number 4? It looks like Williams is holding station just for the moment.
Patience is important. You've got to pick and choose your moments. You can't just go side by side at every corner because that's going to cost you time, that's going to unsettle your rhythm, unsettle your riders. But 2.7 seconds ahead, Archie Gibbs has just flown off into the distance, has really been given a reprieve with this full race restart. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still Luke Fitchett ahead of Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims. Ollie Sims running a little deep into turn number 9. It's not really helped his run massively. It's not really cost him anything as well. We've also got Marco Holt ahead of the battle for 5th place with Brandon Keane, Luke Schofield and Casey Sperry. They were fighting in the first part of this race and they continue to fight. Over the line they go all at the moment. Marco Holt ahead of Brandon Keane, Luke Schofield and Casey Sperry extremely close into turn number 1, having half a look at each other, couldn't make it work at that moment.
Casey Sperry is all over the back of Luke Schofield, the bike number 64. Casey Sperry looking for a move, but Luke Schofield is still looking for a move on Brandon Keane just ahead of him. But will Keane make a move on Holt? Yes, he does. He's up into 5th spot. Marco Holt has been pushed aside by Brandon Keane. Looks up the inside once again, not quite doing it just yet. But then again, have we got a move for change position for 5th and 6th? Not quite. That's Luke Schofield on bike 64. And will he be lining up the bike number 58 of Marco Marco Holt through this tight and twisty section. Marco Holt, a bit of a movement on the brakes there as he went through turn number 9. So a bit of movement there from the runners and riders a little bit further down the field. Marco Holt trying to make a move back on Luke Schofield as it comes across our first line. He's very quick on the straight there, and he's round outside. Well, we have Brandon Keane once again round outside. Yes, he lost the position to Holt. Keane back ahead. Then of course Spadey and it's Luke Schofield further back trying to make a move. So it's changing the ever-changing order of positions for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
And Brandon Keane, the number 333 rider, just with an audacious way of letting the brakes off into the braking zone, firing up the inside, just putting on the power and getting back through. It's ingenious stuff, and it's the real trouble of fighting so closely in a pack, is if you make one moment and get overtaken once, you can easily get overtaken once again. So Brandon Keane, the number 333, well and truly ahead of Marco Holt, Luke Schofield and co. They're inviting a few other riders into this battle now. Casey Sperry starting to be lured in by Harry Payne, side by side with Brandon Keane over the line. Marco Holt did just about get ahead, but as they make their way, the number 31 is ahead of them at the moment into turn number 1. Also ahead with 3 laps to go, Archie Gibbs, the number 3, 2.4 seconds ahead of Luke Fitchard. With the fastest lap is Archie Gibbs. Blake Wilson still in 3rd place. They're a bit gapped now, so this battle for sort of 5th and 6th really is the one which is starting to entertain at the moment.
Just looking back down the field, or further up the field, it's Blake Wilson ahead of Ollie Sims. But Ollie Sims has had a really bad lap in that previous lap there. 8 seconds he's lost to the back of Blake Wilson. He's still in 4th spot for the moment, so not quite sure what's happened there. So Ollie Sims, your championship leader, is in a solid 4th spot, but he seems to be... Well, there's a pass there from Brandon Keane round the outside of Holt. Late on the brakes, he's done it. This is a great battle for 5th and 6th between these 2 young riders, and it's inviting Luke Schofield into the battle as well. But look at Holt, he's very fast down the straight. There's a back marker that overtaken late on the brakes. Who will it be? Will Schofield go up the inside of Holt? Not quite doing it just yet. He might be able to do it next lap, but then again, Holt is very fast on the straight and out of the corners through turn at number 2. Into 3 they go. It's bringing Spadey back into the battle as these 3 just ahead, fighting tooth and nail for every inch, every percentage of the racetrack. Can we get a move into turn number... Schofield up the inside of Holt could have very nearly tagged the back of the rider just in front and given us a horrendous crash, but thankfully for the moment that's not quite happened just yet.
And speaking of just yet, it's just 1 lap to go until Archie Gibbs can take his victory in this second AC40 Rookies race of the meeting. So this is the final lap. The number 3 of Archie Gibbs making his way into turn 2 and 3 now. The infield section, the white rider with the fluorescent yellow fairing on the front is making such a great run for himself. The battle, though, further down, Brandon Keane still just ahead of Marco Holt. They're going to be fighting it out right to their checkered flag, but a third of a lap to go for the number 3 into turn number 7 now.
Yes, there's a great ride from Archie Gibbs. After he crashed out from race number 1, he's been able to get into the restart. Starting from pole position, he's commanded the lead of the race through turn number 9. Out of turn number 9 comes Archie Gibbs. Towards turn 10, the final corner on the circuit. Across start finish line, it's going to be Archie Gibbs. Across start finish line, stands up on the bike. He takes a race win, second race win of the weekend, and of course, he will be taking the championship lead. Luke Fitchett in 2nd spot, Blake Wilson in 3rd, rounding out your podium positions, and of course, it's going to be Ollie Sims who's leading the championship coming into this race. He will be coming across the line any second now. Ollie Sims in 4th spot, so that means that Archie Gibbs is now leading the championship by 6 points. We've got a rider down on the exit of turn at number 2. Not quite sure who that is, but once again it's Archie Gibbs who takes the first position. We will give you an update on who the rider is. It's gone down after the checkered flag in a couple of seconds time.
Well, it's Archie Gibbs, the winner of that second AC40 Rookies race of the weekend. Luke Fitchett takes the next position. In 2nd place, got another rider going down at turn number 9. They're standing up and just by the bike, so they're about to restart it. So they haven't taken the checkered flag, so they do get underway, so that's all right. But Archie Gibbs, Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson, that is your top 3. Ollie Sims, Marco Holt, your top 5 ahead of Brandon Keane. Luke Schofield, Casey Sperry, Harry Payne and Archie O'Brien is your top 10. Wilson Dilt, Jacob Stevenson, Joshua Williams, Thorley Trevorrow and Archie Carr in top 15 ahead of Bailey Lawrence, Callum Maxwell, Roman Ratcliffe. But highlights then of the second race of the weekend. Well, this is the second run of the second race. The AC40 rookies do get underway, heading up towards turn 1 for the first time. A brilliant start by Archie Gibbs to take the lead and was never really challenged from that far. Luke Fitchett struggled off the line, dropped a couple of positions but did make it through. And continued on, and there the move being place. So Luke Fitchett confirmed in second place. Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims did scrap it out, but in the end they were quite distant away from each other as well. So it was a bit of a challenging race for our championship protagonists. The race season leader lost it in the first race by some miracle, managed to get it back out for the second race. Great battle though. Keane, Luke Schofield, Casey Sperry and company, they fought all the way through the race, overtaking corner after corner after corner, out onto circuit. And as they make their way through turns 1 and 2 once again, that was that race. And we'll be coming to the camera next. So it is the next race will be the Mini GP 70s here at Cool Fab, our premier class. Here, Mini GP 70s head out onto circuit. Race 2 of the Mini GP 70s head out onto circuit ahead of their warm-up lap. They're just getting the temperature into the tyres, making sure they know exactly where the grip is around the circuit. They are just getting ready for the race start. It's going to be a challenging one, a great battle in their first race of the weekend yesterday. They have 2 races like everyone else here today, but thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. It's Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr in the commentary box. We're live from Lincolnshire, and the Mini GP 70s will head out onto the circuit for their green flag lap in just a few moments time. So last minute checks being made for the riders, the marshals making sure everyone is ready and set. It's going to be a challenge for them really, with the temperature starting to rise once again. It is a tricky situation for them to be in. It's going to be a tricky one, but many of these young riders, of course, on the road to MotoGP and the Bennett's British Superbikes Championship. This is the last step in Cool Fab before many of our young riders head on to great things nationally and internationally. But the grid then for the second race of the weekend for the Mini GP 70 win.
So it's race 1's winner, Evan Belford, on bike number 52, will be leading away from pole position ahead of number 44, your championship leader, James Cook, who was on a red bike yesterday. He's on a black bike today, so keep an eye out for James Cook. Eddie O'Shea, third spot on the grid, was in fourth place yesterday ahead of Owen Mellor on bike 130. Ollie Walker from 5th place on bike number 48 ahead of Ryan Hitchcock on bike 43 on 6th place. Kyle Payne next up on bike 25 ahead of the 99 of Bailey Stewart Campbell from 8th place on the grid. Johnny Garness on bike number 57 is in 9th, and running out your top 10 is bike 69 of Harrison Crosby. Saffron Watley is next up on bike 178 on 11th spot in the grid. Row number 6 ahead of Emmanuel Brinton. Bike number 93, Sullivan Mounsey is next up on bike number 144 and 13th spot on the grid ahead of Alfie David on 14th spot. On number 8, Dylan Mellor on bike 31 next up on row number 8, 15th spot on the grid ahead of Joel Farragher on 47. Thomas Gomez on bike number 98, 17th place on the grid ahead of Carter Brown on bike number 37. And rounding out the runners and riders for the start of the Mini GP 70 race number 2 is Jamie Woodcock.
The riders with the grid then, and as they are getting the revs ready, the tension rises, the engine clutches are at biting point. They look towards the green flag. It's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. A little bit of a hold, and we are underway for the first time out of 14, a 14 lap race as they make their way through turn 1 for the first time. Emmanuel Brinton losing out a few positions as contact further down the field. It all got a bit tight and hairy going into turns 2 and 3 for the first time out of 14. Evan Belford leads, James Cook in second, third for Eddie O'Shea, so much the same as it was yesterday. 4th place, so a good start from the number 130 of Owen Mellor. So Owen Mellor in 4th. 5th place, it looks to be Ollie Walker with Ryan Hitchcock right up behind as well. And as they run out of the infield section, a very tight infield section, and through the final few corners over the line then for the first time. And it is the rider of Evan Belford leading from James Cook. 3rd place is going to be Eddie O'Shea, also holding on. So those three have broken away a little bit. Then it's Owen Mellor in 4th. Then in 5th place, it's Bailey Stewart Campbell with a good haul of riders behind him for company as well.
So the championship protagonists are out front. Evan Belford 17 points behind your championship leader James Cook. Belford was yesterday's race winner, but James Cook gave him a good hard battle all race through. You just mentioned Bailey Stewart Campbell there. Here is your new lap record holder for this Tattershall racecourse, a 44.860 he set yesterday, snatching that from the previous lap record of Casey O'Gorman from last year. But to come through to start lap number 3 is going to be Belford, Cook, O'Shea, Mellor, Bailey Stewart Campbell and Hitchcock in 6th spot. Great battle there. Johnny Garness on bike number 57, who's starting to get used to this MotoGP 70 bike ever more as the season goes on, is now up to 7th spot, starting from 9th on the grid. Kyle Payne drops back to 8th. Harrison Crosby on bike 69 ahead of Ollie Walker, who was a race winner last time out. But we've got a move for first, not yet. It looks like James Cook made a move, but just dropping back as he thinks about it for the last couple of laps. But Eddie O'Shea is looking fantastic at the moment. The best we've seen from him for a number of races. All over the back of James Cook. Can we maybe see the race winner from round number 1 of races 2, 3 and 1, 2 and 3 picking up a win across start finish line again into turn number 1? Can we have Cook make a move on Belford?
Not quite. He's signalling, he's showing an intent in order to try and put a bit of pressure on him, but he can't make him do it at the moment. But Belford is in the lead. 2nd place James Cook with the fastest lap, not by much, it's only by about 3 or 4 thousandths of a second, but every fine margin helps. Further back we've got battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Bailey Stewart Campbell in 5th. Owen Mellor's been reeled in now, so it's a 4-bike battle including Ryan Hitchcock and Johnny Garness according to our timing screen. So as they make their way out of the infield section and onto the fast back straight run, the 3 race leaders are certainly making a move away from it. Over the line they go. It is Belford with a gap of 0.4 of a second. Then it's James Cook, Eddie O'Shea still 3rd, but side by side for 4th place Owen Mellor and Bailey Stewart Campbell having a move. Bailey Stewart Campbell into 4th place, 5th place for Owen Mellor, and now coming under pressure from Ryan Hitchcock, who ran so well in yesterday's conditions. He's not going to be sitting around for too much longer either. Into the infield hairpin section, the right, then the left, and then, or the left, right, and then left again. Turn 7, a very cambered part of the circuit. You've got to be oh so careful of putting the power down.
Ryan Hitchcock, as you said, is chasing the back of Owen Mellor. Oh, a bit of a move there.
Oh, and he's down. Two has gone down.
That's Hitchcock and Garness. Hitchcock and Garness are down. That was a moment that was started by Stuart Campbell. Owen Mellor had to set up, and then, of course, Hitchcock and Garness tagged the back of each other. We've still got Hitchcock down, but at the top of the field, fingers crossed that both riders are up and okay, but we've still got Belford leading the way from Cook. Belford has just set the fastest lap of the race. A new lap record from Belford, a 44.712. That's a new lap record taken off Stuart Campbell. James Cook is in 2nd and Eddie O'Shea in 3rd spot, Dan.
Yellow flags at turn number 9. One rider did get back underway of that. The other rider, it did stand up for a moment. So as the race continues, albeit with a yellow flag, at one of the better overtaking opportunities. Evan Belford taking this opportunity to make out an even bigger lead. It's 0.7, it's 1 second now with the fastest lap. It is 1 second ahead of James Cook. So James Cook coming under pressure from Eddie O'Shea, the number 114 rider, the white and green bike. Confidence coming back to Eddie, running in the British Talent Cup this season, so he's got a bit of experience on these kind of bikes on the bigger circuits. So coming around here must be a bit of a maze really. He's probably like wandering around a park, but he's certainly challenging for 2nd place at the moment. 3rd place Eddie O'Shea, as we mentioned, Bailey Stewart Campbell and Owen Mellor. No change with Ollie Walker in 6th. Harrison Crosby, Kyle Payne, Emmanuel Brinton, despite the poor start, up into 9th place. Good run for Emmanuel, and Alfie Davidson in the top 10 with Saf Watley, Dylan Mellor, Sullivan Mounsey, Carter Brown and Thomas Gomez with 6 laps completed so far. That is the top 15.
Yeah, Ollie Walker, as you just mentioned, up to 6th spot. He's made a lot of progress in the last couple of laps. He's down to 11th at one point in this race, but he's back up to 6th spot. The number 48 rider, keep an eye out on him to see if he makes any progress further throughout the field. He's catching the back of Owen Mellor at the moment, but Bailey Stewart Campbell is also trying to make inroads into 2nd and 3rd spot. James Cook and Eddie O'Shea, but as we say that, Eddie O'Shea's had a bit of a moment, maybe getting tangled up from a back marker there. It's given Cook a bit of breathing space at the moment with 7 and a bit laps remaining, but is Cook making inroads back into Belford? It looks like the gap is closed ever so slightly once again, coming across start-finish line to start another lap. We're looking at the lap times. Yes, it's down to 9 tenths. Cook was 2 tenths faster than Evan Belford that time round, and it's Stuart Campbell trying to catch the back of Eddie O'Shea, who was 4 tenths quicker on that previous lap.
4 tenths quicker, that's a significant amount to close into, and he is actually catching Eddie O'Shea at quite a rate as well. Into the hairpin, turn number 4, and it is Eddie O'Shea. In fact, despite having that moment, I think maybe it's played with him a little bit, because the number 99 of Bailey Stewart Campbell is starting to close up. Evan Belford still leads this race. A couple of tenths a gap has closed in by on the last lap. It could decrease further. They've not actually encountered any further traffic in this race, so as they make their way over the line now. Great battle going on with the number 8 rider, Alfie Davidson, getting stuck in with Emmanuel Brinton. The fight with Saf Watley for 10th and 11th. They're making their way out of turn number 9 now, and up towards the line. So as they cross the line now, Harrison Crosby is in 7th, 8th for Kyle Payne, Emmanuel Brinton 9th. That's the fight with Dylan Mellor in 12th, Alfie Davidson in 11th, and Saf Watley into 10th place. So a great run there by Saf at the moment.
Yeah, Saf Watley's made a move on Alfie Davidson on a previous lap. Davidson on bike number 8, you can distinguish that quite far away, but Saf Watley is showing great turn of pace after having to slap the fading yesterday as her bike broke down. As he come through the back marker, Saf Watley, Alfie Davidson 10th, 11th. Alfie Davidson gets pushed out wide by the back marker. The back marker didn't know that he was there, so he's lost a place to Dylan Mellor and all of that kerfuffle there, so he might drop back even more. I don't think Alfie Davidson is too happy, but once again the back marker tried to move out of the way, but just didn't see that Alfie Davidson come round the outside. So 10th, 11th, 12th, as quick as you like there, and they're looking for an advantage. But as we come across start finish line, once again we're looking back to the leaders, and of course Evan Belford is increasing that gap at the top of the field to 1.8 seconds now, so he's a half a second faster on that previous lap. So that is Evan Belford still leading the way as they come through the final turn across start finish line. Can Eddie O'Shea maybe pounce on James Cook?
Well, he can't at the moment. He's not close enough. In fact, he's 1.7 seconds behind for 3rd place, but the battle for 4th place is the one which is closing in exponentially. It was a few moments ago that Bailey Stewart Campbell was getting closed in by Owen Mellor. Now Owen Mellor is being caught up. There's a black flag gone out for someone. I couldn't see who that was.
I think that's Saf Watley. Saf Watley's pulling off the side to turn number 1. I don't know if it looks like the fading's quite low. Yes, it is. Another issue with the fading. It was, yeah, so it looks like her fading's been hanging off. She's pulling into the pits. That's such a shame by Saf Watley, who was having a fantastic ride in this class.
So Saf Watley, it's a shame. She is now unfortunately out of this race, but not out of this race. Evan Belford, your race leader, 2.4 seconds now ahead of James Cook. We got 3 laps to go, so not an awfully long time to go in this race. Eddie O'Shea still on the podium, only a second ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Owen Mellor starting to be closed in by Ollie Walker, but Harrison Crosby also fighting away, making their way through the turns at turn number 4 up to the first hairpin. It is the 1:30 of Owen Mellor fighting for 5th place, but the leader Evan Belford aboard the all black machine, the number 52, making his way further around the lap.
And of course it is Ollie Walker in 6th spot, trying to gain to the back of Owen Mellor for 5th and 6th there. Belford starts his final lap of the race through turn at number 1, right behind the back marker, but he's too far ahead of James Cook, so James Cook will not be able to make any inroads into the leader there. So we've got the leader, Evan Belford, in an all-black bike with the white helmet coming down into turn number 5, hairpin. James Cook in a safe second. Eddie O'Shea looks like he won't be caught at all by Baillister Campbell in 3rd and 4th, but it's Owen Mellor in 5th, who's under increasing pressure from Ollie Walker. Now keep an eye on that battle, but Ollie Walker could make a move on your 5th place in the race leader. So as they come through the final turn, it's going to be Evan Belford through the final turn, crosses the finish line. Evan Belford picks up race number 2. That is Belford with...
It wasn't a checkered flag though, he's got another lap to go. So we've got one more to go. Not sure about that, but Evan Belford, well, you don't want to be counting your victory too early. We had that before in MotoGP when riders have stopped halfway through the lap only to realise, oh no. So luckily he carried on and wasn't listening to us. But Evan Belford with a masterful display of pace this weekend, 3.2 seconds ahead of James Cook, the number 52 rider. Evan loves this circuit and he's about to be rewarded by it with a checkered flag and another victory, Liam.
Yes, he will be. He's coming through turn number 9 at the moment. Over to 10. He's got a back marker in the way, but that doesn't matter. But this time round, he's picking up the checkered flag. Belford takes the race win ahead of James Cook, decreasing the championship lead down to 12 points from 17. James Cook finishes second. Eddie O'Shea picks up his first podium position for a while in 3rd spot, holding off Baillister Campbell, Owen Mellor in 5th spot, Ollie Walker 6th, Harrison Crosby, Kyle Payne and Emmanuel Brinton, as quick as you like, in 7th, 8th and 9th. And of course it's going to be Dylan Mellor over the line, just holding off a big gaggle of riders. That is Alfie Davidson. Dylan Mellor dropped back from 10th to 11th, so Alfie Davidson picks up a top 10. Sullivan Mounsey in 12th, Thomas Gomez in 13th, and then of course Carter Brown and Saf Watley, who go back into the race. Carter Brown in 14th, Saf Watley, after fixing her fairing, after pulling off into the pits, is in 15th, rounding out your podium or your points finishers ahead of Joe Farragher and Johnny Garness, who crashed out with Ryan Hitchcock early on in the race, managed to remount but missed out on the points. Jamie Woodcock and Ryan Hitchcock, unfortunately your DNFs from the MotoGP 70s race number 2 here from Tattershall.
So highlights then of the MotoGP 70s race number 2. It was a great start for our pole position man Evan Belford. The Belford and James Cook fight yesterday, they looked towards the lights, the revs rose, and then they got underway. A clean start by everyone, a good start by Emmanuel Brinton. He was a little bit further back, but then a bit of contact in the midfield. A few riders looking to get unstuck, but as they carried on, making their way through the rest of the corners, then it was a good start by everyone. James Cook in 2nd place, Eddie O'Shea in 3rd. They started to battle away, but Owen Mellor and Bailey Stewart Campbell having made the takes at the moment. Not bad for Ryan. Good result for Ryan. He certainly had a race to enjoy, making their way through the final few corners. There was contact between two riders. They both went down. Both seemed to be all right, so they did get through that in the end, and luckily they seem to be all right. Continuing on with the race though, Bailey Stewart Campbell got away from Owen Mellor in the end. They did have a few close moments, but that eventually managed to gap out. Saf Watley having a great run in the initial forms of the race, but then unfortunately had a black flag for a technical issue with her bike. Came back to the paddock to get it fixed, although as it was noted, that was the end of the second MotoGP 70 race of the weekend. So, well, you're giving us a wave. Let us know why you're waving.
Oh, I'm just happy to be here, you know. Coming back to my roots. It's where I grew up, and I'm, you know, just happy to be here. It's the first one for me. You know, I'm very happy to be back.
So just let our listeners know who you are, what you race, where are you racing now, as well as it's in cool fab paddocks. But
so my name's Max Kirk. I'm 16 years old from Swindon, and I now race in the Junior World Championship with the British Talent team, and also in the RedBull MotoGP Rookies Cup. And no, I came up through FAB. I've been here, you know, for the 10 years that I've been racing, and without them, you know, I wouldn't be at this, you know, great position that I am right now.
And obviously we're part of the road to MotoGP, so that's another great link which has really helped you, hasn't it?
Yeah, of course. I know this is, you know, recent, all this, and it's, you know, completely the right thing, and it's given the best chance for more British riders to come up into the GP.
And obviously that's something you're going to be looking forward to. Just let our viewers know, what did we do in last year? Because I believe you're in British Talent Cup last year as well. So
Yeah, last year I was, in the first year of this British Talent Cup, and it's amazing how MotoGP and Dawn have recognised the lack of British riders, and to bring 24 riders an opportunity to race at the GP circuits, for free, and it's just the best thing. And they've then seen my potential, and then they've put me up into the Junior World Championship this year, and so far that's going pretty good. Not perfect just yet, but I'm definitely getting there.
But I suppose as a rider so young, it's got to be filling you with confidence knowing that you're being recognised already, and they're helping you to develop your talent and your experience and really get you to where you want to be.
No, yeah, it's really good. I think I've come up through the British route, and a lot of riders, like Scott Redden and Danny Kent, they go up through Spain, the Spanish Championship, and I've stayed here. And I think that's definitely the way forward.
Obviously, like Scott Redden, obviously winning races in the Ducati not too long ago in the British Superbikes. You've got Brad Ray here this weekend. Is that the direction you want to be going in, or?
Yeah, 100%. I've always had my eyes on GP since I was like 6 years old, so, and that's the plan.
Well, it's been good to have you with us, Max. It's been great to see you. We'll probably drag you back in later on for another chat if you want to.
Yeah,
but,
no problem.
Great to have you here, and obviously great talent, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
No, thank you.
So Max Cook there joining us in the commentary box. Thank you very much, Max. He's we often get told he's a bit shy, but I don't believe that after what he's just spoken to us about. But as Liam just rejoins us, it's going to be another exciting race. This, though, will form in the AC40 Pros, their second race of the weekend. They just start to grid up, and we will get them out onto the circuit in just a moment. Some great action. Thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. And as everyone marshals, just making sure all the bikes are ready to go. It's a bit of a challenge, really, to ensure that they are, but we'll be heading into the green flag lap in just a few moments' time. Riders look ready and up to the lights, and as they get underway onto the green flag lap, how will they line up? Well, Liam is the man with the knowledge. How are they going to line up?
So it's going to be, once again, Mason Foster starting from pole position, your championship leader, and of course picking up his 9th win from 10 races yesterday afternoon. Can he make it 10 races from 11? So Ethan Sparks will be second on the grid on bike number 62 ahead of Clayton Edmonds. Bike 146, Samuel Munson on row number 2 on bike 72 in 4th spot. On row number 3 is going to be Henry McCartney on bike number 31 in 5th spot ahead of Warwick Brady on bike number 99. Greg Marshall next up on bike number 19 in 7th position on the grid, row number 4. That's going to be Finnan Werity on bike 110 on 8th place on the grid. Charlie Huntingford next up on bike number 76, 5th row on the grid in 9th spot ahead of Ruben Bray. That is bike 1212 in 10th spot. And rounding out the runners and riders for the start of this AC40 Pro race number 2 from round 4 here at Tattershall is going to be Max Werity.
So the riders making their way back onto the grid ahead of the 9-lap race for the AC40 Pros. The temperatures are soaring, the sun is shining, and we're loving the racing here at Tattershall. Hope you are at home too. Thank you very much for joining us live on the FAB-Racing website and on Motorsport Radio. The green flag is about to be waved as they look to the line now. There's a bit of creeping, but we get underway. Good start by everyone. Heading into turn 1 for the first time. Side by side for second place. This is going to be quite close stuff. You want to be careful through turns 2 and 3 for this first lap, where everyone in such close proximity. It could be the result of something bad happening, but the race leader, Mason Foster, having gone away very well, as we seem to be accustomed to at the moment. Second, third and fourth being quite well contested, though. Ethan Sparks and Samuel Munson up there for the time being. Samuel Munson having a bit of trouble yesterday, didn't have the best of days, but certainly looking to make it a much better one today, Liam.
Yes, absolutely. Fingers crossed Samuel Munson can make a much better race of this one. As you said, the race wasn't too good for him. But Mason Foster leading the way as they come across start-finish line to complete lap number 1. I think they're actually going to have to put some ballast on Mason Foster's bike to try and bring him back towards the rest of the bunch. But looking down the field, it's Mason Foster on the way. Clayton Edmonds in a battle for second, third and fourth. There's about a gap of nearly 2 seconds to the first position of Mason Foster. Second and third embroiled in a great battle. Will there be a move up the inside? Yes, there will be. That is, of course, the number 72 rider of Samuel Munson, the Munson burner, making it into second spot through the tight and twisty section of the track, through the cambered left-hander. He's just ahead of number 62 of Ethan Sparks, Clayton Edmonds on bike 146. They had a bit of a crash on the green flag lap yesterday, but seems to be all okay. Continuing on in this race in fourth spot. Will there be a move into turn 10? Not quite. They come through the fast right-hander across start finish line again to tick off another lap into turn number 1. Will it be a change for a second? Yes, it will be. It'll be Ethan Sparks. Oh, and is of course Clayton Edmonds nearly tags the back of Munson. Has Munson got a problem with his bike? Yes, he does. He's looking down. He's pulling off towards the edge of the circuit. Will he pull into the pits? No, he's thought to himself he can continue on. That's horrible for Samuel Munson, who's pulling off the edge of the circuit. He was in second. Bike issue there has pulled him out of this race, Dan.
So just as we said, throws the bike to the floor, clearly not very happy with that, but another problem for Samuel Munson. Unfortunately, his weekend doesn't get much better. Fingers crossed he'll be out for the third AC40 Pro race this weekend later on this afternoon. But Mason Foster not worrying about such things at the moment, really just gone off into the distance very happily. Second place then confirmed as Ethan Sparks, 4.3 seconds behind Mason Foster after just 2 laps. Clayton Edmonds third, ahead of Henry McCartney, and White Brady in 5th place. Finn and Werity in 6th ahead of Charlie Huntingford. Greg Marshall ahead of Ruben Bray. They had some fantastic fights in the rookies last season. Max Werity in the 10th position. So the battle for second closing in again. Edmonds versus Sparks. This is where they are, the second of the 3 hairpins. Left, then right, then left again. They've got to get a reasonably good drive out of the corner, which Clayton Edmonds seemed to do. Ethan Sparks in second place over the line. It was 62 ahead, and it is still 62 ahead of Ethan Sparks for second place. The gap now extending to about 0.8 of a second, so it's by no means close, but it's by no means distant. There's still time completed, 6 to go. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, but I think it's going to take a miracle to topple Mason Foster from the lead of this race. 5.4 seconds is the gap between Foster and Sparks in first and second, but it's a battle for third we're keeping an eye on for the moment. Edmonds chasing down Sparks at 62, just ahead of the 146 rider, and of course there was a bit of a couple of tenths of a second between both riders on the previous lap there, as Edmonds is trying ever so hard to catch the back of Sparks. A movement under braking into turn number 9, a very tricky right hand corner as one track crosses into another track. A bit of a bump as they go from the left to the right, unsettling the bike, but the riders managed to control that. And of course a bump over the crest into turn number 1, unsettling the bike as well. So a very bumpy track here at Tattershall, giving the riders a big challenge to try and control the bikes as they try and master this very tight and twisty circuit.
Which isn't helped by the fact these are such small bikes. They have very, very sensitive stuff like bumps, so going over them, as you mentioned, it's so tricky for them to hold on to it. We've had a few mistakes for riders. It looks like Samuel Munson is returning to the circuit to get back on. So it's Samuel Munson coming around the final few corners. So good to have Samuel restarting into this race. A shame that he had the technical problem to begin with, but good news that he was able to continue heading over the line now. So rejoins in 11th place. No real chance to make up any positions, I'm afraid, but Mason Foster now 7.5 seconds ahead of Ethan Sparks in second place. He's almost a second clear of Clayton Edmonds for third place as well. Henry McCartney and Warwick Brady at top 5 at the halfway stage, with Finn and Werity, Charlie Huntingford and Greg Marshall in the top 8 ahead of Ruben Bray and Max Werity.
It's good that Samuel Munson's back into the race, because obviously if he can complete a certain amount of race distance, there will be points up for grabs. There's only 11 riders in this race, so they can pick up 5 points for 11th spot in the race, and of course it gives them a bit of practice and a test to see if the bike will break again ahead of race number 3 a little bit later on this afternoon. Now Clayton Edmonds looks like he's catching back up to the back of Sparks on bike number 6 62. Coming across the line to tick off another lap. We'll see the lap times. Yes, he does. He's taken 3/10 out of Ethan Sparks for second and third. So the gap is now down to 6/10 of a second. They're 8.5 seconds off your race leader, championship leader, Mason Foster, in a commanding spot to extend his championship lead with only 2.5 laps remaining of this race. Can Edmonds make a move on Sparks? Can Sparks hold off the ever advancing pressure from the 146 rider?
The luminous green leathers of Clayton Edmonds closing in on the number 62 through the third part of the hairpin complex onto the faster runs down towards turn number 9. They get good traction. He's in the slipstream, so he has got the advantage of being able to close in just a little through the back straight. Over the line, 2 laps to go for them. 2 more laps into turn 1 and no closing in for Clayton Edmonds. He's got them covered where they are able to really follow each other and keep up with each other, but not enough to really change the pace. But they've got another rider in this race they're just getting past, which has really held up the pair of them. Clayton Edmonds looking right around the outside into turn number 4. He has made the move, so Clayton Edmonds, having played a very patient waiting game, is now into second place. Ethan Sparks caught the other rider just at the wrong moment and will be absolutely furious. And within all of this, Mason Foster due to come over the line to start his last lap. That is how far away they are. Mason Foster starts the last lap.
Yeah, 10 seconds ahead of this bunch for second and third. Coming through the final turn. Can we have a move for second and third? Coming across our finish line, nose to tail between Edmonds and Sparks into turn number 1. Will Sparks make a move on Edmonds into turn 1 out of a commentary box window? Not yet, but Sparks runs a little bit wide through the fast turn left, right hander, not doing it just yet, but we've got Mason Foster extending his advantage at the top of the field through the tight and twisty section of the circuit. Will he be making it 10 races out of 11? It looks like it as he heads through turn number 8 into 9. The left-hander, then the right-hander out accelerating, but looking back to second and third. They're still making a move there, but across the finish line any second now through the fast right-hander. Over the line, it's Mason Foster, 10 races from 11 in the 2019 AC40 Pro Championship. Second and third coming across the line into the final turn. Can Sparks make a move on Edmonds? No, he can't. It's Edmonds that takes the checkered flag in front of Sparks, waving his fist in the air. That was a great battle for second and third between the young riders there. And of course, we've got Henry McCartney in fourth spot. A very quiet race for Henry there. Max Wedderty comes across the line, taking 10th spot. A top 10 finish for Max there on bike 110. And of course, a big movement from 76. Of course, Charlie Huntingford nearly lost the front as he went through the turn 9. Cross start finish line. It's going to be Huntingford from Marshall, 7th and 8th. What a battle. Huntingford done everything in his power to hold on that. Must have lost some fillings if he had any as the bike was shaking through the turn 9 hairpin.
Well, out of the turn 9 hairpin, just got a good run out of it, but he just about made it through. Mason Foster there was no doubt at all. 11.967 seconds was the gap between himself and Clayton Edmonds in second place. The result was never really any real highlights for the AC40 pros. The green flag got underway for the first lap out of 9. Make their way down towards the first few corners. Mason Foster already got a good start. That was all he needed to do, and then shot off into the distance. Good start by 76. Samuel Munson also made a good start. Was up there for contention for the podium. And unfortunately, problem with the bike meant he couldn't really get on, but fighting hard, as he always does, up the inside into turn number 4, making a move on Ethan Sparks. But then all the problems started to go wrong for him. Into the braking zone, no real drive. Unfortunately, heading back into the paddock, but tried to go back into the paddock, couldn't. Thought he could continue, but then had to pull off on the side of the circuit. One of the marshals goes over to help get the bike restarted. He did throw the bike down a little bit, so perhaps the handlebar when he stopped, and clearly frustrated the young rider. They're not too happy with that, but continue. Mason Foster continue racing along, but Clayton Edmonds and Ethan Sparks, a bit of a tete-a-tete, but nonetheless they didn't make a change though for Mason Foster. Took the victory. Second place went to Clayton Edmonds, who made a good move on Ethan Sparks. Can't really begrudge him ahead of Henry McCartney and Warwick Brady. But thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships.
Cool Fab Racing, the official BSB partner series, and on the road to MotoGP. Racing, the official BSB series. Road to MotoGP.
You're joining us for live coverage of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championship from round number 4 here at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. We've just had the AC40 Pro class for their second race of the weekend, and as you can see, it's the Pit Bike 140 and Moto Team class lining up for the start second race of the weekend. I've got race number 3 coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon. So as all riders line up, we're going to have the start of the green flag. The marshals are just telling the riders where to go, pointing that all riders are in the right position and finding out which ones are which. So as we can see, the sun is still trying to break through the clouds. The track temperature will be heating up, but not quite as much as the race will be heating up out there on circuit. So as the riders make their way around the green flag lap, it's going to be Jamie King leading off pole position on bike number 76. Harvey, who was leading the race yesterday before and off, but remounted to third spot, will be in second place ahead of Charlie Nesbitt on bike number 86. Will Howarth will be next up on bike number 96 in fourth place ahead of Brad Ray, the British Superbike rider. Brad Ray on bike number 28. Richard Holmes Williams on bike 126 will be sixth place on the grid ahead of Matthew Bolsover, bike 421. Ashley Midwood on bike 26 in 8th spot on the grid on row number 4 ahead of Ian Jackson on bike number 7 on the 5th row. Tom Ward on bike 21 will be running at the top 10 on the starting grid ahead of Simon Clowes, the Moto Team Championship leader on bike 133. Bernie Hook next up in 12th spot. Sean Whittaker in 13th on bike number 12 ahead of Fraser Kinnaird and Daniel Gilbert 14th and 15th on the grid. Jason Pugh on bike number 8 will be in 16th place ahead of Neil Kinnaird on bike number 83 ahead of Alistair Kinnaird on bike 5 on 80th spot on the grid. Bike 111 of Roger Monks is 19th, just ahead of 369 of Vince Bailey on 20th spot, and Iona Glover with some retro looking leathers out there looking really good, very fashionable. Bike 134 is heading row number 11 on the 21st spot on the grid.
Well, the riders line up. We'll have to come back to you for some fashion tips. They do look very nice. They are very nice leathers, and they sort of yellow and blue leathers. But the riders aren't concerned with that. They're concerned with the race start. They look to the green flag. Up it goes. A little bit of creeping, but we are underway. Here we go, into the first corner for the first time. Jamie King makes a great start. Second place for Harvey Claridge. Clearly that cardboard cutout fairings for him are working well with the aerodynamic devices, but Jamie King leads ahead of Harvey Claridge. Harvey Claridge, though, with a lot of momentum and doesn't want to concede the position. Side by side for third and fourth. And right behind them, that's the number 86 rider, Charlie Nesbitt, who wasn't on the grid yesterday, I don't believe, but he is in this one now. So he's here and is looking to race. Brad Ray in fourth place, so pretty talented top four, you must say. And Brad's going to be fired up after a few moments earlier on in the day. But they're all heading up towards the line for the first time out of 12 laps. It's going a long race, and Harvey Claridge isn't waiting around though, looking up the inside into turn number 1, attacking and defending all at the same time. 4 bikes astern, and it is Jamie King, Harvey Claridge, then it's followed by Charlie Nesbitt and Brad Ray, but Charlie Nesbitt up the inside at turn number 3, makes the move up the inside quite cleanly and is through. So Charlie Spud Nesbitt, as he's affectionately known, is up into second place.
Yes, he is, and he was doing it with the bike shaking all over the place, so very nearly lost the front as he made the move on Harvey Clouch. But look back into fifth spot on the Moto Team bike, who picked up the overall race win yesterday, the first overall race win for a Moto Team bike of the year. But look, it's a championship leader. Jay King is still leading the way, but he's got Spud Nesbitt all over the back. Charlie Nesbitt will be hoping to make a move, but across start finish line, Will Howarth, Brad Ray, Harvey Clouch late on the brakes. Will be Brad Ray in the third spot. Yes, will be pushing Clouch out the way there. Clouch will not be happy with that one. That was a bit of an aggressive move, but that's Brad Ray up in the third spot. We've got a change of lead very nearly from Charlie Nesbitt. Once again, he tried to make the move around the outside. Will he make it into turn number 4? Not quite. He's looking every way. Jay King, very good defensive ride, but it looks like Charlie Nesbitt, Brad Ray, Harvey Clouch will be making any move possible to make a move past the championship leader with any moment now.
Jamie King stands the bike up. He just places it in the middle of the road, just holding him off. Brad Ray now right up the back of Charlie Nesbitt, clearly not happy with being behind them anymore. He's not really a fan of sitting behind other riders. Just like an overtake, does Brad up the inside, looking to ride his right hand side into turn number 1. Can't make the move on Charlie Nesbitt, and Will Howarth was attacking Harvey Clouch to no effect. But it's a 5-bike battle for the race lead so far, including yesterday's overall race winner, Will Howarth, who won aboard the Moto Team machine, a very rare thing in the Cool Fab paddocks. But Jamie King soaking up all the pressure. He's really loving this. He loves having a great fight with some of these really talented young riders, and he's really showing them that youth doesn't always mean you've got the pace and also the overtaking ability. Brad Ray looks over his left shoulder, making sure no one's behind him. But Charlie Nesbitt's got a very interesting start. You mentioned a moment ago how the bike was squirreling away under him. Well, Brad, the way he rides, likes a very squared off bike, whereas Charlie can dance a bike in any old angle and just about stick it. Will Howarth under attack. He's not making it through. Charlie is also attacking the race leader. No effect as of yet.
Yes, absolutely. But look at Charlie Nesbitt. He's going for a move, not quite doing it just yet. He's practicing indeed on Jay King. Jay King will know he's there, but once again, he might not try it into turn number 3 at some point during this race. He might try and do it somewhere else where Jay King might not be expecting it. As we saw at the start of this lap here, Brad Ray was looking over his shoulder just to see who was in this race, this lead battle with him, as he saw Claridge and Will Howarth, yesterday's race winner, in this battle. But as you put it very nicely, Charlie Nesbitt is just dancing that bike round this racetrack here at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Across the start finish line, they'll come any second now to tick off another lap. Brad Ray looks behind the guy, sees Harvey Clouch, but Will Howarth is going to mug them both into turn number 1. They haven't done it yet, but Harvey Clouch still holds forth. But Will Howarth has to brake very deep on the brakes to try and keep them both behind. But Jamie King is wise to it. He knows that Charlie Nesbitt is going to try and go round the outside into turn number 3, so he's decided to start blocking it. Once again, Charlie Nesbitt looking every way, ducking and diving, trying to find a way past your championship leader, Jamie King.
Well, Jamie King, he's held on for 4 laps so far. We've got 8 to go, so you feel he may well be able to hold on for a little bit longer. It's Will Howarth with the fastest lap out of curiosity, but up the inside, and he's gone through. Charlie Nesbitt did send a very late move up the inside at turn number 9, although he may have overcooked it. Jamie King on the inside for turn 10, the final corner, leads over the line. Charlie Nesbitt under attack from Brad Ray. Brad Ray under attack from Harvey Clouch. Harvey Clouch under attack from Will Howarth, and they've got another rider in this race they've got to get past. So it's all coming to a head through turns 2 and 3, snaking their way around. Jamie King is just placing the bike to absolute perfection, side by side for Charlie Nesbitt around the outside. Can he do it into turn 4? He looks for the mechanical grip, but the bike can't give any. Brad Ray's now well and truly up in there, was in second briefly, now back to third. It is absolutely nose to tail stuff here. You couldn't put anything between them, and Jay King is just soaking up the pressure. Charlie Nesbitt nearly sends another thing. He makes a bit of a mistake. He nearly lost it on the power. Brad Ray does not need asking twice. He is straight through like a rocket and is defending vigorously now. So side by side between 28 and 86. 28 is ahead, so into second place. Charlie Nesbitt down to third. Harvey Clouch is watching all this, learning all of this and thinking, well, I'll make a move like that in a moment. And also Will Howarth sitting here thinking, well, if all of these guys are going to make a mistake, I'm going to be the one that's going to be taking the spoils.
Yes, he's sitting 5th at the moment, but he could end up winning this race if the riders take each other out. This is like a Moto 3 race. Everything is just very close. Any rider that makes a mistake, they could go from first back to 5th spot, but now Brad Ray's the one putting all the pressure on your championship leader Jay King into turn number 9. We did see a moment from Charlie Nesbitt last lap. He's back in the 3rd spot, but great run out of the turn 9 hairpin from Brad Ray through the fast turn right-hander, the final turn on this course. But looking over his shoulder, he sees that Charlie Nesbitt's right behind him. Late on the brakes, will Charlie Nesbitt make a move up the inside? Not doing it just yet, but Jay King still leading the way here, soaking up all the pressure from the big names behind him. Brad Ray 2nd, Nesbitt 3rd, Claridge 4th. Will Howarth, yesterday's race winner, in 5th position, defending like his life depends on it.
And his life does depend on it, because his overall standard is going to be so much more increased and higher profile because of these riders around them. We've got 5 laps to go, well, 4 and a third laps to go now. It is King, Ray, Nesbitt, Claridge and Will Howarth, top 5. There are other riders in this race, I must stress. Matthew Bolsover in 6th ahead of Ashley Midwood. Ian Jackson, Simon Clowes and Tom Ward are your top 10 ahead of Fraser Kinnaird, Sean Whittaker, Callum Wybrow and Neil Kinnaird and Jason Pugh. That's the top 15 overall. Brad still in 2nd. He has a bit of a nudge from Charlie Nesbitt. He loses out, so Charlie Nesbitt back into 2nd place after a little bit of a tete-a-tete between the pair of them, and is back into the trap of Harvey Claridge. Harvey Claridge in 4th place, Nesbitt for a 3rd place. Brad wasn't going to be very happy there, but what happened, Liam?
It looked like he actually lost the rear end coming out of the turn 1 pin. Back end stepped out. He was on the dirty part of the circuit, but then it was Charlie Nesbitt that barged his way up. They said they're coming through a lot of back markers now. Now the back markers, there's quite a lot of them to get through. Can Charlie Nesbitt place himself perfectly to try and push past Jay King? Not quite through the fast turn right-hander to start off. Another lap, 3 to go now into turn number 1. Can Jay King hold the lead? Yes, he can. Now it looks like he's got himself a back marker in between himself and Charlie Nesbitt. He has. He's using the back markers to absolute perfection here. He pushes one of them off the circuit. They're moving out of the way, but Charlie Nesbitt is back on the rear end of Jay King. Charlie Nesbitt has got a bit of a gap back to Brad Ray, Harvey Claridge and Will Howarth, who have been held up massively by the back markers here. The motor team riders, who are of course in their own race and doing a great job out there on circuit, but these pit bike 140 bikes are barging their way through with 2 and a bit laps to go.
Into turn 9, the second last corner. It's still nose to tail between Jamie King and Charlie Nesbitt. He almost reached out to pat him on the back, saying, come on mate, get out of the way. Over the line they go, 2 laps to go. Jamie King, the number 76, still leads this race. 2nd place for Charlie Nesbitt. Brad Ray in 3rd, only just Harvey Claridge did have a look up the inside into turn 1, but thought better about it, couldn't quite keep the momentum going. But Charlie Nesbitt, the man with the consistency, the man with the name and the skill and the bravery, tries to go right around the outside at turn number 4. He can't make it work with the cutback still around the outside. Left, right and left again. The infield section is so tight and twisty, he just can't make the right move at the right time. But they have got Iona Glover in front of them. They're just going to get past, but he's up the inside. Charlie Nesbitt did have a look for the race lead up the inside of the second last corner into the final corner to take the final lap flag. There's 1 lap right over his right shoulder. Charlie Nesbitt's having a look. Jamie King is going deep into turn 1. He's tempting fate a bit, but Charlie Nesbitt hasn't got much time to really do it. He thrusts his body square onto the bike, so much lower down and taut than Jamie King. He's looking up the inside, almost makes contact into turn 3, into the hairpins for the final time. Could this be a late race move for the race lead? They're side by side into the second hairpin. He's going to have to keep the momentum going, but I fear that maybe Charlie Nesbitt's going to have to do a do-or-die lunge into the final 2 corners, Liam.
He's going to go for it into turn number 9. Jay King knows he's there, late on the brakes, had to slam on the brakes. Jay King perfectly blocked the inside line, looks over his shoulder from Charlie Nesbitt, shows Brad Ray the number 2 sign, says I'm in 2nd, you're in 3rd, and of course that is Jay King coming across the line, taking the race wing ahead of Charlie Nesbitt. What an absolute brilliant finish there from Jay King and Charlie Nesbitt. Brad Ray picks up 3rd spot. In actual fact, he was pushed back down to 4th there. Harvey Claridge picks up his 2nd, 3rd spot of the weekend there. So that was Brad Ray pushed back to 4th spot behind Harvey Claridge, who picked up a brilliant podium position. Will Howarth, yesterday's race winner, couldn't put a glove on the top 4 But once again, the Moto team rider showing great pace, managing to hold up there with the number 28, 16, 86 and 76 riders from the Pit Bike 140 category. Further down the field is Matthew Bolsover, picked up some important championship positions and points on bike 421 with the 6th spot ahead of Ashley Midwood. Ian Jackson in 8th position on bike number 7, Tom Ward in 9th spot, and rounding out the top 10 is your Moto team championship leader Simon Clowes. Fraser Kinnaird was next up on bike number 3, Sean Whittaker 12th spot on bike number 12, Callum Wybrow on bike number 67 was the 13th, Jason Pugh on bike number 8 and 14th, and rounding out the points finishers was Neil Kinnaird on bike number 83.
So that rounds out your points finishers, and we've got the highlights to come now. There is a lot of highlights because it was such a good race, but we're currently running 20-1 as the race highlights are now on for the junior Pit Bike 140 Moto team. 2 minutes of highlights. Can you imagine that? It's a very long race, that one, but a great start by everyone. Got through cleanly, and well, it all got quite entertaining from there. Good start by Jamie King, side by side initially between Brad Ray and Charlie Nesbitt. Charlie Nesbitt had certainly had a good run. Will Howarth getting the winner of Moto team had certainly got a good race. Harvey Clammer's got a bit budged by Brad Ray, probably but too fast at the end of that. It's following the two riders in front, the number 86 of Charlie Nesbitt and the number 76 Jay King. He's going to be extremely happy with that. He'll certainly be posting about that on social media today, and we do look forward to seeing that and more. Please let us know how much you enjoyed that race on the live stream here at Cool Fab Racing Round 4 of the 2019 Championships. We're live on the Cool Fab Racing website, on motorsport.radio and on social media. Thank you very much for joining us and sending us in your comments so far. It's been great to have them. We'll be reading out a few of them very soon, I hope. Side by side again for Charlie Nesbitt, a big lunge up the inside by Brad Ray. A bit of a mistake for Charlie Nesbitt. You didn't need to let Brad in again. He certainly sat in second place for a long time, but eventually Charlie said, you know what, never mind, I don't need to do this. I'm just going to come past you. I'm going to go for the race win, and if you don't want to be bothered, then don't want to be bothered. Over the line with a few laps to go, the pressure was on. Charlie Nesbitt retook second place, and then he had to hold on to second place. He nearly took the race victory, but as they came over the line for the final time, they both look over the right shoulders, over the line, and that was that. A great result for Jamie King.
Now we've got the start of the LC40 Elite race number 2 from round 4 here at Tattershall. I've got Mason Foster who from pole position finished second in yesterday's race number 1. It's his championship rival Johnny Garness on bike number 57 will be starting in second. He picked up yesterday's race 1 win. As in third place on the grid is the number 93 of Emmanuel Brinton. Samuel Munson on bike number 72 will be in 4th spot. Ronnie Harris on bike number 66 is in 5th on the 3rd row of the grid, ahead of Josh Bannister, the number 2, on 6th place. Bike 146 of Clayton Edmonds will be next up in 7th place on the grid, ahead of Ethan Sparks, who gave us a great battle in the AC40 Pros a little bit earlier on today. And Cameron Sewell will be next up on bike 100 and 9th place on the grid on row number 5, ahead of Charlie Huntingford on bike number 76. Henry McCartney is next up on number 31 in 11th spot. Warwick Brady on bike number 99 in 12th. Greg Marshall next up on bike number 19 and 13th place on the grid, ahead of Finn and Wedity and Ruben Bray on bike 12 and 15th place. And rounding out the runners and riders for the LC40 Elite race number 2 is Max Wedity.
So the riders get ready for the race start. They are going to look forward to the second junior LC40 Elite race of the weekend. They look towards the green flag starter. It will be raised nice and high up in the air. It goes down and we are underway. A 9-lap race here for the junior LC40 Elite. They all barrel their way into turn 1 for the first time. Looks like it's a clean start by everyone. No one down at turn 1. That's what we like to have. But Johnny Garness is ahead of Mason Foster. How many times have we said that over the last few seasons? Into turn number 4. For the first time, it's the red bike ahead of the green bike. That is Johnny Garness and Mason Foster. 3rd place, still being fighting out quite well by Samuel Munson, the number 72 rider, hopefully with the problem sorted he had encountered in the previous race. and hopefully a bit better luck for them. But over the line, or over the last few corners, and to come over the line now for the first time, it is Johnny Garness ahead of Mason Foster.
Now we're looking at Cameron Still. They're a very Dayglow looking bike. They're a very nice looking bike, but into turn number 1, have we got a change of lead? Will Mason Foster make a move up the inside? Not doing it just yet. Johnny Garness still holds the lead from Mason Foster as they go through turns 2 and 3. Just like what we saw yesterday, Johnny Garness in first, Mason Foster chasing him down. Now these are the two championship protagonists, first and second. Johnny Garness has picked up the majority of race wins so far this season. Mason Foster has challenged him very hard in every single race, but as we can see, Mason Foster is very good on acceleration out of the corners and very quick down the main straight, but Johnny Garness very late on the brakes through the tight and twisty section of the track. This could be shaping up to be an absolute cracker, just like yesterday's race was. So coming through the final turn to tick off another lap is Garness. Foster coming across start finish line, making a move into turn number 1. Will Foster be doing it? Just having a little look at the moment. Garness holding position, so the positions stay the same. We've got a yellow flag out. We've got a rider stopped at the exit of turn number 8, just at the bottom end of the circuit. That looks like the rider there is up and okay. Not sure if it's a bike issue, but at least the rider is up and okay at the moment. So that's Josh Bannister out of the race. It's unfortunate for Josh Bannister, who started 6th on the grid. Josh Bannister is out of this race at the moment.
Well, a shame for Josh Bannister. There's also a great battle going on for 3rd and 4th place at the moment. Samuel Munson fighting with Emmanuel Brinson. Emmanuel's final race weekend, we are told, here at Cool Fab Racing. It would be great to have Emmanuel back with us very soon, but in 3rd place, a good podium would be a good result for him so far. Race lead, Garness versus Mason Foster, 6/10 of a second. They're not as close as they have been previously. Emmanuel Brinson confirmed in 3rd ahead of Samuel Munson. Munson's about 4/10 behind, but it's only a couple of machine lengths the speed of these bikes into turns 2 and 3. Right over to the left-hand side of the circuit at 2, stays over for 3, keeps the momentum going, keeps it working well for him. Munson in 4th, Clayton Edmonds starting to close into this battle in 5th as well. The number 2 machine of Josh Bannister's is being recovered, so hopefully they can get that back underway. The race continues, 7 laps to go, and it's still the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, which is closing up very nicely. But Ronnie Harris in 6th, Cameron Saul 7th ahead of Charlie Huntingford, Finn and Werity and Ruben Bray are top 10 ahead of Greg Marshall and Max Werity. The point Liam raised in an earlier race in the AC40 Pros is if you continue going, you're still entitled to points. If you go past the distance, the minimum distance, you can still get points, and points mean prizes, don't they? So it's going to be important. But Johnny Garness 1.1 seconds ahead of Mason Foster. That for now seems to be a bit sewn up.
Yes, it's a completely different race to yesterday's one, Dan, where we had Garness versus Foster and they were embroiled on a heated battle on track. So Garness is pulling away from Foster, but the battle for 4th and 5th is the one we need to keep an eye out on now. Samuel Munson leads Clayton Edmonds, bike 72. Munson, bike 146 of Edmonds. Now it looks like Edmonds he make a move into turn number 9, not doing it just yet. Now it looks like Edmonds is very quick through the fast section, but with Munson, it pulls away just through the tight and twisty section, but coming across start finish line to tick off another lap for 4th and 5th. Will Edmonds look up the inside into turn number 1, late on the brakes, over the bumps, not doing it just yet, slotting back into 5th position for Edmonds, just behind Munson. But this is a track that sort of requires a different set of lines from runners and riders to try and find the best, fastest way around the Tattershall racecourse.
And that's quite a strange thing, because a lot of modern circuits are very one-line circuits, and you can't really deviate from that. But because of the way this circuit flows and cameras and bumps and everything else, you are allowed that opportunity to really make it up as you go along. And I think that's a great thing for these young riders to learn a skill, because if you ever need the skill, it's really useful to have. And of course, as we are part of the official partner series to the BSB, and on the road to MotoGP, these young riders undoubtedly will need those kind of skills going forwards. But Garness is still ahead of Mason Foster. Foster's closing up though, fastest lap on that last lap, 47.364. So he is closing up. Manuel Brinson still 3rd, 4th and 5th though, Munson and Edmonds. That's still very close going into turn 3. Munson holding on, not for much longer though. Clayton Edmonds looks at the inside into turn 4, does think better about it though, and with 4 laps to go, they have got to start getting a bit of a skate on about it.
You're absolutely right there. There's not too much longer left of this race. Edmonds having a little bit of a moment over the bumps coming through the hairpin, but as we look at our commentary box window, the gap is closing between Garness and Foster. Another new fast lap from Foster, 47.3. Garness's lead is down to 0.6 of a second. Has Mason Foster been very conservative in this pack and tried to conserve his size, but 4th and 5th, Edmonds up the inside of Munson, not doing it just yet. This is a battle that's going to go down to the final lap, and of course Edmonds looks up the inside every single time, holds a very tight line into these corners, which gives him a great opportunity to look up the inside of Munson through the tight and twisty section of the track. But going in towards turn number 9 as your race leaders, and it looks like the gap is continuing to close down between your race leaders. Coming into turn 10, final corner on the track, Garness and Foster coming across start finish line now. That gap has definitely come down. It's half a second now with only 2 laps remaining, Dan.
And with 2 laps remaining, the gap comes down. That's important because they're using that time as effectively as they can. They had to get past a couple of other riders in this race, and now that the rhythm's really getting in for them, it's going to be a challenge. But Johnny Garness has been in this situation before where he can defend well and knows how to put the pressure on. It is still, though, Garness ahead of Mason Foster, but this is setting up to be a great last lap battle. In terms of the timing for everyone else, Manuel Brinton remains in third, quite lonely. Samuel Munson is just ahead of Clayton Edmonds, only just holding on, but Edmonds has managed to get past according to what's happening out there. Edmonds is through, so now into 4th place, and they're catching Emmanuel Brinton. But over the line, it was side by side between our 2 leaders. Over the line, and Mason Foster goes through at turn number 1, right round the outside. They're side by side, though. Mason Foster, the number 88 machine, is ahead of Johnny Garness into turns 2 and 3 for the final time. He's going to let off the brakes, so Johnny Garness right up the inside again, much as he did yesterday, into the hairpins for the final turn. Turn 4 left, turn 5 right, turn 6 then left again. It's a real case of conserving your momentum.
New lap record there for Mason Foster as he tried to catch Johnny Garness. Now can Mason Foster hold the back of Johnny Garness through turn 9, because he's faster out of this corner and across the start finish line? Johnny Garness still leads the way towards turn 10. The fast right hand, the final corner in the circuit will be Garness, will be Foster. Garness holds it just ahead of Mason Foster. Only 0.07 of a second between your top 2 in the race and the championship. Garness soaked up that pressure after he lost the lead at the start of the final lap, pushed back up the inside, and coming across the line, 3rd and 4th, that is going to be Edmonds and of course Munson. So 4th and 5th position there. Great battle on track between Munson and Edmonds. Edmonds just holds it to take a 4th spot. They both just missed out on the final podium position, which was taken by Emmanuel Brinton. We've got another few runners and riders coming through the start finish line. That's going to be Cameron Sewell in 7th, ahead of Charlie Huntingford and Finnan Werity. So Johnny Garness takes the race win, 0.07 of a second ahead of championship rival Mason Foster. Another great track, a bit of a different battle on track between the 2 championship protagonists. Emmanuel Brinton in 3rd position in the race, running at your podium spots. Clayton Edmonds just holding off Samuel Munson for 4th and 5th. Ronnie Harris in 6th, Cameron Sewell in 7th. Charlie Huntingford, it was an 8th spot. Finnan Werity in 9th, Ruben Brea in 10th. Then we've got Greg Marshall in 11th, Max Werity and Josh Bannister were the 2 that unfortunately retired from the LC40 Elite Race number 2. So we've got a couple of highlights coming up, and it was Mason Foster starting on pole position ahead of Johnny Garness at the head of the field as a green flag went down. It was a great start by Johnny Garness, once again moving into the lead of the race ahead of Foster into turn number 1. There was a lot of battles going on through the field. Josh Bannister getting a good start moving up. We had Clayton Edmonds, Cameron Sewell and the likes moving down, but it was Mason Foster in the early stages of the race chasing down Johnny Garness, and of course Clayton Edmonds and Samuel Munson battling out for 4th and 5th all through the race there, through the fast corners. And of course was Samuel Munson nodding his head to come across the first line. Edmonds looked up the laps in a row, but not quite making it stick. It's kicking it up the inside in turn 2, didn't quite do it just yet, so the riders trying to find out the best way around the circuit, trying to make a move wherever they could. Once again, Edmonds up the inside into turn number 1, didn't quite make it stick over the bumps, but coming across the line it was Foster and Garness at the start of the final lap. Foster round the outside of Garness, taking the lead of the race for the first time in that session, and it was Garness not letting it stick as he made a move back up the inside into turn number 4. We've done it yesterday, ran a little bit wide, but Foster once again was holding on, coming across Garness, just hold off Mason Foster for another race win in the LC40 Elite category, and shaking his fist LC40 Elite race number 2. They will be back out a little bit later on in the day at 4:05 for race number 3. But we've got a final race of this morning's action just before lunchtime, and it's going to be the senior mini moto, and another great battle for them, between them and the categories.
Round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. It's the final race before lunch and the final race of the second block of races for the senior mini motos. Yesterday's action was intense, was very fast paced as well, and it's certainly going to be a corker. But thank you for joining us. Live coverage at the Tattershall circuit in Lincolnshire. And as the senior mini motos just get the final preparations out onto the circuit, let's catch up with the grid with Liam Hodgins.
So Will Howarth will be leading off pole position once again on bike number 96. Bernie Hook will be in second spot. Yesterday's race 1 winner and your championship leader, ahead of championship rival Matt Birkin. There's 9 points separating them in the championship. On bike number 5, Josh Birkin on bike number 4 will be going off 4th spot on the grid. Andy Whedon in bike number 7 will be in 5th spot on row number 3. Simon Huntingford is next up. Craig Ashall on bike 81 ahead of Nick Bennett 711, and Adam Ambrose on bike 21. Aston Dean on bike 137 with a Valentino Rossi helmet from 1997 in 10th spot on the grid, and of course Ross Michael on bike number 79 will be rounding out your runners and riders for the start of the senior mini moto race number 2 from round 4 here at Tattershall.
Riders are looking towards the grid, the race getting underway in just a moment's time. And as they look now towards the green flag, it's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. The revs build, but we are underway. A good start from Will Howarth from the front of the grid, getting into for the first time. Everyone making it through turn 1 cleanly. That was very good. Well done, everyone. We've got 9 laps to go, so plenty of action still to come. Will Howarth leads. Second place, Benny Hook made a good start. And it's certainly a battle for the top 2 already heading into turn number 4. The first of the hairpins, Matt Birkin, getting well and truly involved in this as well. Matt certainly had a good race in yesterday's encounter, and will be looking to make further progress in the races as it comes. Sun is beating down on them though, so conditions much more favourable to what they were yesterday, which when they raced in the slightly warmer temperatures, they are more used to this, so the bikes will feel a bit more reactive than perhaps when they did it in warm-up this morning. But over the line for the first time, Will Howarth is your race leader. Second place, it looks to be Bernie Hook. Well, everyone else just streaming through.
Yes, absolutely. He said that the heat was quite soaring yesterday. Well, it's actually warmed up quite a lot here in the commentary box, so as you can see, the sun has come out, and of course it is Will Howarth leading Bernie Hook for the time being. Matt Birkin is pulling off at the edge of the circuit. Matt Birkin has a bike issue, and he's pulled off at turn number 5. The rider checks his bike, turns it back round, and it looks like Matt Birkin, who was your championship leader earlier on in the season, is out of this race. So this has left Bernie Hook and Will Howarth at the top of the pack, and as we see them coming through the fast turn right-hander to end this lap, it looks like Howarth has extended his lead at the top of the field, and of course looking back down towards the bottom end. And third spot, holding off Andy Whedon and Adam Ambrose, has made a great start at the early stages of this race. Nick Bennett in 6th, Ross Michael in 7th, Simon Huntingford in 8th position, Aston Dean up from 10th into 9th ahead of Craig Ashall, with Matt Birkin pulling off out of this race.
It's a shame for Matt Birkin. He'll get another chance to get some more points later on today. In fact, heading into turn number 4 now is the battle you've just mentioned between Andy Whedon and Adam Ambrose and Josh Birkin. They're all extremely close together through turn number 7. The second left-handed hairpin looking up the inside, couldn't quite make it work. He has, though, Adam has managed to replace the cardboard cutouts. In fact, there's two of them now running with cardboard cutouts on the front of their bikes. So the one identifier we could use yesterday, we now no longer can use, as they're so different. But Andy Whedon is currently sitting in 4th place, challenging for 3rd place, side by side, up on Ryder's right-hand side, the inside for turn number 1, to no avail, though. Will Howarth is 3/10 ahead of Bernie Hook. Bernie Hook with the fastest lap on that last lap, but Josh Birkin just holding on to the 3rd place. Andy Whedon couldn't quite make it through, but he has in fact made it through into turn number 3. So Andy Whedon up into the 3rd, 4th for Josh Birkin now. Adam Ambrose watching this and probably smiling, thinking I'll be able to do something like that in just a few moments as well. 7 laps to go, so there's still quite some distance in this race. Also a good battle going on between it looked to be like Ross Michael and Craig Ashall a bit further down. Race leaders, though, over the line. 0.3 of a second was the gap. Bernie Hook still in 2nd place. Your race leader is still, for now, Will Howarth. Coming down towards the timing line, though. 3rd place is Andy Whedon, but it's side by side for 4th. Josh Birkin and Adam Ambrose. Adam is certainly looking forward to making a move there, Liam.
Yeah, it is indeed, but so is Bernie Hook, who's looking to make a move on Will Howarth. As he came out of the turn 1 hairpin, it was right on the back of the rival Will Howarth there.
Oh, and he's down has gone. Josh Birkin down at turn number 3. He lost the front end. He's got back up and continuing on, but it's certainly lost a lot of time there by a big mistake.
Oh, that's such a shame for Josh Birkin. That is his 2nd crash of the weekend from both races there, but thankfully he's up and okay and back in the race. But look at Bernie Hook into turn number 1. Will he make a move on your race leader Will Howarth? Not doing it just yet. Will takes of line into turn number 1.
Away, but I can't
Aston
see.
Dean, unfortunately.
Aston Dean is the rider which has just retired from this race. Over the line again. 3 laps to go now. It's a reverse situation of a lap ago. Will Howarth looking up the inside to turn number 1. Hasn't got the momentum though to keep it through. Bernie Hook just able to grab the brakes and keep the position. Howarth, though, the number 96 rider, again coming back. Again through the quick stuff. Will has just got that more speed and the capability to catch up, and now Bernie's in front. He can defend. He has got the ability to defend quite well, and it's got to wait a little while, but we'll wait and see.
Yes, absolutely. We will wait and see, but it looks like Bernie Hook is very quick through this midfield section. As I say that, it looked like Howarth was about to look up the inside into turn number 8 as they go into 9. So there's 2 and a bit laps remaining of the senior mini moto race number 2 from Tattershall. Once again, come across the finish line to start another lap. 2 laps to go. Will Howarth make the move? Yes, he won't. No, he won't. He won't make a move into first spot there and to past Bernie Hook. So Bernie Hook still leads the way past Howarth, but once again through the fast turn left into right hand off turn number 3. Will Howarth looks up the inside. He's just practicing for the final lap.
Well, you broke your wordplay slightly there, I'm afraid, but he is certainly sizing him up. There is another opportunity. He's waiting. He's just waiting patiently, gauging the right moment to attack. Andy Whedon still 3rd. 4th is Adam Ambrose. 5th is Simon Huntingford. Josh Birkin is just ahead of Nick Bennett as they make their way down towards turn number 1. But this is it. They've got a few riders in front of them, so this could be everything. They head onto the final lap now, over the line to start the final lap. They've got a handful of riders right in front of them. They've got to negotiate. Bernie Hook will have to get into them first and is getting held up right at the apex at turn number 1. Will Howarth sits and watches with a massive smile into turn number 2. He's got so much more speed heading into turn 3. They're side by side. Can he let the brakes off? No, he can't. He goes a bit deep into turn number 3. Just the hairpins and the final section of the to go. The final lap, half a lap to go. Bernie Hook goes wide, manages to get past the traffic, but right up on the inside, Will Howarth's going to go for it. He can't do it at turn number 7 either.
Will Howarth is looking every way to find a way past Hook. Will he make it into turn number 9 late on the brakes? Hook has got it covered with him, moving under braking, losing the front ever so slightly, but he still holds it. Will Howarth make a move on the final lap? Coming across the finish line is Hook. It's Howarth. It's Hook who just takes the race win by 0.04 of a second from Will Howarth on bike number 96. Great race action from those two there. Looking further down the field, we're waiting for Andy Whedon, who was a few seconds further back on your top 3. So it looks like Andy Whedon is coming through the final couple of corners for the moment. Andy Whedon on bike number 7 has consolidated that podium spot over the last few laps. So Andy Whedon comes through the final corner at the moment, will be picking up that podium spot in bike number 7. Over the line he comes as Andy Whedon in third, and Adam Ambrose will be next up on one of the cardboard cutout boxes. And of course it's going to be Josh Birkin over the line. Will he be holding off Nick Bennett? Yes, he does. Josh Birkin just holds off 6th spot after a crash earlier on in the race. So great recovery from Josh Birkin, and Nick Bennett is in 7th. So once again, Bernie Hook is your race winner from the senior mini motos ahead of Will Howarth. Andy Whedon in 3rd spot. Adam Ambrose was next up ahead of Simon Huntingford. Josh Birkin was in 6th, Nick Bennett in 7th, Craig Ashall in 8th, Ross Michael in 9th, and Aston Dean and Matt Birkin were your only 2 non-finishers from the senior mini moto race number 2.
Well, a shame for a couple of non-finishers, but a great end to the second set of races here this weekend at Tattershall. Live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. Well, it's been a great second set of action. We've got one final set of races to come later on this afternoon. We'll be back underway at around 2 o'clock. So thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for all of your comments. It's been great to see who you're supporting all weekend, and we'll see you very shortly.
Cool Fab Racing, the official road MotoGP.
Good afternoon, welcome to Cool Fab Racing British Minibikes Championships. We're at Tattershall for round 4 of the 29 season, and we're on to the 3rd and final set of races for the weekend as the Mini GP 50s head out onto circuit. Liam Hodgins and Dan Marr here in the commentary box. Morning of action so far. Just very quickly, what are you thinking is going to happen?
I expect a lot of great action out there on the circuit, and of course some championship positions to maybe turn around ever so slightly. So we've got the Mini GP. Had 2 race wins from 2 races so far from Josh Bannister this weekend, but you never know. He's been under a lot of pressure from the likes of Harrison Crosby, Ryan Hitchcock, and the likes of Lucas Brown and stuff like that. So yeah, you never know. It could all change within race number 3.
Well, it can all change pretty quickly in motor racing. That's a well-known thing to happen. But as dividers just heading onto the grid ahead of the green flag lap, we're just coming back off lunch, so everyone is getting into position, ready and raring to go. Thank you for joining us on the Cool Fab Racing website, on motorsport.radio and on social media. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have you with us. We had a great action this morning with everyone, and thank you all for your comments as well, letting us know who you've been supporting over the course of the weekend. And I'm sure we can hope for some more fantastic comments in the next few moments. But as we head on to the green flag lap, the GP 50s head out for one last time this weekend. We'll bring you the grid with Liam Hodgins right now.
So Kyle Payne will be leading the way from pole position once again, the 3rd time this weekend, ahead of race 1 and 2 winner Josh Bannister on bike number 2. Harrison Crosby, your championship leader, is in 3rd spot. Ryan Hitchcock is next up on bike number 43. And 5th position on the grid is going to be number 29, Lucas Brown, ahead of Sullivan Mounsey on bike 144. Ronnie Harris is next up on bike number 66 in 7th spot on row number 4, ahead of Harrison McKee on bike number 61. Thomas Gomez follows him in 9th position on bike number 98. Ben Jolliffe rounds out the top 10 on the grid on bike 125. Ollie Horner on bike number 70 is 11th on the grid on row number 6, ahead of 37 of Carter Brown. Taylor Stewart Campbell on bike number 97 will be 13th on the grid. Unlucky for some, but not for Taylor. And Holly Harris will be on bike number 15 from 14th on the grid. And rounding out your runners and riders for the start of the Mini GP 50 race number 3 here from Tattershall in Lincolnshire, round number 4 of the Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championship. It's going to be Warwick Braid.
Well, we have 12 laps in prospect ahead of the green flag. It's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. There's creeping from a few of the rows, but we are underway this weekend for the Mini GP 50s. Josh Bannister made a good start, but it's Lucas Brown who leads heading into turn 1 for the first time. A very good start from Josh Bannister. We've got a rider that's gone down and looks like it's Ryan Hitchcock. We'll get more confirmation in a few moments, but as the rest of the field do get underway, it will be Lucas Brown leading. Josh Bannister's in second place. In third place, though, Liam, I'm not quite sure who it is, but it is looking very tight.
It looks like it's Harrison Crosby in third spot at the moment. So your championship leader has made a great start from third on the grid, staying in touch with your early race leaders as they approach turn number 10 right now. So this is going to be a great battle. Look at Bannister is looking around the outside. He's out very wide as they come across the start finish line. Turn number 2, but a great run from turn number 2 up the inside. Will Payne get it? No, but Crosby moves into second. Whoa, nearly touched the back of Crosby was Kyle Payne, but that is Bannister in to first, just ahead of Crosby, and Kyle Payne back down to third.
Well, Lucas Brown, get his head down. We'll start considering what he needs to do in order to make some progress in this race. Josh Bannister once again defending hard from Harrison Crosby, the number 69 rider, in a very similar ilk to the Jorge Lorenzo style of number. Now moving their way up towards turn 9 again. Josh Bannister still leads. Lucas Brown already back onto the pair, so it's a three-way scrap for the race lead as it stands, with the fourth rider not too far away either. The rest of the field continues to stream through, but it is still Josh Bannister leading, Harrison Crosby second, Lucas Brown is in third place. Fourth place running well at the moment. And it's just moving from left to right, a very tricky sequence of corners going through turn 2 and turn 3. You've got to really manoeuvre the bikes around. They're just holding each other up at the moment, though. Four-way as it is into the third chicane.
And just a bit of an update on the rider that had a bit of a slow start. That was Warwick Brady getting pushed off the grid there, but managed to get back into the race. So Warwick Brady is at the back of the pack in 15th spot at the moment, which is good there. So as they come through the fast turn right-hander to end the lap, it's still Bannister from Crosby from Payne, and there's Payne looking up the inside of Crosby into turn number 1, late on the brakes, over the bumps into turn 1, late on, has chopped his nose off. Crosby was not letting Kyle Payne through there, so that is great stuff from the riders, Bannister, Crosby, and of course Kyle Payne. But Kyle Payne has dropped back ever so slightly from the top 2 in this field, which has given Lucas Brown an incentive to catch up. But look at Crosby, he's looking all the way around the outside. Will he make a move?
Red flag, there's a break gone down at turn number 3. Red flag has been called, so this race has been at the moment. I'm not sure who the rider is. We'll try and get you more information when we can, but the third race of the Mini GP 50s has been red flagged due to an incident. Sorry to cut over you there, Liam, but it's neutralised the race, which was interesting, because it was actually starting to develop a very interesting four-way scrap for the race lead. Certainly it was.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like the rider is up, so standing up, so that's good to see from the rider that went down there. So yes, the race has been stopped for the moment, but we'll probably get that back away at some point. Now, we Ryan Hitchcock, we saw from earlier on AC40 Pros, Archie Gibbs, who went down, managed to get back up and into this next start of the race. So we might see the same from Ryan Hitchcock, who crashed out early on in this race.
Again, it would be a good reprieve for him if it was. That's the trouble with it, though. Sometimes you may be able to, sometimes the luck doesn't quite go your way, so you just got to feel fortunate. He's popped down to just behind the country box, so I think we should go in a casual, considering he's out in the next race. So maybe not out, but we will wait and see. But the Mini GP 50s, we are under a red flag in the third race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50s due to an incident, although we will get you as much information on that as we can. We were still here live at round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. Thank you for joining us. This is Tattershall in Lincolnshire. The sun is out. We're enjoying the racing here this weekend. And, well, the rest of the grid just waiting on the circuit at the moment to see what's going to happen. In this kind of situation as a rider, how difficult is it for you? And in fact, as we say that, Ryan Hitchcock's bike is heading back to the rest of the riders. So I think they're going to ask if he can get back onto the grid. So he may well potentially be in with a shout of getting back into this race.
It actually looks like they're turning him round so he can start this race again, which is great news for the championship. And of course, Crosby will try and make his way through the field. But Ryan Hitchcock back in the race, which is great for him and his championship prospects. It's great for us fans. It's great for us calling the race because we get to see even more action for the MotoGP 50s race number 3, Tattershall. So as we stopped the race there, it was Bannister who was leading Crosby, who was leading Payne, and they were starting to get a little bit, well, I wouldn't say nasty out there, but there was a little bit of action going on as we've got a rider pulling off into the pit lane. Not quite sure who that was, Dan.
No, not sure who that was. It's only the one, so we will keep an eye on it as and when. Now everyone else returns to the grid on effectively another green flag lap, but one or two riders perhaps having pulled in to get a bit more fuel in case they didn't quite have enough to do a full restart of the race. And the riders are making their way around, so we'll give you an update as to that at the moment. If it is a full restart, which at this moment it seems most likely it will be, it will be a 12-lap race with Kyle Payne and Josh Bannister on the front row. Now, Josh Bannister didn't make a very good start, and it was a characteristic of him from last season, was struggling with his race starts. His race pace and his racing sort of ability were in question. So having given another chance to pull the clutch in and go, it will be certainly an interesting one to try and find out what he can do if he can make a bit more progress.
Yeah, it'll be great to see if Josh Bannister can get a good start. The number 2 rider there starting from second position on the grid alongside Kyle Payne. Now those two have been battling out all weekend for the race victories. As we can see, Ryan Hitchcock will be starting from his normal grid position, so he had a bit of an incident at the start of the previous race, but it's great to see that Ryan Hitchcock is back in the race on bike number 43. And of course, Harrison Crosby will be mixing it in action as well on bike number 69.
And he was mixing it in with the action. He has been doing so all weekend, so it's been good, a very good start indeed for him this weekend. The marshals are looking around. I think they've been given warm-up laps, so they're heading off onto the circuit again for another warm-up lap. So they've had a few extra laps in order to get everything set up and ready. Now, with the amount of fuel they put in, I think they put enough in for this kind of situation, but you could be running marginals. But just remind us very quickly, Liam, what's the first few rows of the grid going to line up as?
So it's going to be Kyle Payne who leads off pole position once again on bike number 25 ahead of Josh Bannister. Then Harrison Crosby, your championship leader, will be on bike number 69, going off third on the grid. Ryan Hitchcock will be restarting this race from row number 2 on fourth place on the grid. Lucas Brown will be next up in 5th ahead of Sullivan Mounsey on bike 144 from row number 3 in 6th spot. Ronnie Harris is next up in 7th, Harrison McKee in 8th. Thomas Gomez will be in 9th spot on bike number 98 ahead of Ben Jolliffe, who rounds out the top 10 on the grid. After that is Ollie Horner on bike number 70 in 11th position. Carter Brown on bike number 37 will be in 12th spot on the grid ahead of Taylor Stewart Campbell on bike number 97 and 13th. Holly Harris is next up in 14th spot on bike number 15. And running out your runners and riders for the start of this MotoGP 50 race number 3 is Warwick Brady.
Well, the marshals moving to off the grid. We'll be getting ready to go with the restart of the third race of the weekend for the MotoGP 50s. The green flag was up, now it goes down again, a bit of creeping. Josh Bannister again doesn't make a particularly good start. Kyle Payne therefore leads into the first few corners again. Josh Bannister second, third is Harrison Crosby, fourth is Lucas Brown, fifth is Ryan Hitchcock. Ryan Hitchcock having made it round the first turn, which is good for Ryan to do. Into the infield though for the first time, and it is the race leader of the number 25, Kyle Payne. Got a lot of pressure from behind from Josh Bannister, but Josh Bannister coming under increased attack from the number 69 of Harrison Crosby as well. So a big line of riders, a big queue waiting to try and get past at the moment as they end the first lap of 12 in this restarted race 3. Over the line, and it is the number 25 of Kyle Payne. That's swiftly followed by Josh Bannister. Half a look up the inside into turn number 1. Can't quite make it work, not quite close enough. putting a little bit of pressure on, just saying, I'm here, I'm planning on making a move. Now, we can do this properly, or I'll have you off. Well, we'll wait and see. It's going to be a very feisty race, this third and final race of the weekend.
Well, fingers crossed there's none of that going on in the circuit. It's nice and clean. But Bannister has seen a gap open up between himself and Payne, so he's not finding the form that he did in the first part of this race number 3. Kyle Payne has found his feet and is starting to edge ahead. Crosby is still in third spot for the moment, so the number 69 rider there as they come through turn number 9. Powering towards the final turn, flat out. I was watching him through qualifying there, and it was incredible to watch him go flat out. But look at the run that Bannister has had onto the home straight, late on the brakes, but Kyle Payne is even later. So these two have edged ahead of Crosby and the likes of Brown. We've got the rider down. Is that Crosby once again? Is that
I think it is Crosby, yes.
Is that Crosby? That is Crosby that's down. That's unfortunate for the championship leader. Crosby is out of this race. Number 69, he's up, he's okay. He's trying to get back into the race, and it looks like he is. So he is powering on at the bottom end of the field. Can he make any positions up? So he fell out of third place there. That is your championship leader, Crosby.
As long as he finishes, he's due to score points. There's only 15 qualifiers in this category, so even if he can just get a couple of points, they could be critical come the end of the season. But the battle for the race lead intensifies. It's the number 25 of Kyle Payne over the line. Josh Bannister looks left, looks right, commits to the left hand side of the circuit. You can't get around the outside there very easily. It can be done, but not especially well. But Kyle Payne is your race leader. Josh Bannister in second. Lucas Brown is in third ahead of Ryan Hitchcock. Ronnie Harris and Harrison McKee are your top 6, followed by Gomez, Brown, Jolliffe and Stuart Campbell, followed by Ollie Horner, Warwick Brady, Holly Harris, Harrison Crosby at the back, and Sullivan Mounsey didn't actually start this race, so that's what we mean by you can score points no matter where you finish. Harrison was actually 17, was actually only a second and a half behind Holly Harris, so has got a few people within range. They make their way through the mid portions of the circuit, focusing on a few of the riders in the race.
Harrison Crosby has
side
made
by side for the race lead. Sorry about that. They're side by side for the race lead going into turn number 1. Couldn't make it work, but that was certainly Josh Bannister, the number 2's best effort at making it through.
He's certainly showing him a wheel, just letting Kyle Payne know that he's there. Josh Bannister will be looking any which way he can to take the lead of this race. Just an update on Harrison Crosby. Crosby has worked his way up to 12th spot after toppling off coming out of turn number 1 a couple of laps ago. But look at Ryan Hitchcock for a third spot. There's a yellow flag out. We've got a rider pulling off the circuit at the entrance to turn number 5. He's got his hands in his head, he's shaking his hips at the bike there, unhappy, storming away, but at least the rider is okay.
That's Thomas Gomez pulling off into retirement, unfortunately. Side by side again for the race leaders, heading down towards turn 1 once again. Josh Bannister on the inside line, leaves a late, braking as dare as he could. He couldn't do it though. And Kyle Payne withstanding the pressure. It's third place though, a fantastic battle between Lucas Brown and Ryan Hitchcock, third and fourth. Ronnie Harris isn't too far away from them as well. But into the infield once again, our 2 race leaders still absolutely nose to tail.
They absolutely are. It looked like Bannister went for a move up the inside there, just sat the bike up ever so slightly. He's lost a bit of time to Payne, but once again he will be able to catch that back up. He's very quick coming out of the final turn, but as we see, Hitchcock is right all over the back of Brown. He's closed that gap up over the last couple of laps on the number 29 rider, powering through turn number 9 down towards turn 10. Flat out right-hander. Will we see a move down to turn number 1? The gap is too big at the moment, but further behind them we've got Ronnie Harris and Harrison McKee looking for a battle. Will Harrison McKee look up the inside of Harris? Not doing it just yet. A bit of a gap too big there, but the leaders are still nose to tail, just let you know that off screen for the moment. So that's the closest battle on track. So your number 25 and number 2 of Josh Bannister there.
We're halfway through this race. They're on the infield at turn number 7. They're just making their way through the infield, through the final of the 3 hairpins. It's such a tight section of circuit, you've got to work hard to do it. But the riders in third and fourth, Brown and Hitchcock, they're still also fighting extremely hard. Into turn number 9, the penultimate corner, Ryan Hitchcock getting a little bit deeper, using a very wide line. Up the inside at turn number 1 though, there's a potential change for the lead. Not quite. They're still very, very fighty with each other, but it seems to be they're moderating what they're doing in terms of just placing the bikes, moving it about, making sure, okay, I want him to know that I'm there, but I'm not actually going to do it, and really reserve the one great move for later on in this race. But with 5 laps to go, they haven't got an awfully amount of time to go. They've got to really think about it.
Yes, they do have a lot of time to go, as it looks like Ryan Hitchcock could be, well, making a move on the back of Brown through turn number 7. Not doing it just yet. That was the battle outside the commentary box, but Bannister is very quick out of turn 9 through turn 10. He has to set the bike up. He's carrying so much speed there. Has Payne got a problem, but he's into the lead now. That's Bannister into the lead through turn number 10 after he had to set the bike up because Payne seemed very slow through the fast right-hander to complete the lap there. I wasn't sure if he maybe missed a gear or something there, but Bannister, that could have been a horrible incident if both riders collided. And the rider that pulled off track earlier on looks like he's getting back into the race, so there's still a chance for that rider to score some championship points. Looking back further down the field, has Hitchcock made a move on Brown, Dan?
I don't believe he has at the moment. It's getting very, very feisty, but as they make their way into turn number 6, Lucas Brown got Ryan Hitchcock all over the back of him. It's still nose to tail, but they're almost tripping over each other going through the hairpins. That's not something you need. It's going to mean that a lot of pressure is coming your way. Could mean of a potential disaster as well. But Josh Bannister, your new race leader, 3 laps to go, and he's a quarter of a second in front of Kyle Payne.
Kyle Payne is still tagging onto the back of Bannister. Now that Bannister is ahead, he looks like he could be opening the gap ever so slightly through the tight and twisty section of the track. Nearly running onto the grass was Josh Bannister there, taking a defensive line. Oh, he nearly lost the front, it looked like, as he came out of the fast left-hander there. So Kyle Payne is all over the back of your number 2 rider, Bannister, with just over 2 laps remaining of this Mini GP 50 race number 3 here from Tattershall, powering out of turn number 9. Can Bannister hold on down the home straight, Dan?
Well, he's keeping an eye on it. He's in the slipstream. He's not close enough to make a move. That's the critical thing at the moment, is he's nowhere near close enough to really make a decisive move. He's working his way through the left, through the right, turns 2 and 3, really swinging the bike over from left to right. It requires a lot of physical effort in order to move the bikes about, but running very deep. Josh Bannister is using all of the available road in order to maximise the speed out of the corners. Into turn 5, the right-handed hairpin. He goes deep on the curb as well. You don't want to run over that too much. It's a bit slippery and also extremely bumpy, but side by side, Kyle Payne using a tighter line to much greater effect into the penultimate corner for the penultimate time. We're about to start the final lap of this race. Over the line, the number 2 rider of Josh Bannister in the plum seat, leading into the first corner for the final time.
Bannister's just holding it for the moment, takes a defensive line. Kyle Payne knows that Bannister's going defensive, so he can try and place the bike further around the outside to try and get a run through this tight and twisty section through the midfield. Can Kyle Payne do anything about Bannister? Bannister's going to go defensive into the tight turn left. Look at Payne, he's going round the outside. Will he get a run through the corner? Not quite. Bannister's nearly running off the circuit. He's taking such a defensive line going into the corner. He's running wide, coming out of it. This is very left, right through the section. But look at Payne, he's got a great run through the corner, not doing it quite yet. This is the last moment he can overtake, but Bannister has done an absolute perfect job of this race situation at the moment. Bannister through the final turn, comes across the line. Bannister's going to win the Mini GP 50 race from race number 3 here at Tattershall, just ahead of Kyle Payne on bike number 25. In third spot is Brown, ahead of Crosby, who managed to restart this race after crashing in the first part of it. So what a great ride there from Josh Bannister. Has picked up a hat-trick of wins this weekend here from Tattershall, and of course with Crosby crashing out of the race but remounting, that has just closed the championship considerably. And as we've got the last few riders coming through the final corner here, looking further down the orders of Carter Brown and Ben Jolliffe. Who's it going to be? It's Carter Brown on bike 37, holding 8th spot ahead of Ben Jolliffe, Ollie Horner in 10th, and Taylor Stewart Campbell in 11th. So Josh Bannister is your race winner for race number 3. Kyle Payne in 2nd, Lucas Brown rounding at the podium spot, Ryan Hitchcock next up, Ronnie Harris, Harrison McKay, Harrison Crosby, who remounted after the crash, came back on in 14th, finishing 7th, so great damage limitation there from Harrison Crosby. Carter Brown in 8th, Ben Jolliffe 9th, Ollie Horner 10th, Taylor Stewart 11th, and Holly Harrison 12th.
So highlights of that third and final Mini GP 50 race of the weekend. Late move by the likes of Josh Bannister, Harrison Crosby well up there at the front. Restart race up the inside was the number 25 of Kyle Payne, making a great start. Everyone through cleanly at turn 1, what we like to see. Ryan Hitchcock didn't have that problem on the first lap this time like he did last time, but attacking right through the race. Josh Bannister and Kyle Payne. Kyle Payne led for a very long time aboard the number 25 machine. Number 2 was in second place, and in third it was Harrison Crosby before dropping it on the exit of turn 1. It then became a 2-horse race for the lead. In further down the order, fighting away, Ollie Horner and Taylor Stewart Campbell side by side for the race lead. A bit of a mistake maybe from Kyle Payne. Up the inside, Josh Bannister was going. Plenty of riders in this race enjoying their racing here at Cool Fab Racing, side by side for the lead, and that was the move, which meant Josh Bannister went right around the outside, the left-hand side of the circuit, took the win then, and that's it for MiniGP 50s. We'll see them again very soon at Lid in a few weeks' time. Please join us then round 5 of the championship, but you're listening to live coverage of round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. And as the riders head out onto circuit, now the Extreme 200s are out as they make their way onto the grid. There's quite a large entry for this next one, so we'll be bringing you all of this. We believe that Brad may be in this. Brad Ray, the number 28 rider, Bennett's British Superbike race winner. He was racing in 2 of the races this weekend. He did come over earlier and wasn't in his race gear, and considering he was out in this race, it did seem like perhaps he wasn't going to be racing in this one. But we got a someone waving up to the timing box, wondering why.
I think I know why that might be. It's because Max Cook's mate, Charlie Nesbitt, went upstairs. So Charlie Nesbitt I don't think is going to be in this race either, because he was literally ran past us 2 minutes ago without his race gear on, so I don't think he's taking part in this race, and Max Cook is going, where are you, mate? What are you doing?
No Charlie Nesbitt, no Brad Ray. I don't think there's any Tom Ward either. So there's quite a few gaps on the grid. So it's very much a half grid at the moment. We'll get more information as and when we can. There we go. Charlie Nesbitt giving a good old cheer to Max Cook. They are onto the green flag lap though. I know this is a bit of a pain, but just tell us the grid as it is on the timing screens, and then we will go through it in more detail in a moment.
Yeah, so Richard Holmes Williams will be leading off from pole position once again today on bike 126, ahead of what should be Max Cook, but Max Cook has been starting from last on the grid with his mate Charlie Nesbitt, so Max Cook will be doing the same again. Martin Glossop will be in third position on the grid. Brad Ray doesn't look like he's taking the start, so he'll be missing from the grid. Kier Armstrong will be in fifth position on row number 3 on bike 122, ahead of Taylor Lawrence on bike number 10, who had a bit of an off earlier on today, in 6th spot. Will Howarth on bike number 96 will be in 7th on the grid, ahead of John Ansell, who picked up a podium position earlier on today in race number 2. He'll be in bike 685. Josh Ingram will be on 9th on the grid on bike 147, ahead of Brandon Perrell on bike 146. Rounding at the top 10 on the grid, ahead of Harvey Claridge on bike 16. He'll be 11th, ahead of Cam Harris in 12th spot on bike number 20. Jamie King on bike number 76 will be in 13th. Tom Ward next up in 14th spot on bike number 21. Charlie Nesbitt should be back on row number 8, but he's not in his race gear at the moment. He's watching from the sidelines, cheering on his mate Max Cook. And in 16th place will be Roger Monks on bike 111.
That's how they're meant to line up. There seems like there's half the grid missing at this point, but whichever riders are here, we will cover them. They look to the green flag. The green flag goes up, it goes down now, so a good start from the number 6 rider, Martin Glossop. Really well in his race earlier on, has gone into turn 1 for the first time and leads coming out to turn 1. Number 10, Taylor Lawrence, also doing well. Second place at the moment, 3rd and 4th. Not too bad. Brandon Perrell's getting stuck in with Cam Harris a little further down the order into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. So a good start by everyone. Jamie King a bit further back than he's been expected to be this weekend. He does enjoy the Tattershall circuit, but overtaking and going round the outside of a few riders, giving it a good go. Max Cook, though, also making a decent start for the back of the grid. Made up a couple of positions as they make their way through on this first lap. About to start lap 2, so we've got 14 laps in this race, or 13 laps to go. Martin Glossop ahead of Taylor Lawrence. Third place is the not quite sure, can't see who is at the moment, but making their way through. Will Howarth making a good start as well
Yes, Will Howarth has been putting in some fantastic performances this weekend on that bike there. So we've got a great start from Max Cook. He's made up about 4 positions so far on that opening lap. So he started last, he's moved up a few positions since then. And we've got the likes of Martin Glossop, who was chasing Bradbury very earlier on in the race number 2, which happened this morning. He's leading the way ahead of Taylor Lawrence. So Taylor Lawrence on bike number 10. But as we look towards the head of the field, it's Martin Glossop heading through turn number 10. The final turn on this Tattershall racecourse, and he's got a bit of a gap ahead of Taylor Lawrence. That's about a second and a half, 1.2 seconds in actual fact, as Martin Glossop sets the fastest lap of the race, a 45.4. Further down the field, there's a lot of action. Brandon Perrell on the back of Josh Ingram, looking for a way past the rider in 5th position. Cam Harris just holding off Max Cook for the moment, but Max Cook will be eagerly trying to get his way past the rider in front of Cam Harris.
Max Cook, as you say, he's going to be eager to get to the very front of the field now that most of his quotation marks he might consider his serious competition mates aren't in this race. It's down to him to perform, but Martin Glossop doing very well at the front of the field so far. Up the inside goes Max Cook on Brandon Perrell, immediately gets overtaken. That's into turn 9, so goes in a bit deep, opens the position, loses the position again, side by side into turn 1 though. He's got the inside line, he has got the position now, a bit of a squirrel from the rear brake, so he was really leaning on the rear tyre for traction. Got it through though. Martin Glossop is 1.1 seconds ahead of Taylor Lawrence though, with the fastest lap. Kier Armstrong remains in 3rd ahead of Will Howarth. Then Josh Ingram is really the closest rider to Will Howarth, followed by Brandon Perrell and Max Cook, the battle we're currently talking about. They make their way through turn number 7, the 3rd of the hairpins. It's an extremely tight part of the circuit, a real push from the torque on these pit bike engines. Up the inside, having a look, and the number 27 rider is Max Cook. So Josh Ingram is next on Max's list of riders to overtake. They go side by side. He's got the inside line into turn 1, and once again he completes a move by the braking zone, although he was sliding all over the shop when he was making the move into turn 1, Liam.
Yes, you can tell that Max Cook has been racing out in Spain. That's the sort of move you'll see at international level, getting in front of the other rider and just chopping their nose off as they come into the corner. Great ride there from Max Cook on bike 213, so that's bike 213 for Max Cook with the RedBull Rookies leathers on, so he's very distinguishable on the race circuit at the moment. So he's closing up to the back of Will Howarth, so that's Max Cook in 5th spot. Can Cook make a move on Howarth? So he's closed right into the back of him already, coming through the fast turn 10. Final right-hander on this track. Will he make a move into turn 1? I think he's a little bit too far back, but late on the brakes to go, backing it in sideways there. He's leaving a lot of black lines out there on the circuit. So Max Cook through turn number 2 into 3. Will Howarth is going to be having the young RedBull Rookie star all over the back of him ever so slightly. So Max Cook, you will be able to play as him in the new MotoGP 19 game, so I thought I'd just throw that out there so you can play as him as a RedBull Rookie star in that game as well, so he'll be loving to play as himself in that. But Max Cook in 5th spot, all over the back of Will Howarth there. So Will Howarth is doing a great job of soaking up the pressure from the youngster.
Well, soaking up the pressure, he's not going to resist for too much longer though. Max, if he can make a move, he will make a move. He's got a great run out of the final turn, having a cheeky look at the inside at turn 1. He's closing, he can't do it though. Will Howarth, the number 96 rider, has just got the legs on him, and it's enough in order to continue to remain in 4th place for now. Martin Glossop though, 1.5 seconds ahead of Taylor Lawrence, is just making a headway away at the moment. Kier Armstrong remains in 3rd. 4th place for Will Howarth, as we've just been mentioning. They're making their way through the infield now. Turn number 7, the 3rd of the hairpins, very tight. Behind those two as well, Josh Ingram is getting a hard time from Cam Harris and Brandon Perrell. Their 3 bikes almost line astern into turn number 9. And the RedBull Rookies rider of Max Cook still consolidating a good 5th place for him at the moment. He's fallen back away a bit from Will Howarth. Maybe he's just trying to give himself a bit of a breather it is quite interesting. 8 laps to go, so we're nearing half distance in this race. It was side by side for Josh Ingram, though. Ingram remains in the 6th ahead of Harris and Peril, but Harris really challenging for 6th place.
Yeah, I noticed something hanging off the bottom of Max Cook's bike there. Not quite sure what that is as he came past the commentary box and he's went into turn number 1. Not sure if something's hanging off or that's meant to be there, but we'll keep an eye on that to see if he drops back from Will Howarth over the next few laps. But we're looking further down the field, and Josh Ingram, Cam Harris and Brandon Peril are giving us an almighty scrap out there on this tight and twisty Tattershall course, and of course it is Josh Ingram who still leads away from Cam Harris for 6th, 7th and 8th position at the moment. It looks like Cam Harris nearly lost the front through turn number 9 as he power of the corner. Brandon Peril will be looking to make amends for that issue there from Cam Harris. Wheeling as it came across the line was Josh Ingram into turn number 1. Cam Harris all over the back of the number 147 rider in front as they go through turn 10. Will he make a move into turn number 4, setting it up, not quite finding a way through just at the moment, Dan?
But he's still got to wait a little while. He's into the infield section and under increasing pressure from Brandon Peril. The yellow Peril, number 146, makes their way into turn 5, much deeper for the black bike with yellow highlights on the 146, trying to get a better traction around, because you don't want to be sitting right behind someone, not being able to breathe, not being able to really close in. Martin Glossop, leader of this race, halfway through this race. Taylor Lawrence in 2nd and Kier Armstrong still 3rd. The battle for the 6th, 7th and 8th still raging on. Josh Ingram holding on, 147 ahead of Cam Harris and Brandon Peril.
Cam Harris made a bit of an issue there as he came through turn number 10, lost the rear end. Brandon Peril up there instead of Harris. Has to set the bike up as Cam Harris didn't know he was there. That was very close to an incident between both of them. Harris and Peril nearly went down together at turn number 3. So Cam Harris, as he didn't know that Brandon Peril was there, won't be fazed by it whatsoever. But he might be a little bit fazed by the issue that he had about a lap ago when he lost the rear end coming through turn number 10. So the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th still rages on between these three that you've got on screen at the moment. To turn number 10 again, will Cam Harris keep it in line? Yes, he does. He gets a great run through the final turn, deep on the brakes into turn 1. We've got Ingram that blocks the line ever so slightly. Harris has to remain in 7th, but further down the field we've got a great battle between the likes of Jamie King, Harvey Clarge and Ian Jackson for 9th, 10th and 11th as they come out of turn number 1 into 2. We've got Harvey Clarge all over the back of his rival from the Pit Big 140 category.
Yes, absolutely. He's really fighting him tooth and nail. Many of our riders use similar bikes, if not the same bikes, for both categories. Engine size really is the only limitation. Martin Glossop, though, no problem with my engine size or any kind of limitations. 4 laps to go and he's 2.4 seconds ahead of Taylor Lawrence now. Lawrence coming under pressure from Kier Armstrong, so coming through turns 2 and 3 they are focusing hard on the battle for 2nd place. We're also focusing hard on the battle for 6th place, making their way into turns 2 and 3 now, left and right. Very long sweeping corner. Cam Harris uses a much wider line into turn 3. The leaders, though, come out of turn number 7 up towards turn 9. That's the joining the fast bit of the circuit, and they're going to be coming over the line to start. 3 laps to go, so the race is proceeding in a pretty quick pace at the moment, and Taylor Lawrence under increasing pressure from Kier Armstrong. Armstrong slowly being caught up by Will Howarth as well. So Will Howarth, I think, the fastest person on the circuit at the moment with a 45.5. Matt Cook not too far away as well. So we could all come up to a head, but up side by side again into turn number 1. The battle for 6th place is still absolutely nose to tail. Josh Ingram holding off Cam Harris, who then drops it. He goes down at turn number 1. He loses the grip on the bike. He is back onto it, so he's all right. There was a little puff of smoke, but Cam Harris, a lapse in concentration, has lost a few positions.
Now there's a battle for 2nd position at the moment. It looks like Kier Armstrong on bike 122 has closed up to the back of Taylor Lawrence in the closing stages of this race. To come across the line, 2 laps to go of this Extreme 200 race number 3, and Kier Armstrong is all over the back of Lawrence, and Will Howarth has closed up to the back of both of them as well. He's dropped Max Cook. Max Cook is a couple of seconds behind Howarth, but look how close it is now. as they come into turn at number 4. Can Armstrong make a move on Lawrence? He had a bit of a moment coming out of turn 4, looking up the inside, pushes him out wide. That is Armstrong up into second spot. Lawrence had to get out of it, as it looked like Armstrong might have lost the front if he didn't move out of the way. And Howarth as well. Has Lawrence got an issue with his bike? Howarth has just ridden round the outside of Lawrence. He's dropped from second to fourth in a number of corners.
That was at turn number 7, so he's really struggling with traction at the moment, is Taylor Lawrence. Perhaps the tyres just giving up the ghost, but we've got 1 lap to go. Martin Glossop is the race leader. Kier Armstrong now into second place ahead of Will Howarth. Taylor Lawrence, so, is coming back up the inside of Will Howarth, back into third place. He doesn't want to take it lying down. He wants that final step on the podium, but the number 6 rider, Martin Glossop, into the turn number 4 now. The battle for second place making their way into turn number 4 now. Kier Armstrong has gapped it, but Taylor Lawrence is defending hard from Will Howarth.
He's defending ever so hard, as you say there, Dan. Taylor Lawrence is still holding it for the moment. We're watching our race leader now coming through turn number 9, but it looks like Howarth has had a moment coming out of 7. He's had a moment, but look who it's going to be. It's going to be Martin Glossop coming across the start-finish line to take the race number 3 win of the Extreme 200s ahead of Kier Armstrong. Taylor Lawrence just holds off Will Howarth for 3rd and 4th position. Max Hook comes across the line, pops a big wheelie, and he's in 5th place there. Josh Ingram should hold off Brandon Pearl, as we see Brandon Pearl in 7th spot here on screen, so he's a number of bike lengths further behind Josh Ingram. Ingram across the line in 6th, Brandon Pearl in 7th. Cam Harris we expect to come across the line now, recovering well after he dropped the bike a couple of laps ago coming out of turn number 1, so he holds 8th off ahead of Ian Jackson. It looks like Jamie King in 10th, and Harvey Clarge, the last rider to come across the line, in 11th spot. So Martin Glossop there taking his first race win of the weekend ahead of Kier Armstrong, and Taylor Lawrence round out the podium. Will Howarth was next up, who held off an advancing Max Cook. Josh Ingram in 6th spot ahead of Brandon Pearl. The 147 leads home at the 146. Cam Harris next up, Ian Jackson 9th, Jamie King in 10th, and Harvey Clouds in 11th.
So that was your order for the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Extreme 200. Let's catch the highlights of that race. It was very action-packed, starting with the start. A good start for Martin Glossop. That was really the time when he made his mark. He just knew he could ride off into the distance. Taylor Lawrence, though, was in second place for quite a long time. A good fight between Harvey Claridge, Max Cook, Jamie King. They were fighting for a lap or so. For Max Cook, making lots of progress, lots of tyre marks as well, as he danced the bike all around the circuit, ensuring he had the best opportunity. Great overtake after great overtake, showing why he's such a talented young rider, racing in the Red Bull Rookies and using his Red Bull Rookies overalls. Came up against Will Howarth. They fought for a bit, and then Will Howarth got the bit between his teeth, carrying on racing. The battle for second raged on. This is also the battle for 6th place. Cam Harris with Josh Ingram and Brandon Pearl, lap after lap after lap. They were going side by side, fighting as hard as they could, and then a bit of a mistake from Cam Harris right near the end of the race. Put a little bit too much power down, spins the bike from under him. He gets the bike. So as they make their way up it now, it was side by side also for the second place battle. Will Howarth getting past Kier Armstrong into second. Will Howarth got up to 3rd. Taylor Lawrence repassing into 3rd place, but Martin Glossop, the winner of the 3rd and final Extreme 200 race of the weekend.
So it's going to be the mini F1 sidecars race number 3 coming up now, and of course we've got the 8 riders, so there's going to be no green flag lap from the sidecars. So starting off from pole position on this grid will be your championship leader by 35 points, Mick Williams, who is 35 ahead of second place Jack Qualters, who will be second on the grid. Mick Lee will be 3rd on the grid on sidecar number 44 ahead of Paul Qualters Jr. in 4th spot. Mark Parker will be next up in 5th, ahead of the 46 of Simon Ibbotson. John Hoska will be lining up on row number 4 on bike 127 ahead of Russell Morgan.
So the riders and passengers are getting ready for the race start. There is no green flag lap. It will be straight into the racing action. 6 laps then to decide the final winner of the weekend. We look towards the green flag. The green flag goes up, it goes down. A good start from Mick Williams on pole position. Second place, squeezing into second place, is Jack Walters. Mick Lee is third. He's going side by side, but no, he remains in third place for now. Is he going to stay off the grass? And like he did in race 2 earlier, he does. So Jack Walters keeping pace for Mick Williams for now. They're 1 and 2. Third place for Mick Lee. Fourth place for 147. It's getting quite close through the midfield. The likes of Mark Parker and John Hosker getting very close between the pair of them. Paul Quarters Jr. made a good start as well. They all continue to go around. Russ Morgan also in 8th place, circulating around. So all of the sidecars circulating around so far. But over the line now to finish lap 1 and start lap 2. It is confirmed that Mick Williams is your leader in this race, ahead of the number 2 of Jack Quarters. Mick Lee in 3rd, 4th for Paul Quarters Jr., 5th place for Mark Parker, followed very quickly by Simon Ibbotson, John Hosker and Russ Morgan, currently running at the top 8 riders. Getting more, but it's turning out to be a pretty interesting race already, because Jack Quarters is keeping tabs with Mark.
It looks like Mick Williams is just easing away ever so slightly from Jack Quarters. Mick Lee has Paul Quarters Jr. all over the back of him at the moment, so Mark Parker as well staying in that battle for the time being. So Mick Lee struggling at the moment as we see them powering out of turn at number 9, across the curb there for Paul Quarters Jr. So as we said that Mick Lee looked like he was struggling, it looks like he's pulled a bit of a gap over Paul Quarters Jr. at the start of this next lap, but the gap at the front is 1.3 seconds. It's a 52.282 from Mick Williams. That's only a 10th and a half quicker than Jack Quarters the previous lap. Mick Lee is a further 3 seconds off of Jack Quarters. Paul Quarters Jr. in 4th spot. Mark Parker in 5th. John Hosker 6th on bike 127. Simon Ibbotson has dropped a couple of places from his starting spot. He's now 7th ahead of Russell Morgan there. So it looks like Paul Quarters Jr. is beginning to just ease back up to the back of Mick Lee.
And Mick Lee has been involved in some fairly tough scraps this weekend, so they're well versed in knowing how to defend. The number 44 machine has been performing excellently around the Lincolnshire circuit of Tattershall this weekend. Really had some good results. Mick Williams with a new fastest lap over the line, although the number 44, as it comes past, is still in 3rd place. It sounds like they're struggling to grab a gear when they're coming into the accelerative zone, so that might explain perhaps a little lack of pace. A bit of understeer from the 44. That means the 24, Paul Quarters Jr. is closing up exponentially through turns 2 and 3. It's a long winding section for these sidecars. The passengers have really got to throw themselves about, and into the first hairpin, Paul Quarters Jr. is closing in.
He is indeed, and we're going to have to listen out for Mick Lee's sidecar as it come past start finish line once again, because it did sound very sick as it came past, so maybe it's an ongoing issue with that number 44 sidecar. But looking at the battle for first, it was another new lap record from Mick Williams of 51.7 in the previous lap as it come across start finish line. This time round it dropped back a couple of tenths of a second, but still the gap increases to 2.5 seconds. Mick Lee and Jack Quarters come across start finish line. There is an issue which seems to be with Mick Lee once again. It sounds like they're struggling for gears, so this could be an issue that could be ongoing over the next 3 laps of this mini sidecar race. So can Mick Lee get their head round the issue that's going on with that sidecar, or will the sidecar break down and Jack Quarters or Paul Quarters Jr. in fact pick up that podium position?
They are circulating though, and that is the good news. They're really getting closed up in on though the number 44 machine. They are just having to very patiently work around whatever they're dealing with. Whilst it's a very deep, throaty sound like normal, it does sound like it's got, as you mentioned, some kind of pickup issue. So we'll have to wait and understand to see what the problem could well be. Mick Williams, no such problems. 2 laps to go, well out in front. 2.8 seconds ahead of Jack Quarters. Jack Quarters having a very good weekend. Over the line, the number 44, Mick Lee's got a decent gap. It's about a second over Paul Quarters Jr., so it's not closing in so much at the moment. But Mark Parker in 5th. John Hosker still in 6th ahead of Simon Ibbotson. And Russ Morgan just about to have a lap put on him by our race leader, the number 44 of Mick Williams, ever present, ever winning aboard the number 26 machine. He is a very talented rider, and of course with the passenger They're enjoying some good results as of late. They've not had a particularly large amount of good luck this weekend though, so this hopefully should redeem themselves a little bit.
Absolutely, it should redeem themselves. But it looks like Mick Lee has a big gap coming onto the home straight, but coming across start-finish line, with the issue with the bike, Paul Qualters Jr. can just speed down the home straight and catch back up again. So as they come through the final turn, we'll keep an eye out on Paul Qualters Jr. is a lot closer this time round as a lap Russell Morgan as Paul Qualters Jr. into third spot, past Mick Lee into turn number 1 as they were lapping Russ Morgan. They're putting a lap on the last place rider. So that is Paul Qualters Jr. up into third spot, but will Mick Lee retaliate? He's trying to go around the outside into turn number 3 and 4. And in the final lap, it looks like Mick Williams will be picking up his second win of the weekend, his 10th win of the season. It's still a great battle going on between Paul Qualters Jr. and Mick Lee for the final podium spot. We'll keep an eye on that. A bit of a shake of the head from the sidecar of the 26, Mick Williams, but he comes across the start-finish line through the fast right-hander, over the line, and it's Mick Williams once again picking up another race win to extend his championship lead to 40 points over Jack Qualters. And will Paul Qualters Jr., it looks like Paul Qualters Jr. has pulled off at the edge of the circuit to turn number 7, so Mick Lee will pick up third spot. Not quite sure what happened there. Mick Lee takes third on an ailing 44 machine. Paul Qualters Jr., horrible luck for the number 24 there. Over the start finish line, Mark Parker will inherit fourth position ahead of John Hosker, who we're still waiting on to come round, coming through the final couple of corners at the moment. So John Hosker will pick up sixth position ahead of Paul Qualters Jr., Simon Ibbotson in 7th, and Russ Morgan rounding out the top 8.
So a good result there for all of our riders. It's a shame for the number 24, but the highlights of that race, short and sweet. But as we got underway on the first lap, it was a good start by the number 26 machine, getting into the lead. The number 2, Jack Qualters, following suit, was quite close for a few laps, but then sort of lost a little bit of pace. The number 44, Mick Lee, started out well, but gear selection troubles, we suspect, had slowed its pace dramatically. The number 24 of Paul Qualters Jr. also feeling pretty close, having a few looks up the inside into turn number 1, but then it took a move later on in the race. Mick Williams having no such trouble as they made their way through, but a great run out of the final corner and a great straight line speed meant the 24 did get ahead of Mick Lee, temporarily putting the number 44 off the podium. Mick Williams came round to take the victory, but heartbreak on the last lap for the number 24 machine, which then pulled off with a technical issue. They're just recovering that bike now, so as they're making their way back to the paddock now. Problem for the number 20 out of the race on the very and well, that's it for the mini F1 sidecars. They'll be back in just a few weeks' time. But thank you for joining us. This is Cool Fab Racing. This is the 2019 Championship Round 4 at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. We are on the road to MotoGP and the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. Plenty of great affiliations from many of our young riders, including coming out next, which will be the AC40 Rookies, and well, they'll certainly be aspiring to go on to great success, as of the likes of Danny Kent and Brad Ray and Luke Mossey and many other riders who've come through the Cool Fab Racing paddock.
Absolutely, indeed. It's great to see some of these riders in the paddock this weekend taking part in some of the bigger categories. So it's great to inspire the young talent coming through from the likes of the AC40 Rookies, the AC40 Pros, and give them something to look up to further ahead. So the AC40 Rookies will be going out next, and some of the riders are as young as 6 years old out there, so they're putting in a great effort. Some fantastic talent out there for the AC40 Rookies, so can't wait to see how race number 3 will go.
Well, race number 3 due to get underway, but highlights of earliest race today. There was a few incidents in the race. A good start though by the number 3 Ronnie Harris, and as they make their way round the circuit, a few riders falling off early on in the race, having a few incidents. That was our race leader, winner of race 1, falling off on the first start, but making their way up towards the first few corners. There was a big incident in the first start of the second race, and as they continued on throughout the course of the race. Some great battling, great scraps with many of our young riders really learning their racecraft, make a move up the inside, then lose it almost immediately. But you've got to make that kind of thing to do it, and in the long run, that's the kind of thing that would work. But here's the crash. A big crash for our rider earlier, was confirmed to be okay, so all was well. Great thanks to the teams and the marshals help on the matter. But second race, another good start by Archie Gibbs, and got one he wouldn't really lose. So Luke Fitchard having some great scraps over the course of the race. Another rider that fell at turn number 1. Luke Fitchard having a good race over the course of that. Fighting further back, many riders really using the cutback, using all sorts of alternative lines in order to get to the grid. And as they make their way over the lines, once again, lots of overtaking still happening. They're really teaching themselves, working very hard with each other in order to improve their racecraft, really having a good performance for the great crowds here. Many families, many fans actually here. Excited. It is, of course, free to racing here at Cool Fab. Thank you for joining us. This is live coverage of round 4, and we'll get on the way for the third and final race at the AC40 Rookies in just a few moments' time. But it is Liam with the grid.
Yes, you can see the riders lining up for their final race of the day, and it's going to be led away by your new championship leader, Archie Gibbs. He leads the championship now by 6 points over Ollie Sims, who came into this race meeting as the championship leader. Luke Fitchett will be lining up in second spot on the grid on bike number 96. Joshua Williams will be in third spot on bike 78, ahead of bike 108. That is Blake Wilson. Ollie Sims will be next up on bike number 73, fifth spot for Ollie Sims. Brandon Keane on bike 333, then distinguishable bike number 333 of Brandon Keane, ahead of Luke Schofield on bike number 64. William Harris on bike number 10 will be in 8th spot, ahead of Marco Holt on bike 58. On the 5th row of the grid, Casey Spady in 10th place on bike number 20, ahead of Archie O'Brien on bike number 91 in 11th spot. Wilson Dilks will be on bike 85 and 12th spot on the grid. Row number 7 is going to be Jacob Stevenson, number 67 on bike 13. Harry Payne in 11th spot on bike number 11 and 14th spot. On row number 8 is going to be Thorley Trevorrow on bike 42 and 15th. Max Wilson on bike number 33 will be in 16th spot, ahead of Arnie Carr on the bike 83. Bailey Lawrence on bike number 9 and 18th place on the grid. Callum Maxwell will be next up on 19th place on the grid on bike 111, heading off row number 10, ahead of Roman Ratcliffe on bike 121. In 20th, Chloe Sill, bike 101 on the 11th row of the grid. In 21st, and running out the runners and riders for the start of the AC40 Rookies will be bike 46 of Izzy Carter. So, as the riders are revving their bikes, the revs rise. The marshal with the green flag will be stepping off to the edge of the circuit. Remember, it's the green flag as it goes down. The race will begin. Archie Gibbs will be looking down for a good start. Green flag's down. Archie Gibbs from pole position. Great start away. Blake Wilson trying to get into second spot, but tries to drop back into third position there as the other runners and riders. Luke Fitchett drops back ever so slightly. Archie Gibbs still leads away as he head in towards turns 3 and 4, and we've got Luke Fitchett dropping back ever so slightly from the rear of the grid. A couple of riders barging away at the way. We've got a blue bike down further down the field at turn number 4. The rider is up and okay and back on the bike, looking to get back into the race, so that's good that the rider is up and trying to get back into the race, which they've done so now. But Archie Gibbs looks like he's made a great start at the top of the field, pulling out a big advantage of over a second as they make their way into turns number 8 and 9, and it looks like we have the likes of Blake Wilson trying to make a move. We've got Brandon Keane there on bike 333 still holding position in 5th spot as they make their way around to start the next lap.
Well, on to the next lap. A great start, and as you mentioned, a second in under a lap is not it's not an easy thing to do. You've got to really work hard in order to get that kind of thing. But the battle for second place closing in. Archie Gibbs is ahead of Joshua Williams, Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims there and thereabouts, with Luke Fitchett also quite close by. They've been enjoying some great scraps over the last 2 races. This is seeming to be more of the same, but the likes of Blake Wilson really do need to get their heads down and get some good points in the bag. They don't want to lose too many opportunities to score some good points, and now that Archie Gibbs is well off into the distance, it seems at this point, it was 1.4 seconds over the line. That's a lot to try and claw back in the space of 8 laps.
Archie Gibbs has become very accustomed to this racecourse as we've had a change for 4th position. Luke Fitchett, after a bad start, has made his way past the former championship leader Ollie Sims through turn number 9. A very audacious move, but we've got a change for 2nd spot. We've got Blake Wilson looking up the inside of Joshua Williams. Not quite yet, but Ollie Sims back into 4th, runs a little bit deep. We nearly, it looked like Luke Fitchett might actually attack the back of Ollie Sims, but thankfully all riders are through turn number 1 very cleanly and very safely. But at the front of the field, it's Archie Gibbs, who was 1.1 seconds quicker on that previous lap than the riders behind as they come through the tight and twisty section of the track. Luke Fitchett up the inside of Ollie Sims again. Yes, he's done it. He's back through into 4th spot. He's looking fast. He's looking like he's meaning business. And Ollie Sims has been demoted. Will he make a move into turn number 7? Not quite yet. He's looking up the inside of Blake Wilson.
Luke Fitchett, though, has really struggled with his race starts over the last 3 races, and for the first lap or so he struggles to really get into it, but then making another move up the inside into 3rd place. There you go, it's what we're saying. He then, once he gets into his rhythm, he's as quick as anyone else out there. Archie Gibbs 3.2 seconds up the road, Joshua Williams 2nd, 3rd is Luke Fitchett, but you fear for not much longer. Around the outside, Ollie Sims is Blake Wilson fighting very hard indeed. Ollie Sims, though, stays in 5th place for now. Blake Wilson has got the pace, has got the racecraft in order to keep on a position. But Luke Fitchett again up the inside, makes the move done and through on Joshua Williams. Bouncing over the curbing was Ollie Sims as well, so a few riders pushing quite hard.
I can tell you from experience you don't want to be riding a mini moto over curbs, especially on a go-kart track that can be very bumpy and very big at the same time. But Luke Fitchett, after a poor start, has worked his way back up into 2nd spot in the race, so looking very good there from the number 96 rider. Ollie Sims looking fast but a little bit out of control in some parts of the circuit at the moment. Through the fast turn number 10, across the start-finish line to complete another lap. Fitchett ahead of Joshua Williams, ahead of Blake Wilson, ahead of Sims, but it's Archie Gibbs is still leading the way, and he's over half a second quicker than the pursuing rider, so he's got a big gap of 4.4 seconds. He's already trying to lap some other riders there, so Archie Gibbs with a big lead and extending his championship lead in this AC40 Rookies Championship at the moment. Luke Fitchett has pulled a bit of a gap over the likes of Joshua Williams, Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims, so the gap is opening up there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
But they're starting to encounter a few of the riders in this race, which will close them back up again. Archie Gibbs has caught them effectively at the right point by being able to go through between the different hairpins. However, as Luke Fitchett isn't quite as adept at maybe getting through, because they've caught them at not quite the most effective time. Over the line again, Archie Gibbs is now 4.0 seconds ahead of Luke Fitchett with half the race gone and half the race to go. Joshua Williams is 3rd ahead of Blake Wilson. Ollie Sims is in 5th. Brandon Keane and Luke Schofield, they've been fighting tooth and nail again, so they make their way down towards turn number 1. In fact, it's Luke Schofield ahead of Brandon Keane, William Harris, Casey Sperry and Harry Payne's the top 10, with Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks, Jacob Stevenson, Marco Holt and Arnie Carr running in the top 15 so far. But Archie Gibbs is getting away with it. Luke Fitchett has got to defend from Joshua Williams. They're all quite enjoying a very close battle at the moment. Into turn number 7 and just about getting around some of the other riders in this race. Nearly tripped over the back of them, which you do not want to be doing at this point in the race. Into turn 9 and out of turn 9 again. Ollie Sims is actually starting to close in as well on Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson is in the main pack. They're all following 4 in a row with Fitchett, Williams, Wilson and Sims up the inside. Luke Fitchett trying to defend from Joshua Williams, who got a great run down the back straight, really using the slipstream to good effect. And in fact, they've really drawn all 4 back together once more.
They have done indeed. It looks like Luke Schofield is making a bit of a move, or Brandon Keane is making a bit of a move on Luke Schofield a little bit further down the order there. So there's a great battle going on between Keane, Sperry, Schofield, William Harris and Harry Payne. They're giving us a fantastic battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th further down the field. But back with the battle for 2nd, Luke Fitchett had a bit of an issue with the back markers a bit of lap ago, so he dropped back into the pursuing pack. But now that he's back ahead, Joshua Williams is still trying to hold off Blake Wilson as his more back markers are making their way through. So through turn 10, Ollie Sims looks like he's getting held up by the back markers more so than the two riders in front of him. Across the start finish line, will we see a move for the final podium position? Not yet. Joshua Williams still holds it ahead of Blake Wilson. Ollie Sims is very quick through turn at number 1. He seems to take a wider line into the corner while everyone else seems to sit more in the middle of the circuit, maybe getting affected more by the bumps compared to Ollie Sims.
But it's trying to figure out how you can do that going into it. But at the inside is Brendan Keane. 2 laps to go. Brendan Keane working hard with Luke Schofield and Casey Sperry into turn number 1. They've been fighting hard all the way through this race. But Archie Gibbs with the number 3 rider, not too long until he starts his final lap of the race, his final lap of the weekend. So he's got to make this one count. He's in the lead to the tune of 2.5 seconds. That gap is coming down quite significantly over the last few laps. Over the line, this is the final lap for Archie Gibbs.
Archie Gibbs is into turn number 1, as you said, Dan. But his time has gone up from 2.5 in the previous lap to 3.2. He's coming through turn number 2 into 3. That's Archie Gibbs, your race leader in the Dayglow yellow wheels and white helmet. But it's still the battle for second that we're keeping a close eye out on. Luke Fitchett, Joshua Williams, Blake Wilson and Ollie Sims, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are tailing your race leader with the white helmet and the Dayglow yellow wheels. Looks absolutely brilliant, that bike, your championship leader. And of course your race leader is on course to pick up a hat-trick of wins this weekend here at Tattershall. Round number 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. 2 more corners to go. The bike's shaking heavily over the bumps. We've got Archie Gibbs coming through the final corner now. Cross the start finish line. It's going to be Archie Gibbs, race number 3, 3 wins in a row. That is Archie Gibbs with the AC40 Rookies race win ahead of Luke Fitchett, who holds off Joshua Williams. Blake Wilson can only manage 4th. Ollie Sims, 5th spot, drops further down the championship board with Archie Gibbs taking the race win. But here we go, here's a battle for 6th spot. Who's going to take it? Will it be Keane? Will it be Schofield? Will it be Spadey? Spadey pushes past across our finish line. Spadey takes 6th position. What a ride by the number 20 rider there of Casey Spadey. Brandon Keane drops back down to 7th ahead of Luke Schofield on bike number 64. William Harris in 9th and Harry Payne rounds out your top 10 for the AC40 Rookies race number 3. Just outside the top 10 was Archie O'Brien. Marco Holt follows that up in 12th spot ahead of Wilson Dilks, Jacob Stevenson in 14th, Arne Carr in 15th ahead of Bailey Lawrence, Thorley Trevorrow on bike number 42 in 17th, Roman Ratcliffe in 18th spot, Chloe Sewell 19th and Callum Maxwell is your only non-finisher. But I say that Callum Maxwell comes across the line now taking the checkered flag, which is great because we've got 20 runners and riders completing the race. So I've got the highlights of the race. It was a great start by your championship leader Archie Gibbs. Blake Wilson tried to get around Joshua Williams into turn number 1 as all the riders are duking for position into the early stages of this race. We've got Archie Gibbs pulling a big advantage. Number 31 there, so back into the race as Ollie Sims rode round the outside of Luke Fitchett in the early stages of the race. But Luke Fitchett made up a few positions, but look at Ollie Sims. He looked like he tried to go for a tried and tested manoeuvre but didn't quite make it past Blake Wilson. Over the curbs, bounces over the curbs, was your previous championship leader Ollie Sims, as all the riders were close in proximity from 2nd down to 5th position. As he lapped the other riders, it was Ollie Sims who was trying to make a way. Got Brandon Keane up the inside of Casey Spadey. A great battle going on between the number 20 and 33, but it was a checkered flag waving for Archie Gibbs, who extends his championship lead over Ollie Sims, as Ollie Sims could only manage 5th place ahead of Luke Fitchett, who was in 2nd, Joshua Williams was in 3rd, Luke Schofield in 4th, and of course it was a lot of others. So Ollie Sims in 5th spot, Blake Wilson in 4th place there. So that was your AC40 Rookies race number 3 for the weekend. They will be back at round number 5, and of course we've got the premier class of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. It's the Mini GP 70s. They are making their way round onto the start of the grid for the start of the green flag lap.
Race 3 at round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships. The Mini GP70s are heading to the grid ahead of their third and final race of the weekend. It's a very strong entry. We've had 2 fantastic races so far, and whilst the conditions are cooler, the winds are higher, the tension couldn't be much higher either. The revs are rising. We're getting ready for the race start as the grid starting to assemble ahead of the green flag lap. Thank you for joining us. This is coverage of round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships on the road to MotoGP and the official partner series to the Bennett's British Superbike Championship. We're about to get racing here at Tattershall in Lincolnshire, the third race of the 4th round of the championship. We're very much looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all of your comments over on social media. It's been great to read a few of them. We'll hopefully try and read a few of them out very soon indeed. But the marshal's just making sure everyone is ready to go, that the engines are on, revving correctly, and all the pressures are right. But thumbs up from the back, they head out onto the green flag lap. So for one final time for the Mini GP70s this weekend, it's Liam Hodgins with the grid.
And the stakes are high between Evan Belford and James Cook. There's all 12 points separating them in the championship, with Evan Belford picking up both race wins so far this weekend and leads off pole position ahead of James Cook on bike number 44. Eddie O'Shea picked up 3rd spot in race number 2 earlier on today. He'll be 3rd on the grid. It'll be Owen Mellor next up in 4th ahead of Ollie Walker on bike number 48. Ryan Hitchcock on bike 43 will be next up in 6th spot. On row number 4, leading off row number 4 is Kyle Payne on 25. Ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell starting from 8th spot. Johnny Garness on bike number 57 will be in 9th spot on the grid, ahead of Harrison Crosby on bike number 69. Saffron Watley will be on bike 178 on 11th place on the grid, ahead of Emmanuel Brinton making his final appearance on the Mini GP70s before he moves to Spain later on this month. That's Emmanuel Brinton on bike number 93 ahead of Sullivan Mounsey, and 13th Alfie Davidson will be on 14th spot on the grid. Dylan Mellor in 15th on bike number 31 ahead of Joe Farragher. On bike 47, Thomas Gomez heads row number 9 and 17th spot ahead of Carter Brown on bike number 37, and running out the runners and riders is Jamie Woodcock.
So the riders are getting into position, ready for the race start. The riders will look towards the green flag, but it's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. The revs are rising, the clutches are at biting point for the final time this weekend. The Mini GP70s are go. Good start by Evan Belford, heading into turn 1 as the leader for the first time out of 14 racing laps. James Cook is in 2nd place, Eddie O'Shea in 3rd, 4th place is Bailey Stewart Campbell. A good start by everyone. They're through nice and cleanly at the moment. Defending Owen Mellor is attacking on Eddie O'Shea, so making their way past the rider of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Stewart Campbell down to 5th. Then the number 48 of Ollie Walker also in the mix there. A big grid and many riders getting away, but a good start by Evan Belford, already trying to produce a bit of a gap. A couple of machine links, then it seems to be a very long battle for 2nd place. Over the line for the first time is the number 52 of Evan Belford. James Cook is in 2nd place. 3rd still Eddie O'Shea, much as we've had over the course of the weekend so far, but that is all subject to change.
We've had a bit of an issue for James Cook. He had a moment coming out of turn number 1. He's now slipped back into 3rd spot. He's now behind the former championship leader Eddie O'Shea. Owen Mellor, still a good start from him there. He's still in 4th spot, just ahead of Stuart Campbell. Nearly contact there between Walker and Garness. That's Garness, who was starting 9th in the grid. He's up to 6th spot at the start of this race. So great start there from Johnny Garness, who nearly wheelied himself off the line at the start of this race. Further down the order, just behind him is Ryan Hitchcock on bike number 43. But look at Bailey Stewart Campbell all over the back of Mellor through turn 10 across the start finish line. Will we see a change for 4th position? Late on the brace goes Bailey Stewart Campbell, passes Mellor into turn number 1 as clean as you like. That was very clean there from Bailey Stewart Campball on the number 99, but can he make any inroads into James Cook just in front of him, who is just behind Eddie O'Shea? So Eddie O'Shea in 2nd. There's a bit of a gap between himself and Evan Belford, who's picked up both race wins so far this weekend, Dan.
Well, both race wins so far. We've got a yellow flag down at turn number 10. That's Ollie Walker who's pulled off to the side of the circuit. He's up and okay. I believe it's a technical problem with the bike. That's the bike actually being wheeled back if you're tuned into the visual stream. So yellow flags are out at one of the better overtaking opportunities on the circuit. 12 laps to go, 2 laps completed. Belford is ahead of O'Shea. James Cook in third. Fourth place for Bailey Stewart Campbell with the fastest lap. Also got the bit between his teeth as he flows through turns 2 and 3. Right up the back of the number 44 rider into turn 3. Turn 4 is the first of our tight hairpins. So all closing up again though. Eddie O'Shea has a cork in a bottle in second place. James Cook, Bailey Stewart Campbell waiting to be unleashed as they go through the third of the hairpins, the second left-handed hairpin.
James Cook will be starting to hear the Jaws theme tune as Bailey Stewart Campbell closes right out the back. I say that it looks like he ran a little bit wide there going into turn number 9. Owen Mellor looked for an opportunity to make it through but didn't make it stick. So Bailey Stewart Campbell is very quick but sometimes a little bit inconsistent. As you said, Danny will set the fastest lap of the race, nearly a new lap record last time round, but Evan Belford continues to lead this race very commandingly over Eddie O'Shea and James Cook. James Cook looks like he's starting to recover from that incident they had on the second lap. A bit of a moment coming through turn number 1. He's trying to make a way past Eddie O'Shea once again, but look at the person that's in 7th spot, Johnny Garness. Johnny Garness has been showing a lot of form this weekend in the Mini-GP 70 category, getting to grips with the bigger bikes, and of course he's on the back of the leading group at the moment.
Well, he's on the back of the leading group, but it's not going to be too long till he's really mixing it in with there. But Eddie O'Shea is in second place. Evan Belford is 1.5 seconds ahead of everybody else. There's no competition about it, but James Cook up the inside into turn 1. Late move on Eddie O'Shea. Couldn't make it work. Almost took the 114 out, but kept it through, kept it clean. Well done, gentlemen. They're almost side by side into turn 3 and 4. Eddie O'Shea, the 114, struggling a little bit at the moment with James Cook bearing down on him. It's such a tight and twisty part of the course. You can feel the breath down your neck really when someone's attacking you, when they're about to pounce. Bailey Stewart Campbell still with the fastest lap, still lapping fairly quickly as well. Eddie O'Shea really is holding back the tide with a great many riders coming over the line. For context, 52 just over the line now. Then it's 114, 44, 99 all in one row. Side by side between them is Owen Mellor and Johnny Garness. Garness right up the inside, deep into the hairpin, but does make the move through. So Johnny Garness up into the top 5 for the first time in this race. And Eddie O'Shea holding up the number 44 once again, looking up the inside, the black machine with the FS3 Racing decals on the side, a red front as well. Can't make it ahead of the 114 in second place for now.
James Cook looks like he's getting a little bit frustrated behind the 114 of Eddie O'Shea as he sees Belford increasing his gap at the top of the race at the moment to 1.4 seconds. Stewart Campbell, will look up this A10. Wow, what a decent move.
Does, my
incredible move. Sat Eddie O'Shea up. Bailey Stewart Campbell looks up the inside into turn 1. He does it, so making a move on O'Shea. Oh, O'Shea nearly tags the back of Cook. That allows Garness through into 4th spot there. That is getting a little bit crazy and congested through this course. So calm down, guys. It's just early on in the race. So Bailey Stewart Campbell has made his way through from 4th into 2nd spot, and unfortunately Eddie O'Shea has been pushed back down to 5th, so that looks like it could have been horrendous circumstances for O'Shea, but managed to still stay on the bike.
You mentioned impatience, and well, that was a perfect example of it. Went up the inside when he saw a gap at the very fast turn number 10, nearly sideswiped in. They kept it through, but Bailey Stewart Campbell, opportunist, really just saw the overtake opportunity and said, you know what, I might as well, I'm not going to stay here anymore. And Johnny Garness now with the new fastest lap, 44.850, is in 4th place, bearing down on this battle for 2nd and 3rd. So 99 now in 2nd place ahead of 44, 57 in 4th place. That's Stewart Campbell, Cook and Garness. Stewart Campbell has got the speed, could make it through, and if anyone could make a challenge on Evan Belford, it would be him. But Evan, 2.3 seconds up the road, halfway through this race, they do need to start really thinking about getting their speed on. Johnny Garness looking right over the back of the number 44 4 into turn 10. A very slow, tight corner where you could make a move. Following through in the slipstream, gets a great run out of the final corner. Going to try to duck to rider's left-hand side into turn 1. A bit of a wiggle from the number 44. Almost lost the front tyre into the corner. But Bailey Stewart Campbell, also new fastest lap for him, 44.7. The pace of this race is increasing, and the gap to Evan Belford is coming down with 6 laps to go.
These riders are on lap record pace. New fastest lap after new fastest lap, running at lap record pace. 44.7s all round for the top bunch. And as you said, Bailey Stewart Campbell is under a lot of pressure from James Cook. But as I say that, it looks like James Cook has dropped back a little bit and he's under pressure from Johnny Garness. The youngster is making a great impression on this championship at this round here at Tattershall. Great run through the final turn, across the start finish line to come. Will he be late on the brakes in turn 1? Late on the brakes to go, bikes are moving, nearly tags the back of James Cook. James Cook there with a big slide coming through turn 1, loses the rear end. Johnny Garness had to set it up as well, so it looks like the tyres could be degrading ever so slightly, and that will be horrendous conditions for Cook and the rest.
And there was a big tank slap he had to avoid going through as well, so that's real masterful bike control by the number 44 rider as well. Belford still leads with 5 laps to go, but it's not as secure. What's not as secure is Garness is up into 3rd place. James Cook is really struggling with the tyres. Perhaps they are past their sell-by date, as Liam mentioned just a moment ago. Garness promoted to the podium. Belford, though, is currently 2 seconds ahead. Bailey Stewart Campbell in 2nd. Garness up to 3rd. So Johnny Garness having a fantastic race ahead of James Cook. Eddie O'Shea still in 5th. Then it's Owen Mellon, Kyle Payne, Crosby, Brinton, Gomez the top 10, with Mellor, Hitchcock, Farragher, Carter Brown and Saffron Motley the top 15. That's as it is at the moment. 4 laps to go. This is all starting to heat up as Johnny Garness all over the back of the number 99 Bailey Stewart Campbell. Is this Johnny Garness's wake-up call to the world of mini GP 50s? It certainly seems like it. Into turn number 9, he's on the attack. The number 57 rider right up the back of the number 99 into the slipstream. The final corner they go through. The fast right-hander leaning on the bike, heading over the right-hand side of the circuit to defend is Bailey Stewart Campbell. And Johnny Garness, my goodness me, is applying so much pressure. A much less experienced hand at this kind of category than Bailey Stewart Campbell, yet holding him up to a candle.
Yeah, with 3 laps remaining of this race, 2.5 laps in actual fact, if the positions remain the way they are, Evan Belford and James Cook will be tied at the top of the championship. As Garness looks up there instead of Stewart Campbell, nearly tags the back of the rider just in front, had to set it up. This is heating up with 2 and a bit laps remaining. Evan Belford is being smart. He's out front of this field, 2.1 seconds ahead. He wants to stay away from the piranhas behind him. Across start finish line to come. We've got Stewart Campbell defending it from Garness, nearly round the outside. 2 laps remaining of this incredible mini GP70 race number 3 here from round 4 at Tattershall. And if we had a big wobble from one of the riders there. It looked like Stewart Campbell nearly had a wobble come through turn 2 into turn 3. Can Garness look for a way as he throws the bike into the left-hander, setting it back up again through the right. Now Johnny Garness is very quick through this right-hander here into turn number 7. He's not going to make it stick just yet. We've got James Cook dropping back, but Stewart Campbell is getting pushed aside. Will Garness make a move through? Not doing it just yet. Through the fast right-hander at turn number 9 on the power again. Now we've got a couple of opportunities for Garness. This is the last lap coming up now. Across start finish line, 2nd and 3rd, as quick as you like, into turn number 1. Stewart Campbell defends it. Can Garness make a move for 2nd and 3rd?
Well, Garness still remains in 3rd. Bailey Stewart Campbell soaking up so much pressure. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping it up there. But Evan Belford has done a fantastic job of keeping the pace up in the lead of the race. 2.2 seconds ahead of everyone else. Bailey Stewart Campbell still in 2nd place. Johnny Garness, though, has not got long in which to make the final move. He remains in 3rd, but with a 1/3 of a lap to go, Evan Belford on course to take yet another victory at Tattershall. But who will be in 2nd place?
Evan Belford powers out turn number 9 through turn number 10 across the start finish line. He takes the win third win of the weekend, a hat-trick for Belford. Stuart Campbell holds on to second spot. Garness takes his first podium of the season in the Mini GP70 class, ahead of your championship leader James Cook, who is now tied on points with Evan Belford at the top of the championship. Eddie O'Shea could only manage fifth, ahead of Owen Mellor, who puts out a fantastic effort this weekend, finishes in sixth in race number 3. Kyle Payne in seventh spot, ahead of Harrison Crosby, who had a great start on bike number 69, ahead of Emmanuel Brinton and Thomas Gomez on bike number 98 in 10th spot. Dylan Mellor next up, just missing out on the top 10 on bike number 31. Ryan Hitchcock on bike number 43 is in 12th, ahead of Saffron Watley, who just managed to not finish the race on the last couple of laps. So Saffron Watley next up, ahead of Carter Brown, and then Joe Farragher rounds out the points paying positions for the Mini GP70 after 14 laps of fantastic, embroiled, thrilling race action here from Tattershall.
So great action from Tattershall. That the Mini GP70s really do give us some great racing. That third race is probably one of the finest ones I've seen in a very long time. We've seen some very good races from the Mini GP70s. Highlights then of that third and final Mini GP70 race of the weekend. The riders all making their way down towards the first corner. For the first time, Evan Belford got into the lead, never really challenged after that, but it was second place where the action really undertook. A few moments for the likes of Thomas Gomez having a good start. Retirement for Ollie Walker in that race. Unfortunate for Ollie, but the rest of the race carried on. The yellow flags came in pretty quickly, and that's when the brilliant action started going on. Side by side for James Cook and Bailey. Stuart Campbell did very well, and in fact they battled very hard. Eddie O'Shea fighting tooth and nail, but James Cook having a look at the inside, getting a bit impatient. Side by side all around the circuit, he tried to get through, but couldn't quite make it. But Johnny Garness started a brilliant charge, the number 57 rider. Welcome to the world of Mini GP70s. This, though, the moment which a lot of people will be talking about. Oh, up the inside of the 114, pushing him out wide. Lost a couple of places. Bailey Stuart Campbell said, thanks, I'll take the position. And as we come up, Eddie O'Shea struggling then throughout the rest of the race. But Johnny Garness smelling blood. A big moment for James Cook. That invited Johnny Garness to really come for an attack. Up the inside, he took the position. Couldn't quite make it work. And he did make it past James Cook, but could he get past Bailey Stuart Campbell? Not quite. It was so close, but Evan Belford came home the line to take the win once again. Bailey Stuart Campbell second, third for the Johnny Garness rider, the number 57. And I'm delighted to say we're joined by Sullivan Mounsey. We heard from you the other day when we spoke to you on camera, but welcome back. How'd your weekend go?
Well, it went quite good, thank you. But it was good. But on the 50 race, I high-sided, and as I high-sided, I slid for a long time. Everyone thought I was knocked out, but I just catching my breath back.
And you're all right now, are you? Or?
Yeah, I'm good. I was going to do 70s, but I just didn't feel like it, really.
Oh, really?
But, yeah. My helmet was broken, but we had a spare one. So I went to go out on that, but they didn't let me because I red flagged it.
I see. Well, I understand that. That's sorry to hear about that, but you're looking forward to the next round. Lid, have you been to the circuit before?
Well, I went there in 2016 when the first season when I started. It's the closest round. I might be doing that. I should be. It's quite far away though.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's quite close. It's the closest.
It's like far away, but completely different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us, Sullivan. It's been great to have you in the box. We'll hope to hear from you very soon. So give the camera a wave and say goodbye to all audiences at home. Thank you for joining us, and we'll hope to hear and see from you soon. But as the action heads back out onto circuit, the Mini GP70s have just finished, so it will be the AC40 Pros which head out on circuit now. They'll be getting ready to go in a few moments' time, so it will be Liam Hodgins with the grid.
So Mason Foster, your championship leader, will be leading off pole position once again ahead of Ethan Sparks. Clayton Edmonds on bike 146 will be third on the grid ahead of Samuel Munson. Henry McCartney next up in fifth ahead of Warwick Brady in sixth spot. Greg Marshall in seventh. Finn and Werity will be 8th on the grid ahead of Charlie Huntingford on bike number 76, Ruben Bray in 10th, and Max Werity is rounding out your runners and riders.
So as the riders get ready to go for the start of this race, it will be a 9-lap race when we do get underway in a moment's time. They look towards the green flag now. They're going to raise it, and when they raise it, it's not when it goes up, it's when it goes down. That's when the race will get underway. Now it goes down and the grids get underway. A good start from Mason Foster. Ethan Sparks cuts to the entire other side of the circuit, the right-hand side of the circuit, to try and cover off everyone else. He's in second place for now. Samuel Munson makes a good start into third place at the moment ahead of Clayton Edmonds. They've had some good battles over the course of the weekend so far. So as they make their way into turn number 4, the first of the hairpins for the first time, a good start from Mason Foster sees him off into the lead, but then second, third and fourth, Ethan Sparks, Samuel Munson and Clayton Edmonds once again.
Yes, Mason Foster pulling out a big gap at the front of the field once again, scurrying away from the rest of the pack in the early stages of this race. But we could see another battle embroiled between Edmonds, Munson and Sparks throughout this race at number 3. They're about to come across start finish line. We've got Ethan Sparks in second, 1.5 seconds from Mason Foster. We've got Munson just ahead of Clayton Edmonds. So there's a great battle on track between that bunch at the moment. But as we come through turn at number 3 and into turn 4, we've got a bit of a gap spreading out between all the riders. There's a bit of a battle for 5th and 6th at the moment, and we've got it looks like the number 31 looking up the insides. That is Henry McCartney looking for a way past, and he has done into 5th spot. That's Henry McCartney up into 5th spot there, taking advantage of the rider in front, just running a little wide.
Well, you don't want to be doing that too often, and these are short races. This is a 9-lap race, so every opportunity counts. Henry McCartney's got some real pace at the moment because he's fighting along with Warwick Brady. They were side by side coming out of turn number 9, heading up towards the start finish line now. He's in the slipstream, going to think about making a move into turn number 1 on rider's right hand side. Had a look up the inside on the brakes, couldn't quite make it work. Brady runs a little deep at the apex, but not quite enough for Henry McCartney to make a full effort. But 1.6 seconds ahead Mason Foster is to Ethan Sparks, then followed by Samuel Munson and Clayton Edmonds. Once again, they're pretty close, but it's in fact the battle between the top 2 or 3, which is very close indeed. So Ethan Sparks holding off Samuel Munson. That's into turn number 7. Out of turn 7 through 8 and into 9, the right-handed tight hairpin double apex, so quite easy to make an overtake. Henry McCartney is now through on Warwick Brady, so Henry McCartney into the top 5 already, which is very good going for Henry in this race. Mason Foster leads with 7 laps to go. Ethan Sparks is just ahead of Samuel Munson. That's second and third. Edmonds is 4th. 5th is McCartney ahead of Brady. Finn and Werity and Charlie Huntingford are 7th and 8th, ahead of Greg Marshall and Ruben Bray, with Max Werity due to come past in 11th.
Henry McCartney is showing a lot of form at the moment as we get back to second and third. That is Munson up the inside of Sparks. Munson into second spot through turn number 5. Into turn 6 they go. Will Sparks have anything to retaliate with Munson? Not doing so quite yet. So it's the number 72 of Munson that is up into second place. Can he make any inroads into your early race leader, Mason Foster, with a 2.6 second advantage as across our finishing line now? It doesn't look like it could happen, but Ethan Sparks, a great run at turn 10 along the start finish line, late on the brakes to go. Ethan Sparks up the inside, not doing it quite yet. A fast swooping line from, was that Mason Foster?
That's Mason Foster.
Off. That's your race leader, Mason Foster, off at turn number 1. It looks like he tried to get back on into the race. Not quite sure if he rejoined, so that is Mason Foster off the track, and he has rejoined. He's in 4th spot, so he's got plenty of time to make his way back into first position. Mason Foster in 4th spot, so you've got Munson leading from Ethan Sparks now.
And that adds an extra impetus for the pair of them to try and pull away a little bit. Ethan Sparks is desperate for a race victory, side by side, almost into turn number 9. Samuel Munson, the number 72 rider, working hard over the course of the weekend to get a good result. Could this be his just rewards? Over the line they are now, nose to tail. Ethan Sparks is on the inside at turn number 1. He's going to try and look up the inside on the brakes. He goes for it, but he almost collides with Samuel Munson, the number 72, the leader of this race. Ethan Sparks second. Clayton Edmonds is in 3rd. Mason Foster was only 9/10 of a second behind Clayton Edmonds in 4th place, but will start closing in. We've got a rider who's dropped their bike. The rider's up and okay. The bike seems to have conked out. That looks like it's the number 18 bike, so that could be Greg Marshall. In fact, it could be Greg Marshall then out of this race. Mason Foster attacking the back of Clayton Edmonds for third place. Into turn number 9 is through, so Mason Foster back onto the podium. There's 4 laps to go, and Mason Foster has got so much pace that the two fighting for the lead, Samuel Munson and Ethan Sparks, who are side by side into turn number 1. Ethan Sparks, here we go again, tries to go up the inside, he still can't get it stopped in time. Mason Foster on that last lap was 0.8 of a second quicker than them, so he is going to close up in a few moments, but will it be a last lap dash for the cash? We'll wait and see. Samuel Munson, though, the 72 is ahead of Ethan Sparks and Mason Foster.
My heart jumps into my throat every time Ethan Sparks looks up the inside of Munson into turn 1. Now these two can't scrap too much because, as you can see, the flash of yellow in the background was Foster. Foster, who crashed out of turn 1 a couple of laps ago, is looking to close the gap again. Just over 3 laps remaining. The bikes are moving into turn 9. It's a horrible, nasty, tight right-hander before you power down into turn 10 through the fast right-hander. There's Foster. Foster's nearly closing the gap. Ethan Sparks, fantastic run out of turn 10 along the home straight, side by side into turn 1 once again. Don't take each other out, boys. You've got Mason Foster just behind you, who's closing the gap with the fastest lap of the race. Last time round at a 48.807 from Foster. As you can see, he's closing right on the back of the two in front of him. He'll be right on to them with a couple of corners, not laps, a couple of corners remaining as they're catching a back marker just in front.
Well, he closed in by 1.2 seconds. He set a new track record in his pursuit of the two leaders. They make their way into turn 7 now, and they are three ways fighting for the podium. They're making their way right around a few other riders in this race, and Ethan Sparks just about bullies his way into the lead of this race. Samuel Munson got squeezed out of turn number 6, so they're over the line. They were getting very close, but Samuel Munson just retains the lead. Ethan Sparks in second. Mason Foster is in third. They are now nose to tail with 2 laps to go, topping and tailing through turn number 2 into 3, left and right. They've got to really weave the bikes around with accuracy and precision. Mason Foster is sizing up Ethan Sparks to have a go up the inside at turn 4. Thought a little better about it. He ran deep. Then you've got the 2 other hairpins, the right-handed hairpin and the other left-handed hairpin on the infield section of this circuit. The number 72 really working the pace well, but Mason Foster is through. He's side by side. He has to duck out of a move through turn number 8, but with the cutback, that's going to help close him up. But with 1 lap to go, Samuel Munson leads this race. Ethan Sparks is second, but not anymore. Mason Foster right around the outside for the race lead. Right around the outside of the final corner. So much more pace on the final lap of this race. Mason Foster jumps around the outside to take the lead of this race. So with a fantastic overtake, real gutsy stuff. Mason Foster back into the lead, Samuel Munson second, and Ethan Sparks in third.
What an incredible move by Mason Foster round the outside of the fast, flat out turn number 10. I bet Sparks and Munson did not see that coming, but Munson still has a chance. Munson is tagging onto the back of Foster. Oh, he's down! Munson's down out of second spot through turn 7, pushed too hard, lost the front, he's back up, he's back in the race, so he's going to try and get 4th or 5th position, but that's let Foster off the hook.
And Mason Foster's down!
Foster's down! No! That's leaving Sparks in the lead. Sparks comes across the line, wins the race. High side there from Mason Foster. Incredible scenes here from the AC40 pros on the final lap. Your race leader goes down, your second position goes down, and Ethan Sparks scoops up the pieces and takes the race win as Foster comes back into the race. Incredible scenes there. Sparks takes the race win ahead of Clayton Edmonds. Samuel Munson, after crashing out of second since Foster crashed out, picks up the final podium position in third. Henry McCartney in fourth, Warwick Brady in fifth, Finnan Wedity in sixth spot. Mason Foster comes across the line to take 7th spot ahead of Charlie Huntingford, Ruben Bray, Max Wedity and Greg Marshall. Dan, I need a lie down.
Well, go and find yourself somewhere to lie down. We'll have a look at the highlights in a moment, but what an incredible finish to that race. Ethan Sparks, who we were saying, well, was out of it. Samuel Munson and Mason Foster were fighting together in a couple of corners, was gifted a race victory, so really has taken a good result. We'll get the highlights up for you in a minute. And my goodness me, that was some real action here at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibike Championships, the official partner series to the BSB and on the road to MotoGP.
So the highlights are popping up now, and it was Mason Foster from pole position as the flag dropped. Mason Foster led them away in the opening stages of this race. Munson, Sparks and Clayton Edmonds battled it out for second, third and fourth in the early stages of this race, and it was further battles further down the field from the AC40 Pro class, race number 3. Now, as we had Munson looking all the way around Ethan Sparks, Edmonds was still just behind them there as Munson went up the inside of Sparks into turn number 5 on the opening stages of this race. But as they went into turn number 1, it was Mason Foster that went down from the lead in a couple of laps time. So we have news for Munson, who looked down at his bike out of the race, but not yet. He was still pushing on ever so slightly. So as he pulled out, this was Munson pulling off from the previous race. So this was the previous race that Munson throws his bike down in anger. It was Sparks from Clayton Edmonds through race number 2. So great race 2 there. Race 3 was so action-packed that we're still trying to get our head over it. So Mason Foster was taking up the race win on race number 2. But we're going to have a little look back to the end of race number 3 from the AC40 Pro class, as it was very, very tight. So we had Foster up the inside of Sparks. Sparks held around the outside, late on the brakes into turn at number 9. But it was the next move that was the race-defining moment, as we thought at the time. Early on the power, but round the outside comes Mason Foster on Sparks and Munson across the start-finish line, and it was Mason Foster who took the lead of the race. But Munson wasn't giving up. Through turn 6 they went, into turn 7, Foster still in the lead, but Munson trying to tag onto the back, lost the front and slid out from second spot. We thought that was the race over as Munson got back into it, but just coming out of turn number 9, it would be Mason Foster high-siding from the lead of the race as he ran over the curb and onto the grass. Mason Foster pushing too hard, thinking that Munson was still behind him, and Ethan Sparks picking up the pieces and won the race. That was Ethan Sparks winning the race. Race number 3 of the AC40 Pros. Munson finished in 3rd, and we had Foster in 7th.
And after that, we do need a lie down, but we're not going to get one. It's the Pit Bike 140 and Moto team riders who head out onto circuit. They're on the green flag lap at the moment, so it will line up as follows. Jamie King and Harvey Claridge are on the front row of the grid. Charlie Nesbitt is due to start in 3rd place, but we'll see about that with Will Howarth alongside him. Brad Ray and Richard Holmes-Williams, again, both of those might not be here. Matthew Bolsover, Ashley Midwood, Ian Jackson and Tom Ward round out the top 10, followed by Simon Clowes, Bernie Hook, Sean Whittaker, Fraser Kinnaird, Daniel Gilbert, Jason Pugh, Neil Kinnaird, Alistair Kinnaird, Roger Monks, Vince Bailey and Iona Glover rounding out the 21 strong field. Now, as we mentioned, there may be a few riders who aren't starting this race. For example, Brad Ray we didn't have earlier in an earlier race, neither did we have Richard Holmes-Williams, no Tom Ward either. Charlie Nesbitt does look like he's there, so we'll have a look at it and wait and see. In fact, no, can't quite see him there, but we're about to get underway. The green flag goes up and it goes down again. A good start from Jamie King, good start as well from Harvey Claridge, so they go into the lead at the first time of asking this to be a 12-lap race. So Jamie King leads ahead of Harvey Claridge. 3rd place for Will Howarth. 4th place, and it's getting pretty hotly contested at the moment, right around the outside. They're trying to defend, but is just about managing to get through. So Matthew Bolsover and Ashley Midwood getting involved with the battle for the lead so far. But Jay King resuming his position from earlier in the lead and soaking up a tremendously large amount of pressure as they make their way through the final few corners to start the 2nd lap of this race already. It's a short circuit around here, just 1 kilometre long, but packed full of action for these Pit Bike 140 and Moto team riders. Side by side for Will Howarth back into 3rd place, coming over ahead of 4-2-1 of Matthew Bolsover. So Matthew Bolsover is in 4th place at the moment. Race leader, though, is in no question. It's Jamie King and Harvey Claridge. Harvey hoping for a good result to really top off his weekend.
He's had a couple of 3rd places. He was leading race number 1 yesterday before he crashed out at turn number 1, but managed to remount and finish 3rd. But it's those two again, Jamie King and Harvey Claridge, your 2 championship regulars here in the Pit Bike 140, are pushing each other hammer and tong in the early stages of this race. But look who's behind them. It's the black bike of Will Howarth, the Moto team bike, so a different class to the pit bike 140s, is in third spot, and he won the overall race yesterday, so he's looking in fine form at the moment. He's got a great drive out of turn number 10 across start finish line, cuts the nose off of Harvey Claridge. He moves into second spot and chases down race 2 race winner Jay King. So Jay King's going to have to put up a mighty defensive race if he can hold on to first position.
But Will Howarth carrying so much speed through the transition at 2 and 3, left and right. Jamie King runs very wide over the grass and over the curbing. That's not going to do him much good. Will Howarth has got such tighter lines, so taut and able just to place a bike where he wants it. He's able to really challenge for the race lead. Harvey Claridge is still in third place and is closing in a little bit, but Will Howarth is the man on the charge. The number 76 of Jay King, and well known for his defensive abilities. Over the line with 2 laps complete, 10 to go. Jamie King resumes the battle, but Will Howarth gets a great one out of the final corner, up the inside into turn 1. Has to let off the brakes, so Jamie King can just brake later. But as a reminder of the order, it's King, Howarth, Claridge, your top 3. Bolsover and Medwood, top 5 ahead of Ian Jackson. Simon Clowes in 7th, ahead of Fraser Kinnaird. Sean Whittaker and Daniel Gilbert are your top 10, but it's currently 3 for the lead. King, Howarth, Claridge.
It is indeed, and Harvey Claridge is still tagging onto the back as Jamie King runs over the curb, exiting turn number 6. Now you might notice that the pit bike 140 bikes are a little bit later on the brakes. They seem to be able to just brake a little bit deeper compared to the Moto team bike of Will Howarth there, and Harvey Claridge is renowned for being able to ride fast through the twisty section of track, is still tagging onto the back. Have we got a change of lead? Yes, we do. Will Howarth pushes his way past Jay King into turn number 1. That is Will Howarth up into the lead of this race. Now can Jamie King retaliate with 9 and a bit laps to go of this race, or will Will Howarth pull an advantage? It looks like he's opening up on a bit of an advantage at the moment. Harvey Claridge is still tagging onto the back, but the gaps are opening up between first, second and third.
And the advantage of Will Howarth now, being that he's the first person on circuit, is he can drive and ride the race as he wants, not behind someone having to compromise and compensate for whatever's going on in front of him. There's a rider going slowly on the exit of turn number 6. That looks to be the number 26, which is the Ashley Midwood machine. So unfortunately Ashley having a bit of trouble at the moment. But Will Howarth 0.7 of a second ahead of Jamie King. New fastest lap on that last lap, and a confirmation it is the number 26 rider pulled off. They're just trying to get the bike restarted and going, so they want to get their racing's worth out of this race. Howarth enjoying a good ride out there so far, but now Jamie King coming under pressure from Harvey Claridge. Harvey's, as you've mentioned previously, Liam, very good around the twisty stuff, and there is a lot of twisty stuff at Tattershall, such as the corner they're in now, the third of the hairpin turns. Turn number 7, really pulling out a good run. Now a little further back in the order, looking at a couple of other Moto team riders. So the Pit Bike 140 and Moto team races, for those of you who might not know so much about the categories, are 2 different races in one. Very simple. Moto team bikes look a bit like the mini GP bikes we've been racing earlier on in the day, and the pit bikes look a bit more like the Extreme 200 bikes. They're very torquey machines opposed to very quick, fast in a straight line Moto team bikes, and a place like Tattershall can allow riders to really mix and match in terms of the way they run and how they run in this race. Will Howarth 1.2 seconds to the good ahead of Jamie King. Over the line though, the battle we are enjoying at the moment, the number 8 of Jason Pugh with Callum Wybrow and Neil Kinnaird, 10th, 11th and 12th. Neil Kinnaird making a place on Callum Wybrow, so the pit bike's not as well suited to the Tattershall circuit.
So yes, as you said, Dan, the Moto team bikes do seem to be putting up a big fight compared to the Pit Bike 140 bikes this weekend, as we can see with Will Howarth leading the way. Just outside the top 10 is Callum Wybrow in that battle with Jason Pugh and Daniel Gilbert. Neil Kinnaird, Alistair Kinnaird in 12th and 13th. Roger Monks in 14th ahead of Vince Bailey. Ashley Midwood, who had a bit of a bike trouble, so not too sure if Ashley made it back into the race, but as we can see on screen, the battle between Daniel Gilbert, Jason Pugh and Callum Wybrow is still going hammer and tong. Callum Wybrow looking all over the back of the riders just in front, but there's a battle for second and third still embroiled at the moment between Harvey Claridge and Jamie King. They're still nose to tail just behind Will Howarth, the leader.
They're coming up towards the final corner. Howarth up and away. The gap is now 2.2 seconds, so Will Howarth going very quickly indeed. Jamie King and Harvey Claridge making their way through out of turn number 1 and up towards turns 2 and 3 now. Going left, going right, you've got to really hurl the bike over, getting it transitioned. It's such a tricky thing to do, and you're doing it so much. It's cooled down a bit now, so the tyres are in a better operating window for you to do it. But Jamie King taking much tighter lines, jumping around on the bike to really get it turned around. Harvey Claridge able to use his shoulders more to turn the bike, whereas Jamie King has to use more of his body and more of his leg. This is the battle for second place into turn number 9, and the yellow and black machine of the 76 is ahead of the all-white with orange wheels machine of the 16. 4 laps to go now, 8 laps completed by our race leader Will Howarth, but Harvey Claridge has got a good move up the inside into turn number 1, tries to go on it on Jamie King, and no success at the moment for that though.
Very, very close action between King and Claridge. Can Claridge carry the corner speed round the outside into 4? Not quite doing it just yet, but Jamie King's going very defensive, as you can see. Claridge, as you mentioned, Dan, is very good at using his body weight to stand the bike back up and get a turn from one end to the next. He uses that very elbow out style that you see from a lot of GP riders nowadays. As you said, Jamie King is still holding second position at the moment, as we see a battle embroiling further back between 12 and 13. That is Sean Whittaker and Fraser Kinnaird fighting hammer and tong in the Pitbike 140 and Moto Team bikes. But we're back with Claridge and King second and third, ticking off another lap across the start finish line. Can Claridge make a move on King? Not close enough just at the moment into turn number 1. Exits it, so he's quite good. He's very good in actual fact through turn number 2 into 3. Carries a lot of corner speed. Can he make a move on King? But King's going defensive. He'd done this in race number 2 as he was battling for the lead.
And that was a fantastic 5-bike scrap for the race lead. As you say, he just soaked up so much pressure from the likes of Bradley Ray and Charlie Nesbitt. It's a real good experience, and a multiple champion in this category, Jamie King, he does know how to ride these bikes in this category. 3 laps to go now. Will Howarth is not troubling anyone at the moment. He's managed to pass a few other riders in this race. That's the traffic that Jamie King and Harvey Claridge are going through. But Will Howarth down towards turn number 1 now. He's just about on the apex, more specifically 3.085 seconds ahead of Jamie King and Harvey Claridge. Harvey Claridge just catching a rider at the wrong time and is stuck behind someone else, so Jamie King's managed to gap just a little bit. That's going to give him some breathing space with a lap and a half to go. And with a lap and a half to go, Will Howarth is sitting pretty. 2 wins out of 3 overall on a Moto Team bike. Would not be a bad result for him, would it?
It wouldn't indeed. That's actually unheard of, hearing a Moto Team bike winning the overall races in the Pitbike 140 and Moto Team. Harvey Claridge is having a tough time with the Pitbike 140 and Moto Team lapped riders, so he's dropped right back from the back of Jamie King. Simon Clowes is in 6th spot, your championship leader of the Moto Team riders. He's just behind Ian Jackson and Matthew Bolsover, so he'll be coming under a bit of pressure from Will Howarth in the championship if Will Howarth was a little bit closer and had done as many races. But Simon Clowes is in 6th spot, and we're on the final lap of the race. Will Howarth still leads the way just ahead of Jamie King, who's pulled a bit of a gap from Harvey Claridge. Claridge got tangled up with the back markers. Will Howarth coming through turn number 6, nearly getting tagged by the back markers there. Goes round them. They actually touched, unfortunately, nearly getting touched by another couple of back markers. Will Howarth on the 96 all black bike comes into turn number 9, round the final tough corner, over the bumps he goes, powers out of turn 9 towards turn 10. It's going to be the second race win of the weekend for Will Howarth in the Pitbike 140 and Moto Team, taking the overall race win for our Moto Team bike. Just behind him is your championship leader Jamie King, who stands up on the foot pegs. Harvey Claridge takes his 3rd hat-trick of the weekend. 3rd place right there for Harvey Claridge on bike number 16. Matthew Bolsover is powering out the final turn, comes across start finish line, pops a wheelie just ahead of Ian Jackson. We're looking at a couple of other fights further down the field coming across the start finish line. Do some of the riders now. So as we look towards number 12 coming through turn number 9, that is of course Sean Whittaker, who is still in 7th spot over the start finish line. Will come Sean Whittaker to claim 7th spot just behind the Moto Team championship leader Simon Clowes. So as Will Howarth, Jamie King, Harvey Claridge rounding out your podium positions. So we're going to have a small highlight reel of the action that just happened in the Pitbike 140 and Moto Team, and it was a fantastic race between Harvey Claridge and Jamie King for 2nd and 3rd position. But Will Howarth taking his second win of the weekend. So, as it got underway, it was Jamie King who led from pole position from Harvey Clarge. Will Howarth slotted into third spot there. Matthew Bolsover was chasing the back of Howarth in opening laps of the race, would eventually make it into third, but Howarth eventually making it past the number 4-1 rider of Bolsover. It was Claridge all over the back of Howarth as Howarth put your championship leader Jamie King under pressure nearly into turn 1, but backed off as Jamie King was late on the brakes. Now we can see the riders, the top 3, Claridge, King and of course Howarth, but it was Howarth that got a great run out of turn number 10 across the start finish line, late on the brakes into turn 1, cuts the nose off of Jamie King ever so slightly. He was into the lead of the race, and that was the race leading overtake further down the field. There's embroiled action between the likes of Jason Pugh, Callum Wyburn and Alistair Kinnaird as they battled out. Harvey Clarge looked up the inside of Jamie King with a few laps remaining but didn't quite make it stick. He was still chasing him down with a few laps to go, but as you can see there was a few back marks through them nice and easy like a hot knife through butter, but it was Clarge who struggled. A bit of a contact there on the final lap between Howarth and the back markers there, but it didn't unsettle your race winner as he came across the line to take the checkered flag. It was Will Howarth popping a wheelie. The number 96 won the motor team, and of course the full class of Pitbike 140 and motor teams ahead of Jamie King and Harvey Claridge.
Round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships, live from Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Round 4 of the 2019 Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championships. The Junior LC40 Elites head out onto circuit ahead of their final race of the weekend, and they will be feeling the pressure to perform, the pressure as we are on the road to MotoGP and the official partner series to the BSB. Loads of great connections for many of our young riders to go on and have great success in their future careers, and it's going to be Mason Foster and Johnny Garness once again starting on the front row of the grid. We'll bring you the full grid in just a moment's time, but thank you for joining us from Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Round 4 of the 2019 Championship. Lid in a few weeks' time, the 5th round of the season, when the championships really do start to become more crucial, as those points the riders are scoring now are going to become more and more important. So as we get underway, won the green flag lap, it will be Liam Hodgins then with the grid. Liam, how will they line up for this final race of the day?
So it'll be Mason Foster that leads away from pole position for the final time of the LC40 Elite category today, ahead of his championship rival Johnny Garness, and they've both given us fantastic battles so far this weekend in races 1 and 2. Emmanuel Brinton, this will be his final race in the Cool Fab Racing British Minibike Championship for the time being, as the family and himself move off to Spain. So Emmanuel Brinton, his final race for the time being on bike number 93, goes off 3rd on the grid. Samuel Munson on bike 72 is going from 4th on the grid, ahead of Ronnie Harris in 5th. Josh Bannister on bike number 2 will be 6th. Clayton Edmonds will be starting from row number 4 and 7th spot, ahead of Ethan Sparks on bike number 62. Cameron Sewell on bike 100 will be in 9th place on the grid on row number 5, ahead of the number 76 of Charlie Huntingford. We've got Henry McCartney on bike number 31, 11th place, ahead of Warwick Brady on bike number 99. Greg Marshall is next up in 13th spot on bike number 19, ahead of Finn and Wedity. Ruben Bray on bike 12, 12 and 15. And rounding out your runners and riders for the start of the final race for the LC40 Elite category is number 110, is Max Wedity.
The 16 riders take their place on the grid, ready to start the race. The green flag will be waved in just a moment's time. They all look towards the green flag. It blows in the wind and it's underway. Good start by the two front moment. Mason Foster just squeezes in behind Johnny Garness. So Johnny Garness, fresh from his success in the Mini GP70s, leads this race from Mason Foster. 3rd place is a good start from Emmanuel Brinton. As we mentioned, potentially his last race in the Cool Fab Racing paddock for a little while. It'd be great to have him back It'd be great to get a podium in his final race. But as they make their way through the first few corners, they're in the infield section, turn 6 and turn 7. Two very tight hairpins onto a fast run before the two final corners. It's a good start from Mason Foster and Johnny Garness. Garness gapping, but as we know from experience, Foster can work that back, and he will. He is that quick.
Mason Foster is very quick on the home straight and exiting turn number 10, the final turn, but Garness is very quick through the tight and twisty section of the circuit. As you can imagine, Garness has got a bit of a lead over Foster, who in turn has an even bigger lead over the pursuing pack of Emmanuel Brinton, Samuel Munson, Ronnie Harris and the like. So we've got Foster trying his hardest to chase down Johnny Garness on bike number 57. Further back, Cameron Sewell leads the way ahead of Charlie Huntingford, Henry McCartney for the bottom fringes of the top 10. It looked like Edmonds tried to make a move on Bannister in front of him. Not quite yet. Bannister carrying the speed around the outside into turn number 7, then to turn 9. Over the bumps they go as they tick off another lap as the leaders come across start-finish line as quick as you like. And it's still Garness leading Foster from 57, leading number 88. Number 93 of Emmanuel Brinton has a little bit of a gap in his final outing in the LC40 Elite class of this year. He is in third spot.
And then Josh Bannister is fighting tooth and nail behind them. He's getting involved with, it looks like, Samuel Munson at the moment. Munson having a good run in this category, had troubles with his bike over the last few races today, and hopefully those demons have now gone. So number 2 just behind number 72. It's going to be a good race for them. They continue on with their racing. Everyone is starting to close up a little bit. There is action still going on, including the battle for the lead, which over the line now between the two race leaders, Johnny Garness and Mason Foster. 2 laps completed, and it's 0.8 of a second a difference in the gap. Brinton, Munson, Bannister, Edmonds are top 6. Ronnie Harris is ahead of Ethan Spark. Cameron Sewell and Henry McCartney are top 10, with Huntingford, Werrity, Brady, Bray, Marshall and Werrity your top 16.
Mason Foster, fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 47.6, brings that gap down to 7/10 of a second as we're watching Clayton Edmonds trying his hardest to get past Josh Bannister. That's been going for a couple of laps, and Bannister still holding 5th position ahead of Edmonds. Emmanuel Brinton is coming under a little bit of pressure now from Samuel Munson. Samuel Munson trying to get that podium position there, not quite doing it just yet. So Munson just ahead of Bannister. He's gapped Bannister at the moment as they come across the line as quick as you like. It's going to be Brinton from Munson from Bannister. Is Edmonds up the inside? Not quite. He always takes that tight line into turn at number 1, but there's a gap at the front that we're keeping an eye on, and once again it's another new fastest lap from Foster at 47.4.
The gap's less than half a second now between Garness and Foster. It's hardly a gap now as they make their way into turns 6 and 7. Right-handed hairpin, second left-handed hairpin, really navigating their way around the circuit. The cooler conditions suiting the bikes more. Why they're going a little bit faster so they can get a little bit more power out of them. Emmanuel Brinton in third place is still under attack from the number 72 of Samuel Munson into turn 9. They're both incredibly tight on the apex at turn 9. Emmanuel good at defending. He's had a lot of experience at being able to defend great gaps, but side by side over the line, the number 72 on the inside couldn't quite make it work. So Emmanuel Brinton is still for now in third place, but the two leaders are still Garness and Foster down to 0.339 of a second. It is closing, and they've only got 5 laps to do it, so they've got to start doing it quickly. But Mason Foster, fresh from his disappointment a few races ago, would have had a word with himself, and they both would have had words with themselves and told themselves not to do it again.
Absolutely, indeed, Dan. Now it's been 3 fastest laps in a row for Mason Foster as he continues to close down that gap to Johnny Garness. But looking at the gap here, there's a bit of a back marker in the way. Johnny Garness shakes his head as he comes past the back marker through the fast turn 10, and the gap is closed down even more. It's now 0.3 of a second between the top 2. Johnny Garness, Mason Foster, they're continuing to battle it out. This is race number 3 of the weekend, the final race of the weekend, and once again we're watching these two championship contenders battling it out.
Speaking of battling it out, Samuel Munson's finally got past Emmanuel Brinton, so Munson promoted to the podium. So a good result there potentially for the number 72. 4 laps to go. Garness, Foster, Munson your top 3, with Brinton, Edmonds, Bannister, Harris, Sparks, Saul and McCartney the top 10, making their way into the penultimate corner, into the final corner. Once again, Garness and Foster, no one in front of them to really help them negotiate, but it's going to be in a slipstream for Mason Foster. Gets a good run into turn number 1. He's up the inside. He tries to go for the overtake. He just made it work, but he couldn't. Johnny Garness had the speed, had the exit out of turn number 2, couldn't make it work. So Foster still in second place, and Garness into the infield where he's got so much more pace. He can just let the brakes loose, let them roll. 2.5 laps to go for the 2 race leaders. Garness in the plum seat for now.
He is in the plum seat for now, but as we can see, Mason Foster is very quick down that home straight and into turn at number 1. Now further down the field, Clayton Edmonds has made it past Josh Bannister into 5th spot, so a change of 5th and 6th between Josh Bannister and of course Clayton Edmonds. Is Mason Foster close this time round? No, he's not. Johnny Garness has opened up the gap at the top of the field for the time being. As they come across the line, look how much Foster closes in across the start finish line. We've got a rider down, that's Munson. Munson is out of 3rd place. Munson is down at turn number 9. That's unfortunate there for Munson. The number 72 rider crashes out of 3rd place, so that promotes Brinton up to 3rd spot once again. Clayton Edmonds into 4th, Josh Bannister into 5th, but Munson rejoins and he's still in 6th spot.
What a shame for Samuel Munson. He will have learned from that, but you've got to make mistakes to know when not to make mistakes. With a lap and a half to go, the 2 leaders know what they're doing. Johnny Garness has got the fastest lap of 47.387, so he's got half a second on Mason Foster as they start the final lap of the race through the final corner, and this will start the final race. But he's got another rider in front of him, which has slowed him up dramatically. That's closed the gap to Mason Foster. Foster with the run into turn 1, can't go for the lunge. That would be a bit cheeky really. So as they make their way into turns 2 and 3, left and right, preoccupied with the battle for the race lead. It's going to be such a challenging one. Garness has got to really focus now. Half a lap to go into the infield. We've got a rider gone down at turn number 9. Yellow flags. We're not sure who that is, but as the race continues, the battle between Garness and Foster's hotting up. It's closing up exponentially.
Now they're coming into turn 9. There will be no overtaking there as the yellow flags are out, so that was Mason Foster's last opportunity. But I say that, he's very quick out of turn number 9. Johnny Garness still leads the way, coming through turn 10. It's going to be Johnny Garness picking up the race win. Johnny Garness, a hat-trick of wins here from Tattershall, just holds it off from Mason Foster, who picks up another 2nd position, but once again challenged Garness all the way. And then we're looking back to the battle for 3rd. Who's it going to be? It's Emmanuel Brinton who takes 3rd position. There's Josh Bannister, just holds it. Is he going to hold it across the line? Just holds 4th position as Samuel Munson recovered, tried to get back on to the podium after he crashed out earlier on. So we're looking back to the field. Number 76 runs a little bit wide under pressure. That's Charlie Huntingford, Finnan Wedity 10th, 11th. It's going to be Huntingford across the line, rounding at the top 10 ahead of Wedity and Warwick Brady. Ruben Bray will be picking up the top 13. So once again, it was Johnny Garness who set the fastest lap of the race at 47.3, ahead of Mason Foster, who was in 2nd spot. Emmanuel Brinton, great result for Emmanuel Brinton, who shows his prowess and his final outing at the FAB-Racing British Minibikes Championship for the time being. He picks up 3rd spot. Josh Bannister in 4th, Samuel Munson 5th, it's Ronnie Harris in 6th, Ethan Sparks 7th, Cameron Sewell in 8th spot ahead of Henry McCartney. Charlie Huntingford rounds out the top 10, Finnan Wedity in 11th, Warwick Brady in 12th, Ruben Bray 13th, Greg Marshall 14th, Clayton Edmonds in 15th, and Max Wedity as your runners and riders.
So that was the result of the 3rd LC40 Elite race of the weekend. They get underway. A good start from both Garness and Foster. Garness makes it ahead into turn number 1, came under increasing pressure over the laps. Josh Bannister made a good start and had a fight with Samuel Munson. Samuel Munson found a load of pace in that last race and had good reliability as well. Mason Foster did go for the overtake into turn number 1. He had the speed, but he couldn't quite make it work. The moment where it almost changed because Johnny Garness got stuck behind another rider in the race. Mason Foster wasn't quite close enough, and this was on the final lap, so it was very tricky stuff indeed, but took the win. So Garness, Foster and Brinton, your final podium for the LC40 Elite for the weekend. And well, we move on to what is the final race of the weekend. The Senior Mini Motos Race 3 head out onto circuit now. Round 4 of the 2019 FAB-Racing British Minibikes Championships. We're at Tattershall in Lincolnshire. Thank you for joining us over the course of the weekend. It's been some great racing so far, and we expect yet more action to come from the next race, the final race, the Senior Mini Motos Race number 3.
Yes, we will indeed. It's going to be Bernie Hook. He'll be hoping to increase his championship lead ahead of Matt Birkin. Matt Birkin had horrible luck in the previous race. The bike cut out. Technical issue with the number 5 of Matt Birkin, but it was Will Howarth who took the fight to Bernie Hook in race number 2 earlier on this afternoon, and we could see another ferocious battle between those two, the number 96 of Howarth and the 0 of Bernie Hook. So as the riders come over to the grid before the start of the green flag lap, they're lining up. All the marshals just making sure that all riders are lining up in the correct position, and you're tuned in to live coverage of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship here with the FAB-Racing and of course Motorsport Radio. Myself, Liam Hodgins, and Dan Marr is alongside me for the start of the final race of the weekend.
So as the riders make their way onto the circuit for the final time this weekend, they are preparing the one last green flag lap. The grid will be as follows from Liam.
So it's going to be Will Howarth who will lead off the way for the final time today, ahead of Bernie Hook in second spot. Matt Birkin, your former championship leader, has now dropped back into second, will be third on the grid ahead of the number 4 of Josh Birkin. Hopefully Josh can stay on track as he's crashed out the last couple of races. Andy Whedon will be 5th on the grid ahead of Simon Huntingford on bike number 47. Craig Ashall will be next up, starting off row number 4 from 7th spot. The 711 of Nick Bennett will be in 8th position on the grid, ahead of Adam Ambrose on bike number 21. Starting off row number 5, Ashton Dean on bike 137, a very Valentino Rossi-esque helmet from 1997, will be 10th on the grid. And rounding out the runners and riders for the Senior Mini Motos race number 3, the final race of the weekend, will be Ross Michael.
So they all line up, and that's the order they will line up in. We're getting ready for the race start for the final time this weekend at Tattershall. Of course, we have a second round at Tattershall in a few months' time for the finale of the 2019 season. But round 4 comes to an end now with the start of the Senior Mini Motos Race 3. Up towards the first corner for the first time, Will Howarth makes a good start, good enough certainly to get into the lead. Coming out of turn 1, everyone through nice and cleanly, what we like to have as they make their way through. Good start by Will Howarth. Bernie Hook also making a great start from the front row of the grid into second place. Matt Birkin third currently. Fourth place onwards is a bit contested. At one ride, I think Josh Birkin got a bit of a wiggle down at turn number 4. Nearly lost the front of the bike as he went over a bump. Nothing too bad though. They will continue through. And so far, Will Howarth showing what he's got by dominating in a fashion, although Bernie Hook is not wanting for him to have it his own way. They're side by side coming out of the final corner over the line for the first time out of 9. Will Howarth just leads ahead of Bernie Hook into turn 1. Can he make a challenge? Not quite. He looks for the left-hand side, so ducking for a bit of free space rather than an overtake. Very sensible in this early stage of a race.
Yes, you don't want to be pushing too much in the early stages of this race. There's still a number of laps remaining, 9 laps remaining of the Senior Mini Motor race. But it looks like maybe Bernie Hook has made a bit of a mistake. He's dropped back off the back of Will Howarth. Now, Will Howarth has a big gap as he head into turn at number 6, flicking the bike over to the left-hand side to turn number 7. So Bernie Hook has a big task ahead of him to try and catch the back of Will Howarth. Maybe it's a visor issue. Just looked like he tried to open his visor as he went into turn number 8. Matt Birkin is a little bit further back, so Matt Birkin isn't really making an impression on this race just yet. As he comes across the start-finish line, it's going to be Howarth ahead of Hook, ahead of Matt Birkin, who leads the way ahead of Andy Whedon, and Josh Birkin dropping a little bit further back in the early stages of this race. And we can see there's 2 riders out there with cardboard cutouts of the numbers, which has been providing a lot of hilarity around the paddock.
Well, it makes it tricky to see the numbers, but it does bend quite easily in the air, so it can be a bit of a challenge to identify them. But as they make their way through, Josh Birkin involved in that battle currently. It's a 4-way scrap, but the confirmation of the order so far: Howarth, Hook and Birkin. Matt Birkin, your top 3. Andy Whedon once again in 4th place ahead of Simon Huntingford. A good run from Simon so far. Adam Ambrose and Nick Bennett 6th and 7th ahead of Craig Ashall, Josh Birkin and Ross Michael. Aston Dean running in 11th place so far. Over the line, Will Howarth once again is setting a nice quick lap. Bernie Hook is 1.2 seconds behind. Matt Birkin is about 4 seconds behind the race leader. Andy Whedon followed by Simon Huntingford. Adam Ambrose, Craig Ashall and Nick Bennett all getting involved down into turn number 1. A 3-way scrap. Ambrose just ahead of Bennett and Ashall. They are scrapping for individual positions. That's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. They've still got 7 laps left to go, so a long time to decide that particular battle. Making their way through turn number 3 and 4 into 4. The tight right-handed hairpin, the first of them. And well, the number 81 rider, Craig Ashall, in the middle of that scrap. So Ambrose, Ashall and Bennett. Bennett running a little bit deep, although it's now 4 riders scrapping for that particular position. Making his way through with a bit of a shove is Adam Ambrose. Elbows out action, and they really are giving it their all for the final race of the day.
Yes, Josh Birkin is right in the thick of the action at the moment. The number 4 tried to ride round the outside of Ashall. Ashall looks to the side of him. He does it. What a move there by Josh Birkin. We don't see that too often as Ashall pushes the likes of Nick Bennett to the side there as they go into turn number 1. Birkin early on the power coming out of turn 1. Great traction from the number 4 rider as he powers past the number 21 of Ambrose. So that's Birkin up into 6th spot as we still have a big gap at the top of the field between Howarth and Hook. It's still 1.1, but up the inside, well, we have Ashall not doing it just yet. He tried that last lap. He made it stick this time, but not this time round, where he has nearly tagged the back of the number 21 of Ambrose. But as he up the inside in turn 7, has to set the bike back up. There's a rider going slow out there on the circuit, not quite sure who that was. So as he went into turn number 4, there looks to be a big problem. They're shaking their head, looking unhappy. So that is a blue bike out there looking unhappy with the technical fault that seems to have come down on them. But around the outside once again, will it be Ashall or will it be Bennett? Bennett takes the 8th spot as he head into turn number 1, Dan.
Yes, he has taken the spot with a good run out of the final corner, just staying in the slipstream, using the aerodynamic effect to pull themselves through. The effects of these larger riders than the kids obviously have a physically smaller footprint, so provide less of an effect when the big adult riders get on there. Then it's quite good. But as they make their way through, once again 3-way scrap for 6th, 7th and 8th. Will Howarth though continuing on. 4 laps to go. We're about halfway through this race already ahead of Bernie Hook. Running wide though was Craig Ashall at one point. Bernie Hook still in 2nd place. Matt Birkin in 3rd. 4th is due to be Andy Whedon. Yep, Simon Huntingford in 5th. Then is Josh Birkin, we expect to be ahead in 6th place. So Josh Birkin is 6th. Adam Ambrose, Nick Bennett is now ahead of Craig Ashall. They're side by side over the line. So Bennett and Ashall once again enjoying a full-on tete-a-tete. 4 laps to go. There's no sign of this battle for 8th and 9th relenting through to 2 and 3. The leader is Will Howarth, the number 96, heading through the final 2 corners, I believe, and will be coming over the line to start another lap in just a moment. In fact, over the line now, down towards turn 1 is the number 96, Will Howarth, right at the apex. Good run from the number 96 machine. 4.6 seconds now ahead of Bernie Hook.
It looks like the battle for 3rd is heating up with Matt Birkin, Andy Whedon and Simon Huntingford. Matt Birkin's race pace has dropped off considerably the last couple of laps. Both Whedon and Huntingford were both 0.6 of a second faster than Matt Birkin with 2.5 laps remaining. So Matt Birkin, as he comes through turn number 3, is getting hunting down by Whedon and Huntingford within the closing laps of this race. Josh Birkin still in 6th spot, so that seems to be the biggest battle on track at the moment. Seems to be the battle for 3rd. So can anyone make an inroad into Matt Birkin? Whedon possibly could, or so could possibly Huntingford.
But they haven't got a long time to do it. Will Howarth just starts his penultimate lap. 2 laps to go then for the number 96, bouncing over the big jump in the middle of the straight, pulling a bit of a wheelie as rider's going a little slower down at turn number 9. We're not sure who that was. We'll get confirmation of that in a minute. It could be Ross Michael, according to our timing screens. Bernie Hook still 2nd, Birkin 3rd. He's 1.3 seconds ahead of Andy Whedon. Simon Huntingford's 0 seconds behind him, and the race pace is roughly equivalent: 52.0 for Andy, 52.5 for Matt Birkin, and 52.1 for Simon Huntingford. So Matt Birkin is being closed in on, but I fear that he might not get quite enough time to make the moment. But through the final few corners, about to start his final lap, is a number 96, Will Harris, with a dominant display this race in race number 3, the Senior Mini Motos, the last race, the last lap of the day, and your leader is Will Harris.
Will Howarth has been in a commanding spot so far in this race. Race number 3, he's got a big gap over Bernie Hook, 8.8 seconds. Matt Birkin still in third, and he's getting hunted down by Whedon and Huntingford as they come across the line to start the final lap. There's a second between them, so it's getting very close, but can Matt Birkin hold on? He's got a bit of a gap at the moment as Will Howarth rounds turn number 6, flicks it over to the left-hander of 7 for the final time, picks it back up early on the power, head down ever so slightly into the fast turn number 8, sets it back up to fire over to the right, over the bumps to turn number 9, early on the power, round the fast right-hander, the last corner. It's going to be Will Howarth who picks up the final race win of the weekend in the Senior Mini Motos. Will Howarth comes across the line. Next up, we're going to have Bernie Hook, who comes across the line now through the final turn. Bernie Hook picks up second spot on the grid, but a great battle further down the field. Who's going to be? It looks like Ashall and Ambrose are getting embroiled in a battle here, or maybe Nick Bennett just behind Ashall. Will it be Ashall, or will it be Ambrose, or will it be Bennett? Not quite sure it's going to be. This is the battle for the fringes of the top 10. So to come across start finish line now, can it be Bennett or will it be Ashall? Ashall still holds it round the outside. It's going to be Ashall who takes 7th spot ahead of Nick Bennett. Looks like Nick Bennett got held up there by a couple of the back markers. Adam Ambrose in 9th, Ross Michael in 10th, and Aston Dean rounds out your runners and riders for the Senior Mini Motos race number 3 here from round 4 at Tattershall.
So a fantastic final race of the weekend. What a great performance from Will Howarth just to get in front in the commanding way that he did. Highlights coming up of the final race of the weekend, the Senior Mini Motos, and it will start with Will Howarth leading the race. It was a great start from the front row of the grid and then performs into the rest of it. So we got underway for the final race of the weekend. Great start by Will Howarth. Bernie Hook did challenge coming into turn number 1, but ultimately couldn't quite follow on with Will's pace, and it sort of relented from there. Matt Birkin had some great pace as well, trying to fight with Bernie Hook, but couldn't quite keep on. Bernie Hook then second. Will Howarth the race winner. Matt Birkin was in third, but a great battle between the likes of Craig Ashall, Nick Bennett, Josh Birkin getting involved at points as well. Side by side a few times into turn number 1. They're very tight inside corner at Tattershall Circuit in Lincolnshire. And as we continue on up towards the final few corners, still side by side, no matter what was happening. It was very exciting, entertaining, dramatic action from the Senior Mini Motos, as we've come to expect over the seasons at Racing. And well, as they kept fighting it out, Will Howarth had a much easier job of it, not really challenged in terms of making a real run for it. Just went off into the distance. 2 riders side by side with the cardboard fairings. I think it might catch on that, to be honest. But Will Howarth, your race winner for the final time at Tattershall in 2019. We continue with the highlights. There's plenty of stuff still going on in the background, but the checkered flag for Will Howarth bouncing over the curbs and the bumps at the very end. But as Will Howarth has done quite well. Side by side for highlights, 4 riders going side by side at some point as well, so it was a pretty good challenge. A great run right to the end of the day, and that was how the result worked for everyone else. So just a reminder, Will Howarth, Bernie Hook and Matt Birkin, that is your top 3, with Whedon and Huntingford the top 5, Josh Birkin ahead of Craig Ashall, Nick Bennett, Adam Ambrose, Ross Michael and Aston Dean round out the results. So as we now think to the end of the weekend, we're joined by a very special guest. We have got the organiser of the whole thing. We've got Roger Keys with us. So welcome to the live commentary box here, Roger. Good to have you with us. How was your day today?
fairly hectic as usual when you're in the timing box. I haven't got my assistant timekeeper with me this weekend, but I've had great help for sort of replacements for her, and that's been really good. I think the weekend's run really well. We've actually finished about 15 minutes early, which is always good. We've been really pleased with the fact the rain has held off, and Lincolnshire's had a lot of rain lately, so we're a bit worried about that, but as it's turned out, brilliant weather. I think we had multiple lap records broken. I think in one race we had the lap record went 4 times to 4 different riders, and I think in a couple of other races when they went, they were to different riders, not the same rider all the time. I think the kids have enjoyed it. I think the adults have enjoyed it. The senior mini motors always enjoy it. The sidecars loved it. What more could we want than that? Why don't you come racing with us? Because you have some good fun. Good social activities in the evening. Well, doesn't get too much out of hand. And some good racing. What more could you want?
Well, you can't really ask for more, as you say, and I'm glad that you enjoyed some of the action this weekend. It's really been very, very interesting. Tattershall always provides some great action, very tight circuit, unlike Clay Pigeon where we were at last time. Also great racing, obviously, but a very quick circuit. It's a very different challenge for the riders.
Yes, in fact, the circuit probably is more suitable for the mini motos. Despite that, the mini GPs and the Pit Bike 140s, Extreme 200s all managed it extremely well and set some really good times. And it makes them work hard from time to time and gives the mini motos a little bit of an advantage in their flexibility to get round the corners really quickly. So it's good for them.
And the moto team's winning 2 out of 3 races overall, which is very...
Yep.
Well, it's heard of, but it's not a very likely situation to be in.
No, absolutely. So, I like the fact that in fact, the grid's getting almost too big now with the motor team and the Pit Bike 140s together. And a motor team rider who's riding a 50cc bike, remember, beating the bigger 4-strokes. Quite incredible.
Is that just the nature of this circuit that allows a smaller bike to compete with the more powerful bikes on the Pit Bike 140?
I think it's the rider. Will's a great rider. His dad's a great preparer of bikes, and you've got to give a lot of credit to him. He doesn't always turn up at the meetings, but he prepares the bikes. They always go well. They're very reliable, and he's determined, and that's what works. But it was quite surprising to see him beat the bigger bikes, not easily, but compete very, very well. And he's getting better and better each time he takes that out.
Could you just surmise this weekend as a whole?
Brilliant. That's what I would say. This one's worked really well. We had a few red flags. We've had a few fall-offs. We've had a few where the rider said, he's taken me off, or no, he didn't, and so on. But that always happens. You're going to get it. But in the end, they're all friends. And no, seriously, it's been a great weekend. We've had great commentary from 2 of you. We've had some great production work from Leicester. Thank you very much, Steve. Some great camera work from some great cameramen. What more could you want? It's great.
You can't really want for much more, can you? Well, thank you for joining us, Roger. It's been great to have you. Hopefully we'll see you again very soon. Yep. Lid in a few weeks' time. That's not been there for a few years. That's going to be another challenge for the riders.
Absolutely. So, I can go home and do a lot more work and get all the results online, and you'll get all your video online, etc. As I say, this is going to be good for everybody. And I've got to go and pack up now.
Well, go and pack up, Roger. Thank you very much for your help this weekend. As always, thank you, Roger Keys, for joining us very briefly in the commentary box. Okay. And, it's been some great racing. So just thank you for joining us, Roger. And just quite quickly, Liam, surmise your sort of thoughts and opinions on this weekend, how it went.
Now, we've just passed the halfway point in the championship here, round number 4 of the championship, the FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship. And of course, the championships are all heating up. Now, we're starting to get a big story of how the big championships are going to go. The MotoGP 50s, the MotoGP 70s, which now has seen the championship close up to equal points at the top of the championship between Belford and Cook. What more can you ask for? There's some great battles further down in the mini moto categories between Archie Gibbs, who's now taking over the championship lead from Ollie Simmons and AC40 Rookies, and of course the LC40 Elites. It's been a great bunch of racing action here over the weekend at this tight and very narrow Tattershall racecourse. But once again, if there's a gap, the riders want to go for it, they'll find it and they'll make it stick, and it's just given us some great race action. And just a big thank you to all the marshals, all the organisers, and of course the medical staff who have done an incredible job once again.
Well, as always, a big thank you. As you mentioned, we do always have to say a big thank you to the marshals and the medical guys, and of course race control, because without you guys and girls we simply couldn't go motor racing. It's been a very hot weekend this weekend, I think you'll agree, and it's always a challenge, but big thank you to all of you for your help over the weekend. And also a big thank you as well to our production team here, our producers and the camera people who have provided us some great angles and some great help over the course of the weekend. And thank you very much for tuning in. But we've got some highlights. We've got a highlight of the day, I'm being told. So we've got the highlight of the day is the incident with the two riders who went down on the last lap. I believe that was from the AC40 Pros. So just grab another quick view at that. Here comes the clip then. So Samuel Munson, the number 72, Mason Foster, the number 88. The two riders you want to look for. This is the number 72 in front. In the middle is Ethan Sparks, who was having a great race over the line for the penultimate time. This was to start the final lap. Mason Foster gets a great drive out of the final corner, and then as Samuel Munson is pursuing, we'll see a moment where he just makes a mistake, loses the front end right at the very end, jumps down, a good angle, but gets underway again, which is what we wanted to see. But then, unbelievably, Mason Foster trips over the curbing, high sides, gets back onto the bike, carries on, and well, that's just fascinating stuff, isn't it? How they bounce back and carry on.
Well, they say kids always bounce, and you can clearly see there that Mason Foster did bounce. It was great to see that all riders were okay in the end. Mason Foster remounted to finish in 7th, and Samuel Munson got back up to finish in 3rd spot. So it was a very fantastic, ferocious race pace all the way through, and one of the best races of the weekend.
Well, it certainly was one of the best races of the weekend. Don't forget, if you want to go back, check out the whole of 2019's action, head over to the Cool Fab Racing website, coolfabracing.co.uk, and on motorsport.radio for a full archive of not just 2019 but 2018, 2017, even 2016. We've got loads of action for you to catch up on. So thank you very much for tuning in to our coverage here from Tattershall in Lincolnshire this weekend. So from Liam Hodgins and from myself, Dan Marr, thank you very much for joining us, and until next time, it's goodbye from me.
Cool Fab Racing, the official BSB partner series, and on the road to MotoGP.